just an ordinary gamer, but one obsessed with fantasy worlds. Night after night, he dreamed of stepping into a realm filled with magic, dragons, and endless adventure. He scoured every corner of the continent in search of a way, only to find nothing but disappointment. Until one fateful night, when his desperate wish was finally heard. Waking up in a strange land, his heart pounded, not from fear but excitement. He had been reborn not as a hero, not as a noble knight, but as a savage barbarian, gifted with overwhelming power and a body built for battle. He now roams the breathtaking yet perilous fantasy world he had always longed for. And so begins his wild journey into the fantasy world of his dreams. At the center of the world, in a blinding white desert, there exists a monster. A white python that swallows entire glaciers whole. A gray bear that shakes the earth itself. A disgusting rat that defiles the ocean. But an emperor who once returned alive from the white desert once said, "The most dangerous thing there is the monsters themselves." Right now in the white desert, tremors kept exploding one after another. A barefoot young woman took down a beast in the middle of a snowstorm. Not far from there, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. The sturdy hand of a man clenched tightly onto the beast's claw. He let out a fierce, ear-piercing roar, as if declaring his own strength. At that moment, someone was slowly walking toward them. The beast, upon seeing him, trembled all over in fear. He held a sharp weapon firmly in his grip. With swift, decisive slashes, the beast was given a free express ticket to the afterlife. After that, he stood with the two from earlier. Only the man tribe would dare to brag about their own stupidity like that. He walked over to the dazed girl and asked, "How long must I linger around these crude fools?" She blinked at him like a 3-year-old. "Crude fools, can you eat that?" Hearing this, he sighed in defeat and walked away. And so the bald young man and the clueless girl leisurely sat enjoying the beast meat. Just then, Kettle appeared like a grim reaper, stepping toward the two. "I clearly told you not to eat that or it'll kill you." A murderous aura flared up from him. "It hasn't even been a week and you've eaten it all already." The girl sitting there fidgeted at a loss for words. Then the two of them put on an Oscar-worthy performance, calling it some sort of noble challenge. "And you think that's something to be proud of?" Before the words even finished, Greta's pupils shrank, his face turning pale as if he'd just had severe constipation. His whole body trembled in pain, foam bubbling from his mouth. Then Greta collapsed under the girl's panicked gaze. "Greta, what's wrong? Wake up." Meanwhile, Kettle just exhaled a breath. "Told you so, but you idiots never listen." And with that, he turned and walked away, leaving the girl to keep smacking Greta's face repeatedly. "Wake up, Greta. Come on, get up." Kettle kept his back to them, standing in the snowstorm, softly saying, "This isn't what I wanted." And so begins the main character's inner monologue. "In a world full of magic and wonder, in a fantastical land of sorcery, I quit my job and set out to wander. I climbed the highest mountain on Earth. I set foot in the very center of the planet. I even made it to the southernmost point of the Earth. But of course, nothing happened. Reality was the farthest thing from my imagination. Every night I prayed that when I woke up, I'd be in the middle of a dream, and one day, that prayer actually came true." Scene shift to a place not far away. A carriage and its party trudged forward through a snowstorm. Damn, it's cold to the bone. A man with golden hair glanced at the one beside him. "Then wrap yourself up tight, unless you want to freeze to death." The young man shielded his face with his hand, struggling to respond. I am wrapping up, sir." Beside him, another man hurried to speak. "Captain, no matter how big the reward, this is still pure stupidity. Crossing the white desert, are you insane?" In return, all he got was the captain's unwavering expression. "Silence, didn't we all agree to this already?" The man avoided eye contact, muttering, "Yeah, but none of us knew it'd be like this." Inside the carriage, the old butler overheard and clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Damn, it's freezing." He raised his hand to cough lightly, then cautiously looked at the person before him. "My lady, are you all right?" The blue-haired young woman smiled like a blooming flower. "Yes." Her name was Milena of the Akasha family. She cheerfully replied to the butler, "I'm fine." Meanwhile, outside, complaints kept flying. "Damn it, I'm going to freeze solid out here." Unable to bear it, the butler frowned and shouted outside, "Such rudeness." Even so, Milena sympathized. "Don't be too harsh. They're the only ones willing to escort us across the white desert." Her expression showed a hint of worry. "Still, shouldn't we let them in? They look like they're about to freeze solid." Outside, the snowstorm grew fiercer, forcing everyone to shield their faces with their hands. When suddenly the butler looked at her uneasily. "No, you know what dwells in the white desert." Hearing that, Milena lowered her gaze. "The monster's right. Long ago, an emperor with ambitions to rule the entire world set his sights on conquering the white desert. He led countless warriors and soldiers and personally entered the white desert himself. Many years later, when the empire had collapsed and faded into oblivion, that emperor returned. He had lost all his soldiers, coming back alone, broken in body and spirit. He looked decades older and spoke like a madman. He said there were monsters in the White Desert, but the most dangerous thing wasn't the monsters. It was the man tribe. They had been there all along. A familiar silhouette appeared, perhaps it was Kettle. The butler, still speculating, muttered, "Probably just a legend." Milena countered, but the Emperor's words weren't baseless. Many of the monsters he described were later confirmed to be real. The butler smiled reassuringly. Still, no one has ever seen a single member of the man tribe. And so she conceded. True, countless tales have been passed down, but none ever mentioned the man tribe. Outside the carriage, the captain suddenly called out, "Everyone stop." He clenched his teeth, staring ahead. "Something's up ahead. What is it?" The captain squinted hard, trying to make out what was coming. In the end, the fog was too thick, and he muttered, "I can't see clearly." A second later, his expression turned horrified. "I've got good news and bad news." The team immediately urged him, "Spit it out." The captain froze in place. "Damn it, the good news is that it's pretty small, and the bad news is..." The silhouette of Kettle gradually emerged through the falling snow. "It's coming toward us." Upon hearing that, everyone wore the exact same expression. The old butler's eyes went wide as he looked out in the direction of the voice. At that moment, the captain immediately went on high alert. He gripped the hilt of his sword at his side. His face a mix of fear and vigilance that refused to fade. The figure became clearer. It was a person. White gray hair coming into view, along with six-pack abs and massive scars. Kettle strode confidently toward the group, his eyes flashing with a hint of violet. And a member of the team, raising his axe, instantly recognized him as a man tribe warrior. Kettle's gaze stayed sharp as a blade, slowly sweeping over everyone present. Then he spoke first. "I went out for a walk because I got sick of looking at the other man tribe folks, and what do I find? Outsiders in the middle of the snow. Lucky me." His lips curled into a sly smile. Kettle then put on an excited expression. "Didn't think I'd meet anyone here. A pleasure to meet you." After that, his eyes drifted toward the carriage. "Your merchants, aren't you?" they quickly confirmed. "Yeah." Kettle continued, "And your mercenaries hired to escort them, right?" The captain admitted honestly, "That's right." Suddenly, Kettle stroked his chin and said, "I'd suggest you turn back, though I had a feeling you." "Come here." The captain's face showed a flicker of fear. Then Kettle noticed something. "There's someone inside the carriage, isn't there?" Inside, Milena immediately flinched. The captain of the convoy trembled uncontrollably, waiting for Kettle's next words. But instead, Kettle smiled brightly and said something no one expected. "I want to be hired too." Everyone instantly tensed up. "What?" But Kettle, still full of confidence, put his hands on his hips. "Did I not make myself clear? I'm offering to help you cross this desert." Hearing that, the captain calculated silently, a legendary man tribe warrior asking to join them. Was that really all he wanted? Then he cautiously replied, "So you mean you're not hostile?" Kettle crossed his arms coldly. "If I were, you'd all be dead already." As soon as those words left his mouth, everyone's eyes went blank as if they'd just achieved enlightenment. The stylish young man suddenly turned his head toward the captain, and the captain slowly raised his hand. "Did you hear that?" Inside, Milena stayed silent, not responding. Then she abruptly turned her face toward the outside. The butler, puzzled, muttered, "What the hell is going on?" The captain continued speaking to her. "He says he wants to be hired as a mercenary. What do you want to do?" Once again, Milena fell into deep thought, then posed a question. "If we fought him, what would happen?" The captain glanced at the fierce aura radiating from Kettle and hesitantly replied, "Personally, I wouldn't recommend it." Hearing that, she lowered her head, momentarily at a loss for words. Right after, Milena glanced out the window and gave the order. "Understood, tell him we accept." Receiving the directive, the captain nodded in agreement. "All right then." His foot suddenly stepped forward. And so Kent's request was approved. She agreed. Upon hearing that, he flashed a satisfied smile. Though he looked pleased, his expression was enough to make people wet themselves. Good news. The two nearby instantly felt their legs go weak. Kettle strode closer to the captain. The captain asked in confusion, "What?" Then Kettle smirked and reassured him, "Relax, you're just the hired help. I need to meet the one in charge." The captain's eyes immediately glinted with warning. "If you try anything." Before he could finish, Kettle cut him off. "You'll regret it." And with that, the captain let him walk toward the carriage. Seeing this, the stylish young man looked at him blankly. "Captain, are you sure it's okay to let him meet her?" The client already agreed. The guy next to him was also a bit wary. "Still, we're mercenaries. Shouldn't we try to stop him somehow?" The captain shot back, "Stop him." Kent's killing intent still filled his view. "You serious? Don't be stupid." Inside, the butler was in a panic. "My lady, what are you doing?" Milena calmly reassured him, "Relax." Suddenly, a voice rang out, making her jump. "May I come in?" The butler was even more startled than she was, dropping his glasses entirely. After a pause, Milena hesitantly agreed. "All right, come in." Hearing her answer, Kettle's lips curled into a smile that looked like a predator about to feast. The butler's body shrank back awkwardly, while Kettle exuded the exact air of someone expanding his territory. Kettle closed his eyes, wearing a calm and indifferent expression as he advised, "You too, stay calm. I have no intention of harming either of you." His large frame, sitting in the carriage with the butler, almost squashed the poor man flat. The butler's face turned pale as he screamed inwardly, "Don't come any closer, you monster." Milena, sitting opposite, looked up a little dazed, slightly overwhelmed by his presence. The legendary man-tribe warrior was right in front of her. She spoke first, a bit shyly. "It's an honor to meet you, sir," Kettle politely replied. "I'm also pleased to meet you." Then, turning to gaze at the snowy landscape outside the window, he remarked lightly, "It's pretty warm in here. Even in a carriage, it's hard to keep this kind of warmth in the middle of an endless snowfield." Milena was a little surprised, but still explained, "Ah, that's thanks to magic." He brightened, "Oh, so it's magic, is it? You know, the world here." The random, half-baked sentences left her utterly puzzled. Kettle looked outside again and said, "As you both know, this place is extremely dangerous. Even with mercenaries escorting you, the chance of crossing safely is slim. That's why I'll ensure your safety. However, I have one request." His sudden words made Milena and the butler freeze in place, staring at him. Milena hesitated. "A request? What is it you want?" Kettle smirked, "Knowledge from beyond the snowfield." He gave a faint smile and continued bluntly, "The knowledge you possess is exactly what I want." She looked confused. "Knowledge from outside the frozen tundra." Kettle nodded firmly. "Yes." He even tried to persuade further, "You're not losing anything." Milena pressed her lips together, worry clouding her heart. "From the start, we never really had a choice." With no other path, Milena finally agreed. "I understand." The butler beside her was so shocked his jaw dropped like it was frozen solid. Kettle smiled pleasantly. "Excellent, and your name is?" Milena placed her hand on her chest and answered solemnly, "I am Milena, of the Akasha family." He looked delighted and generously introduced himself. "I am Kettle. A pleasure to work with you." In his previous life, he had longed for a fantastical world. On his desk sat open-world game discs and his hands gripped a PlayStation controller. One day, he awoke to find himself transformed into a man-tribe warrior in the frozen tundra. Stumbling slightly, he stared at his hands in disbelief, with no time to figure out why. The only things that existed here were the bone-chilling cold and countless powerful beasts. He led a tribe through the wasteland, hunting to survive, gritting his teeth through each day. He didn't know how much time had passed, years, maybe decades, but he never stopped trying to escape this terrifying frozen land. But then his hand slammed hard against the barrier wall. Once again, countless system panels popped up in quick succession. "Mission incomplete. You may leave the frozen snowfield upon completing the mission." An invisible force prevented me from leaving this place. Just when I thought I was about to give up, the silhouette of cavalry suddenly appeared in the snowstorm. I couldn't understand why anyone would willingly set foot in such a harsh land, yet every so often people from the outside world would still appear. And I realized Kettle was slightly taken aback. The world beyond the harsh frozen tundra was the fantasy and magic-filled realm I had always longed for. Blue skies, warm gazes, endless stretches of fresh green plains, villages or towns scattered here and there with beautiful ancient architecture. That was exactly the fantasy world. From then on, I acted not just to survive anymore. I hunted monsters. Mission 295, eliminate the lizard within the time limit. I slaughtered beasts and cleared the missions given to escape the frozen snowfield. One fatal blow, blood spraying everywhere. Mission 295 complete. The next mission would be provided, and I held on to the belief that one day I would escape this place. I realized that since I couldn't get out of this damned snowfield, the information obtained from those who came from outside was incredibly valuable. But Kettle recalled that most of the people he'd met until now either panicked and drew their swords or were half crazy already. Arms crossed, he stayed calm. Finally, someone willing to talk to him. How long had it been since he'd spoken to a civilized person? He'd only been dealing with uneducated savages, so talking to someone civilized felt like a dose of tranquilizer. Suddenly, his tone turned casual. "You're transporting weapons, aren't you?" Milena flinched and replied, Yes, that's right. How did you know?" He glanced outside and answered, "I heard the sound of steel from the carriages, hard not to notice." She looked a bit embarrassed. "I see." Kettle then asked, "Is there a war going on outside?" Milena's mood sank as she softly said, "Yes, the Empire and the Kingdom are at war." He nodded knowingly. "I get it. So the outside world is exactly all peace and rainbows, huh?" She quickly refuted, "Not really. Milena pictured the two forces separated by a tiny heap of rubble. She explained that the empire was overwhelming in numbers and strength, yet the kingdom was not so easily subdued. Swordmasters and heroes were guarding the borders. Kettle asked curiously, heroes, swordmasters, what kind of power do they use? Milena tilted her head, puzzled. You've never heard of arcane arts? Kettle answered honestly, I've never left this place. She thought for a moment. I'm not exactly clear on the details, but there exists a power called arcane arts in this world, and only a small number of people can sense or wield it. It's like spiritual energy or mana. It gathers in the Danshin, and they're granted one of 5 power ranks. First is rank 3, magic can be lightly summoned, appearing in the palm of the hand. This is only for those who can sense the arcane arts. Next is rank 2, the ability to wield both magic and swordsmanship. From rank 2 upward, a person can utilize the arcane arts. Then comes rank 1, they can convert arcane energy into divine radiance or demonic power. These individuals are usually mages, knights, or spirits. Beyond this point, classifications lose meaning because these are entities beyond human comprehension. But if we had to name them, we'd call it the transcendent level beings who can freely control arcane arts and have the power to shake the heavens and earth. Swordmasters belong to this group. And finally, the hero class, monsters who surpass even the control of arcane arts, possessing influence over the entire world. Each hero is already a living legend. Milena reflected a bit, explaining that the fact their powers were named and ranked was proof of their might. Even a rank 3 was considered a master within a small region. Kettle wished aloud, I hope to meet them someday. She froze, puzzled. Kettle. He didn't answer, maintaining his posture while staring at the distant sky, thinking to himself, I can't remember how long I've been stuck here. I've only been trying to survive in despair. All I knew was that the frozen snowfield lay between me and the fantasy world I could never reach. He stood on a sharp cliff edge, gazing at the snowy scenery unique to this place. Beyond that was the true fantasy world. Kettle lowered his head. I truly yearn to leave this place. Then the corner of his mouth curved into a smile as he contradicted himself. No. His face turned resolute, his heart certain, I must get out. Time passed quickly. Snow piled on the roof of the carriage as they kept moving forward. Milena suddenly asked, Kettle, you really are a barbarian, aren't you? Kettle answered calmly, you could say that. Judging by your expression, it seems you've heard about me. She admitted, yes, you're a legend. Hearing that word, he blinked in surprise. A legend about me. Now it was her turn to be surprised. Oh, you didn't know. Milena began telling him everything. After a while, Kettle laughed in amusement, recalling something, and casually said, so that's how it is. That old emperor, he was an emperor. I thought he was just a lunatic. She almost fell over. Yeah. Kettle shrugged casually. Well, don't worry about it. That legend's true. It happened a long time ago. Milena stammered, is that so? He thought for a moment, then asked with some curiosity, looking at your convoy, you're carrying a huge load of weapons, right? Why are you crossing the frozen snowfield? She froze. Her lips moved. We need a lot of money. Milena lowered her head gloomily. He was caught off guard by the reason. Milena said sadly, our family has been in business for generations. We built up considerable wealth, but out of jealousy, our rivals sabotaged us, and now we're drowning in debt. This journey is to save our family from collapse. Kettle stroked his chin, speculating, a journey to settle debts. I see, so you're planning to sell weapons to the kingdom at war with the empire. I get it. She was surprised. Yes, why do you ask? He explained leisurely, you already said the empire is overwhelming in numbers, which means they're not lacking weapons. If not the empire, then the kingdom must be the one in need. When supply is scarce but demand is high, prices naturally skyrocket. I don't know the exact market value out there, but with that amount, it's surely huge enough to risk crossing the frozen snowfield. Milena looked dazed. Kettle continued, seems you really have no choice but to cross this place. So there's no other route to reach the kingdom bordering the empire, is there? Her eyes went wide as she confirmed, exactly. Milena's mind went dark with disbelief. Impossible, I've heard the legendary Barbarian was just a brainless savage. Her voice turned hoarse and cautious. Who are you? Her heart raced in panic. Are you really a barbarian? Suddenly, a violent tremor jolted her back to focus. The carriage wheels wobbled and sped up. The butler stammered in shock. What was that? Then a high-pitched screech pierced into the carriage. He recoiled in horror, paling instantly. In contrast, Kettle calmly glanced outside and said in a casual tone, we've got some uninvited guests. Outside, snow drifted down as dust swirled, and a monster that looked like a pile of living sludge rose up, its eyes glowing red with bloodlust. The mercenaries escorting the convoy froze. What is that? Milena's face turned ashen with fear. A voice suddenly blurted out, a black slime. Kettle propped his chin, considering. Is that really what you call it? She trembled but confirmed, yes, it's recorded in the archives. He asked curiously, archives? Milena explained, many skilled adventurers have tried to cross this land over the years, and only a few lucky ones returned alive. But the vile ones left behind notes on the creatures they encountered, and among them, the black slime appeared the most. Then she asked seriously, so Kettle, do you know anything about it? He cheerfully replied, of course, chewy, a bit springy, actually tastes pretty good. Milena froze in horror. Wait, you actually ate one? Kettle sincerely offered, wanna try? I can go catch a few for you. She shuddered, feeling goosebumps all over, and coldly refused, no, thank you. Bam! A deafening sound shook the air. Milena jumped in fright. Outside, the grotesque black slime roared furiously. The captain stood frozen, unable to calm himself, and she quickly sensed something was wrong, calling out to Kettle in panic. Kettle simply kept watching outside in silence, not answering. Milena called again, bewildered. Kettle. He spoke slowly, I made a pact with you all. Closing his eyes, Kettle continued calmly, I swore to protect your lives, so I won't take action unless it's truly dangerous. She widened her eyes in shock. Huh, what do you mean? His tone was leisurely. That thing, I could take it down as easily as drinking porridge. Resting his chin on his hand, Kettle smiled and kept playing the role of a dedicated spectator. More importantly, I want to evaluate this team's abilities for myself. The black slime's crazed roars finally snapped everyone back to their senses. The captain hurriedly barked orders, raise the shields. One of his men immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. Just as the shield was raised, the black slime slammed straight into him. His feet slid back across the snow as he struggled to hold his ground. But before long, he was flung backward, sent flying. Another man, seeing this, quickly leapt high into the air. He swung the axe in his hands, shouting loudly to boost his momentum. Boom, a thunderous crash echoed. He was blasted away, slamming into something with such force that he coughed up blood. His axe slipped from his grip, clattering into the snow where faint purple smoke curled upward. A terrified voice demanded, what the hell is this? The black slime grew even more frenzied. It reared up, gaping its mouth wide and roaring. The captain furrowed his brows and ordered, the black slime can only move in a straight line, spread out and regroup. The mercenary underlings quickly shouted in response. Got it all right. In a flash they leapt away. The one in the blue cloak charging straight toward the black slime. He jumped up, pulling his spear back, and as he landed, he swung it hard, slashing straight across the slime's face. It roared in fury, opening its mouth wider, slime splattering everywhere. When faint, fresh green lights began gathering in someone's hand, seeping into the spear as that person launched forward with force, slicing through wind and snow. And in the next instant, pierced right through the massive black slime before his comrades' astonished eyes. It howled in pain, its slimy body pierced with a large hole, trying desperately to pull itself back together. At that moment, the mercenary captain infused his sword with arcane energy, charging forward while giving orders, don't stop, keep attacking. A swift strike tore through, the blade glowing with a beautiful deep blue aura. He spoke urgently, normal attacks are useless, aim for the mana core, it's hidden inside its body. Time passed as slash after slash, thrust after thrust, formed an almost unbroken chain of strikes. Finally, the captain raised his sword high, and brought it down with force, unleashing a burst of arcane power, shattering a piece of the glistening red mana core. With a long, weakening cry, the slime's body quickly melted away, leaving the shattered mana core fragments on the snowy ground. They caught their breaths, then erupted in excitement. We did it. Milena also felt relieved for them. They were truly happy they'd really defeated it. Kettle silently watched, and just like that, their journey continued for a while, until they encountered a massive snow wolf. Wait, there's another monster. They aimed for its neck, some slashing, some stabbing, some blocking, with every position covered. At last, through the group's efforts, the hot blood of the beast sprayed as its life was cut off. With a heavy thud, it collapsed, and they surrounded it, still shaken in their minds. So this is a frozen, snowfield wolf, not that impressive. Captain, maybe the rumors were exaggerated. He turned back angrily, sternly reminding them, don't drop your guard, we're not even halfway yet. But one guy, clearly displeased, glanced toward the front of the carriage and openly said, but is that barbarian really as strong as the rumors say? I mean, isn't he just some figure from a legend? They looked at Kettle, whispering their judgment. He's supposed to be the apex predator of the frozen snowfield, yet here he is tagging along for protection. Shouldn't we test his strength? The captain overheard and frowned, clearly conflicted. Then, as if making up his mind, they stepped forward. Milena noticed the suspicion, and he silently watched. Standing in the snowy wind, the guy spearheading this little scheme spoke up. "My lady, I have something I'd like to discuss with you." She tilted her head curiously. "Huh, discuss what exactly?" The man answered firmly, "We've risked our lives to complete this mission. As mercenaries, we signed a contract with you. It's our job." Facing them outside, Milena replied sincerely, "Yes, and I truly appreciate you accepting this request. I've always valued your help." She thought to herself, an escort mission across the frozen snowfield, and everyone else belayed the moment they heard the details. "Without these guys, I might never have even started this journey." The man suddenly said, "However, there's something that bothers us." Milena was taken aback. He asked seriously, "That barbarian hasn't actually fought yet, has he?" She hesitated. "Well." Before she could finish, the man declared solemnly, "Therefore, we want to see if that barbarian is truly worthy of the special treatment he's getting." Hearing that, Milena hesitated, avoiding their gaze as she softly asked, "And how exactly would you test that?" She glanced awkwardly at the captain. The captain, out of options, replied with some concern, "I've tried to stop them, but they won't listen to me." Kettle understood clearly, smirking as he spoke up, "So you want to test my strength, huh? Fine." He stepped down casually, adding, "But now's not the time." They looked puzzled. "Huh." Kettle looked up coldly and replied, "Because we already have uninvited guests ahead." That only confused them more. "What the hell are you rambling about?" Suddenly, a low, grim voice echoed from behind the group of mercenaries. It was filled with malice and crazed bloodlust. "Ah, weak little mortals from beyond the continent have arrived. It's been far too long since I've enjoyed a soul feast." The group visibly froze in fear, quickly whipping their heads around. Before them, a massive python gaped its mouth wide, revealing long, menacing fangs. It had sensed them long ago and rasped, "Hand over your lives, you pitiful mortals." The white serpent mocked loudly, "Struggle all you want, it'll only make my meal all the more flavorful." Milena screamed and clamped her hands over her ears. The young man beside her did the same, then suddenly, a voice rang out. "Halt." Kettle's face turned serious as he said firmly, "You two are my clients, fall back." The white serpent. Upon hearing this, it appeared right in front of him. "Why are you here? Have you forgotten the rules of the frozen snowfield, when one leaves the territory of their own tribe?" Kettle, visibly irritated, cut it off. "That's none of your business." The white serpent scoffed. "How ridiculous." The battle erupted violently once more. "That's the white serpent, that's the barbarian." It roared, "How dare you give me orders? I am one blessed with eternal life by the promise." Kettle crouched slightly, preparing to unleash his punch. "Want a taste of the moon?" His fist shot straight toward the white serpent, forcing it to block in sudden panic. The whirling gales from their clash made everyone tremble. The young man gritted his teeth, struggling to withstand it. As the force grew even stronger, nearby, Milena shielded herself with her hands. "My lady." The white serpent grew even more savage. "You're the kind that only obeys after a good beating." She sank to her knees in shock, then hesitated as she looked at Kettle. His sharp eyes flared. "I'll finish this quickly." His heavy steps readied. This wouldn't take long. Kettle charged straight at the white serpent, his fist gradually coming into full view. The flashes of battle, startling everyone around. Afterward, Kettle returned. "I've committed a grave offense. Please be generous and let it slide." In front of everyone, he added, "It's fine, trusting a stranger isn't easy." Outside, the carriage convoy continued through the snow, the cold and snowfall causing the butler to cough heavily, which drew Kettle's attention. Meeting Milena's eyes, he asked suddenly, "Now that I think about it, I have a question." She looked at him. "What is it?" Arms crossed and gaze tense, he studied her clothing and demeanor. "You don't seem like an ordinary member of your clan, so why are you personally joining such a dangerous journey?" Hearing that, she quickly replied, "I am the first daughter of Velika, a concubine of Lord Kasak Akasha." Upon hearing this, Kettle asked, "A concubine, so you're the child of a mistress?" She answered, "Yes." Then Milena began recounting her past. She came here because of a political marriage, but was later cast aside, a poor mother with no real power. Kettle sympathized with that unfortunate fate. "I see." Milena clenched her fists and continued, "My mother and I carry the family name and title only. In truth, we're nothing. We were treated like servants." Feeling suddenly self-conscious, she lowered her head. "I didn't mean to say this much." Not long after, Milena spoke firmly again. "I volunteered for this expedition." Kettle crossed his arms as he faced her. "Really?" she said, "even though this journey is full of danger." She couldn't bring herself to meet his eyes, stammering, "Someone has to set an example." Kettle gave a small smile. "I understand, you're quite shrewd." Milena was taken aback. And then, losing her earlier confidence, she stayed silent as he added, "And you carry big ambitions as well. You're very ambitious." She hesitated, sweating slightly. You. Both Kettle and Milena turned their gaze toward the window. We've arrived, haven't we? The mercenary captain was unexpectedly amazed by the beauty of the place. Which was? The butler bowed politely. Thank you very much, Kettle. Kettle then asked Milena, how do you plan to return? She replied, we'll pass through the Empire. He smirked. Since you've sold the weapons, you no longer carry contraband. Crossing the border shouldn't be too troublesome. Kettle stared at her intently. And suddenly Milena added, you said I was shrewd and ambitious. What did you mean by that? The butler and Milena both glanced at him as if to say, she's smart, but also highly ambitious. Kettle raised his hand slightly as he explained, your family was once highly respected, but now it's in crisis because of ruin. Even as the daughter of a concubine, if you personally paved the way to save your clan from the brink of collapse. She stood there in deep thought for a long moment, her pitiful expression surfacing. Then who do you think your subordinates will trust and follow? He continued. Your goal is to seize real power within the clan, isn't it? Kettle lowered his voice and asked softly, am I wrong? Hearing that, she immediately thought of the perfect reply. Her answer was not. Her thoughts grew heavier and clearer. Yes, it's only natural for a concubine's child to face dangerous trials in order to inherit the family. Milena focused on him, thinking this barbarian is sharp, not like those arrogant brutes, and his strength in defeating the white serpent hasn't waned. If that power were on my side, then. She then spoke aloud, Kettle, if you ever plan to leave the frozen snowfield. Kettle froze for a moment at her question, why not come with me? Kettle politely replied, I must decline for now, I still have things to finish. Milena lowered her head with a faint smile. I understand. She clenched her hand tightly. Then, she immediately produced a necklace. Will you accept this? Milena beamed, if you ever get the chance to leave and find the Akasha family, show them this piece. Not wanting to disappoint her, he returned a bright smile. If this is a gift, I'll gladly accept it. The butler beside her expressed his respect and sincere thanks. Kettle, gazing at the necklace with a hint of regret, said, I hope we meet again someday. She quickly replied, we surely will. Then Kettle watched the carriage depart, his heart heavy with sadness. A long span of time passed 5 years later in the frozen snowfield. At last all the conditions were fulfilled. The system panel appeared, mission 784 complete. Reward granted, all conditions met, you may now leave the frozen snowfield. Kettle stepped forward with courage, taking his very first step, a bright smile spreading as he entered the fantasy world he had long yearned for. Kettle closed his eyes to savor it, the scent of fresh grass, the smell of wildlife, the aroma of rivers, none of which existed in the white snowscape. He smiled softly, his face full of contentment. Good, truly wonderful. Opening his eyes, he gazed upon this place with pride. Back then, he had stood before the snowy lands, shouting, damn you, cursed white snowfield, I hope I never see you again. But here, the scenery was fresh and gentle. This was the fantasy world, lush green with soft sunlight. The world he had dreamed of, the one he once thought he could never touch. A world full of wonders and unknowns. Though I began in the worst way possible, I survived. He thought to himself, if that's the case, then I'll enjoy this world, magic and swordsmanship. Dragons and elves, everything a fantasy world could offer. He stood frozen on the lush green grass. If not for that ambition, I might have died long ago. The white snowfield is hell where mere will to survive isn't enough. Looking off into the distance, he felt something strange. He suddenly thought, there's a place ahead. I can sense a lot of life there. Kettle, realizing something, smiled brightly. That must be a village. Could it be? I'm finally about to see a real settlement in this world. He recalled a man and a little girl buried under snow. Back in the white snowfield, I once tried to explain to those stupid barbarians the importance of having proper shelter, but they just dug holes in the snow to sleep in and stared at me like I was speaking an alien language. I really miss human villages, sturdy, orderly. He closed his eyes halfway again. What should I say when I introduce myself? Should I greet them politely or go with something classic? What kind of world is this anyway? Kettle gazed at the mountains and the lush green treetops. Either way, I'll approach with courtesy. The ancient trees here were well cared for, vibrant and healthy. Then an elf village elder raised his arm and pointed ahead, announcing clearly, elves of the village, from this moment on, this will be our new home. Hearing that, the villagers, young and old alike, lit up with joy, smiles blooming on their faces. Standing high above, he called out, come on, unload the luggage. And the people below grew even more excited, cheering loudly without pause. Suddenly, a young blonde man approached him and said, elder. The elf elder looked at the young man with a cold, slightly annoyed face. What is it? The youth stammered nervously, are you sure this place is truly safe? The elder closed his eyes, looking weary. Safe. The other villagers, meanwhile, bustled about unpacking with cheerful, happy faces. Then the youth explained, "This is an extremely remote wilderness. Humans can't reach here." The elder hesitated. "Yes, I know that, but isn't the white snowfield right next door?" The elf elder rolled his eyes toward him, making the young man even more tense. "You're worried monsters from the white snowfield might wander here, aren't you?" The youth scratched his head, hesitating before answering, "It's really close, too close." The elder's expression turned serious. "There's nothing to worry about. For thousands of years, nothing has ever come out of the white snowfield, and besides, I've already set up barriers just in case." A breathtaking scene, a barrier masking all presence, made this place look like an ordinary forest. It had taken months to set up, an ancient technique of the elf race painstakingly restored. As long as this barrier remained, no one could approach us, and even if monsters from the white snowfield appeared, we would still be fine. Then he thought of a beautiful woman, because we have our queen. The elf elder's face quickly regained confidence and pride. Even the monsters of the white snowfield could not touch our queen. Kettle, riding through the forest, suddenly had a thought. "Sounds like something tore. Did I just break something?" His steps slowed. Unfamiliar with this place, he began to lose motivation. "Seriously, how much farther do I have to walk?" Then he noticed a little girl, a petite girl likely lost in the forest. He was taken aback by the sight. An elf, a real elf, one of the first races people imagine when thinking of a fantasy world. The image of a perfect elf woman popped into his mind. He smiled in amusement. "Didn't expect to meet one so soon. Luck really is smiling on me. I'm glad I survived everything." As for the little girl, she was so scared she burst into tears in the middle of the forest. "I'm scared. I don't know where I am. What should I do? I must have wandered too far." Sitting down to rest, she thought the tree's shade would comfort her, but it didn't. She was startled by this imposing figure. Kettle, with his large build and intimidating face, suddenly smiled at the tiny girl. "Hello." Because he was so huge, like a real monster, she froze for a few seconds, and then collapsed. Picturesque scenery and birds gliding past. Kettle didn't know what to do with this little girl, so he just stood there blankly for a while. The girl had fainted and he squinted. "I haven't even said a word yet and she's already passed out. Guess I should take this kid back to the village." As he walked, Kettle thought of beautiful scenes. According to legend, elves were a gentle and organized race. If I bring back an unconscious child, maybe they'll see me as a good guy. I wonder how hospitable elves are. The smile stayed on his lips, and honestly, I'm kind of excited. His large hand could easily carry the little girl gently. He was suddenly startled when the villagers saw him and panicked, shouting, "No way, a human, even here, is my child." Everyone was wary of Kettle. Some held weapons, some cried out, "Who are you? How did you get past the barrier?" Kettle lost his enthusiasm. This was not going according to plan at all. The mother cried for her child, "If you don't give her back, I'll chase you to the ends of the earth." The elf elder was also alarmed. "Impossible, this place should have no trace of humans. How is he here? There's supposed to be a barrier, so why?" The surrounding villagers stammered and shouted, "Elder, there's a crack in the barrier." He shook his head. "Impossible, where's the queen?" The people panicked. "Her Majesty is out scouting the surrounding area." Kettle raised his hand to explain, but couldn't calm the crowd. "I'm not your enemy." The mother, still worried for the girl, yelled, "If you don't return her, I'll hunt you down no matter where you go." He slumped down slightly. "I've been exposed. This barrier was built using the ancient secret arts of the elves. No ordinary person could ever approach it. If it's been breached, then humans must have planned it beforehand." He just stared at them, realizing they thought he was a kidnapper. Looking down at the girl, "I'd better explain this clearly." But the noise had already woken her up, her eyes slowly opening. Kettle immediately set her down. "Go on, head back to your people." Stepping down, the girl looked up at Kettle's intimidating face and suddenly burst into tears. Tears started streaming down her face, and she ran quickly toward her parents. "Is my face really that scary?" He froze for a moment. Back in the snowy wastelands, he always thought his face was pretty normal. Facing the villagers, "Well, I did return the kid. You elves, as you can see, I'm not your enemy." The elder suddenly shouted an order. "The hostage has been released." And then everyone raised their bows to shoot, arrows flying in an all-out attack. Kettle didn't even have time to explain. Seriously, not even one sentence. Kettle's face darkened. Elves were wilder than he expected, and according to legend, elves were supposed to be. He then recalled the beautiful Tailies, a peaceful and honest race, loving nature and harmony. But in reality, they were savage and brutal. Well, they did live in the wild after all. Images of beasts biting each other came to mind. The wild was a place where only the strong survived. Peace had no seat there. By that logic, their cruelty made sense. Kettle rested his chin on his hand, musing as arrows rained down. so that's how it really is. The elves found it strange. What kind of magical device is he using? He must have limits. Keep attacking, but Kettle remained calm as long as. Then he prepared his hands to unleash magic. Stay calm. The magic gradually revealed itself, both hands coming together, his eyes glowing with a purple light. A blast mixed with a tornado erupted, making everyone panic, forcing them to dodge and defend against his spells. Kettle's magic sent people flying high into the air, the shockwave carrying far and wide. The elf elder's hands trembled, eyes widening in shock. What in the world is this? Kettle stood in the middle of the destruction, facing the villagers. I am not your enemy. His hands came together again as he thought, damn it, have I been underestimating my own strength? He barely finished half the sentence when the elves. Suddenly a beam of fire shot past Kettle's head, exploding with a loud bang. The elf elder was stunned at the sight. Long hair, green doll shoes standing high above. None other than the Leaf Clan's queen, Marcelia Hassian Karuja. She stood with a weapon in hand and firmly asked the villagers, what happened here? The elder, gripping his staff, replied, a human attack. But she lowered her gaze slightly, so it's finally time. Then she calmly looked up. Even this place isn't safe anymore. Through the smoke she left behind, Kettle quickly called out, wait. Kettle stood frozen. I want you all to at least hear me out first. The fact that he could speak shocked Marcelia. And the elder was no exception. No way, he took the queen's direct hit and is still standing. From high above, she kept her composure. So you're another strong enemy here to harm us, why? Her eyes narrowed. Humans really are such a disgraceful species. She slowly aimed her bow at him. I am the Leaf Queen, whose leaves change color with the seasons. Then she shifted her gaze slightly toward Kettle. Human. My bow is ready, you will pay for daring to covet us. Kettle's mind filled with thoughts, so I can't even talk to them. We're clearly speaking the same language. Is she ignoring me on purpose? Or is the relationship between humans and elves really this bad? In that instant, Kettle quickly ran through his own tricks. Well, no other choice left. His eyes changed. One lesson I learned from the frozen plains, if they won't listen, just hit them until they have to. Marcelia's bow appeared, and a fierce beast charged straight at him. Kettle threw a punch to counter. The punch shot forward, his strength carrying far and wide, leaving her in utter shock. To his surprise, Kettle suddenly regretted hitting so hard. Because of that, Marcelia collapsed to the ground. Kettle scratched his face, his eyes shifting. Maybe I should have held back a little. She stared wide-eyed in fear. A sense of frustration and discomfort washing over her. Just from a brief clash, I can tell this opponent is insanely strong, at least transcendent level. Why would someone like that appear here? Marcelia's exhaustion was now evident. Everyone, leave this place immediately. The crowd panicked, hesitating slightly. Your Highness. Irritated, she shouted, go now, all of you run. The villagers obediently complied. Yes, they all fled in a hurry. Marcelia's rage boiled to its peak. Human, I acknowledge your power, but you will never achieve your goal. Kettle was frustrated. No one would let him explain. No, I just wanted to talk. How did everything get so messy? She then began chanting some sort of spell. You, who hold the essence of primal purity. You who burn away the deepest night, reveal yourself, horned being who embraces the purest flame. Her fierce gaze ignited. Magic began to flow visibly from her hands, and a cow appeared. Anyone else might have been terrified, but Kettle was downright excited. Summoned beasts from the frozen plains were usually bizarre and grotesque. Kettle recalled the creatures he'd often seen. Some vaguely resembled mythical beasts, but most were just plain disgusting. Compared to those, this one, a dairy cow with blazing horns, was almost adorable in his eyes. His eyes lit up like he'd just found treasure. Now this is a truly mystical elemental spirit. Marcelia commanded her creature, Piego, destroy the enemy before you. To everyone's surprise, the creature sighed. Hey, summoning by contract is always a hassle, nothing but trouble. She snapped, shut your mouth. Looking at Piego, she thought, the stronger and older an elemental spirit is, the more arrogant it becomes. Normally, she couldn't summon at this level. But with the aid of another race, she'd barely formed the contract, never expecting to have to call on it in this situation. Fulfill the contract, Piego. Marcelia frowned, her face etched with worry and severity. The condition is to kill the human in front of you. Piego hesitated, sizing up his formidable opponent. This one. A mighty blazing bull appeared. Kettle stared at it with sparkling admiration. Amazing, a properly summoned spirit beast. This is what a fantasy world should feel like. Marcelia's words froze him in place. A human has trespassed into our home. Piego's expression darkened. A lowly human dares covet the race of nature. I've decided. I'll burn you until there's not even dust left. Kettle stood stunned by the unfolding situation. Piego's eyes flashed as he drew on his power, the mana flow around him shifting. His hind legs dug into the ground, tail lashing. Piego charged at Kettle with overwhelming force. Kettle blinked at the blazing bull barreling toward him. A massive impact exploded, rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Even from a distance, Marsilia was caught in the shockwave and quickly shielded herself. She stared at the battlefield, eyes wide in amazement. Through the haze, an arm reached out and grabbed Piego's horn. As the smoke cleared, Piego could hardly believe what he was seeing. Kettle smirked. Honestly, having a beast to fight is even better. He gripped its horn tightly, pulling his other hand back into a fist. I've got no problem smashing it to death barehanded. Kettle unleashed a heaven-splitting punch straight at Piego's head. A burst of energy flared, sending out a massive shockwave. The tremor ripped through the forest like an angry earthquake. The blast was so strong it shook an entire continent. At the heart of the battle, explosion after explosion roared. Even Marsilia felt the pressure from the aftershocks. Kettle kept swinging his fists relentlessly at the enemy. After a while, when the fight finally stopped, Marsilia couldn't help but drop to her knees with a relieved gasp. What? She stared at the devastated scene and the man standing in the middle. Impossible. Marsilia was speechless as the man walked toward her. She bowed her head in fear. Please. Her words made Kettle freeze. Spare my people. Kettle looked down at the trembling figure kneeling before him. I'm not your enemy, elf. Marsilia was stunned by his words, her suspicious eyes lifting. What? Kettle explained everything, leaving Marsilia in shock. After a long debate, we finally agreed on one thing, that he truly wasn't the enemy. Marsilia lowered her head in apology. Sorry, human, we were too quick to judge. She thought back to his expression earlier, mistaking the one who saved her tribe's child for a kidnapper, and realized it had been terribly rude. Kettle crossed his arms with a helpless smile. It's fine, I get it. You said humans have been hunting you, right? Still, it's a little sad you never even tried to hear me out. Marsilia still wasn't fully convinced. You're really not one of those chasing us. Kettle calmly replied, this is my first time meeting an elf. There are no elves in the white snowfields. Marsilia's eyes widened. What, the white snowfields? Her words caught him off guard too. That savage name for the snowfields is what outsiders gave me. Marsilia's suspicion lingered. No way, we thought no human could survive in that place. Suddenly, she looked worried. If you could leave the white snowfields, could other things also get out? Kettle shrugged. Who knows, but I doubt it. Not everyone can just stroll out like I did. He thought of the giant serpent. And that strange mission board, the white snowfields had their own rules, and even a beast as strong as the serpent couldn't break them. For some reason, he'd been given an exit through something called a mission. Kettle's eyes grew thoughtful. I'm probably an extremely rare exception. Marsilia sighed in relief. Then that's good. Kento chimed in. Oh, by the way, is your spirit beast okay? He scratched his cheek awkwardly. That firebolt, I sliced it in half. Marsilia stood and reassured him. Don't worry, spirit beasts are creatures of nature. When defeated, they just return to the spirit realm. Spirit beasts, huh? She looked at him seriously. Sorry for the trouble I caused. If there's anything you want, as long as it's within my power, I'll grant it. Kettle was still thinking about her words. Spirit beasts. Then he asked her, so if someone isn't an elf, could they still form a contract with a spirit beast? Marsilia seemed unsure. That's nearly impossible, I think. She continued analyzing. Of course, if a human has a deep bond with nature, they might form a contract with a spirit beast, but the chances are still painfully low. Marsilia fell silent at his sharp words. She offered a suggestion. If you truly want a spirit beast contract, try going to Elfo Sagrado. Elfo Sagrado, Marsilia pictured a lush, vibrant land. It was where the gods of the elves resided, the most sacred, holy ground of her people. In that place, you might actually have a chance. Kettle cheerfully pointed to himself. A guy like me, a human, can just stroll in there. Marsilia clarified, normally no, but with my introduction, yes, I'll give you a map, keep it to yourself. As she thought of that land, Marsilia summoned a ball of fire. The elf holy land, Elfo Sagrado, was the dream destination of every elf scholar. She thought of savage warriors, but for elves, letting humans near that place was extremely dangerous. To protect a land more precious than life itself, elves had never revealed its location to outsiders. A red crystal appeared in Marsilia's hand. Even so, I still want to trust you. She handed it to Kettle. Take this. He accepted the crystal. I accept, thank you. Marsilia thought of a guardian god. Of course, even if you get there, our god will surely test you. She smiled at him, but for you, I doubt that's a problem. I wish you luck. Thanks. Marsilia happily introduced herself. I am the queen of the Leaf tribe, the ones who turn brown when autumn comes. Marsilia Hassian Karuja. And your name? Kettle smiled back. I am Kettle, the savage of the white snowfields. A powerful footstep smashed the ground beneath it. Kettle gathered his energy and launched himself forward. He landed, then leapt again. The sound echoed loudly through the trees. Kettle kept leaping nonstop through the forest. At the Barkin border in the kingdom of Jehent, a panicked guard shouted, "What is that? What's going on? I don't know, but something's coming." The captain of the Barkin guards tensed up. "Sound the bell, gather all guards immediately." Explosions kept erupting closer and closer to the city. Familiar boots appeared in the dusty haze. As the dust cleared, a figure emerged. The guards couldn't contain their fear and trembled. "You." Kettle gave them a friendly smile. "You guys are the guards, pleasure to meet you." The atmosphere among them turned quiet. The guards' faces were tense, bodies trembling. That loud noise earlier, was it this guy? He looked at Kettle, who was just standing there cluelessly, ash-gray hair swaying. The captain of the Barkin guards couldn't hide his fear, his gaze flicking to the scar on his chest. No way. He thought of a man standing tall in the snow, the Grey Dog Savage. Kettle stepped closer to the group. The guards raised their weapons warily. "Stay right there, one more step and we'll attack." Kettle calmly explained, "I'd really appreciate it if you could relax. I'm not your enemy." The captain of the Barkin guards demanded, "Then what do you want from us?" Slowly, Kettle raised his finger. Without saying a word, he simply pointed in a direction. The captain of the Barkin guards flinched and looked. He couldn't hide his surprise. "The fortress." Kettle replied seriously, still looking a bit clueless. "I want to enter your territory." The guard stared at him blankly. After a moment, a voice rang out from inside the room. "So entering the territory, you mean just passing through?" Kettle stroked his chin in thought. "If possible, I'd like to stay for a while, not sure how long." The captain pressed. "So you do plan to stay for a while. Your name?" "I'm Kettle." The captain continued the interrogation. "Do you have a guarantor or any identification papers?" "Nope, nothing like that." His expression suddenly shifted. He thought of Milena, smiling as she handed him an item. "Thank you, Kettle. If you ever leave, please deliver this token in case you want to find House Akasha." Kettle gripped the token inside his pocket. He placed the item on the table. "How about using this as proof of identity?" The captain of the Barkin guards looked a bit surprised. "What's that?" Kettle crossed his arms. "The crest of House Akasha. I got it from someone of their bloodline." The captain inspected it. "House Akasha, merchants from the kingdom of Danian, right?" The captain held the token in his hand. "They visited the white snowfields a few years ago." Kettle looked surprised. "You know them?" The captain didn't hide it. "Lately, that house has been rising fast. Ever since the new head took over a few years back, they've expanded rapidly." Kettle asked, "So, can I use this as ID?" The captain looked troubled. "It doesn't seem fake, but it's still hard to verify, and it doesn't belong to this kingdom. This is the kingdom of Jehent." The captain set the token back on the table. "Even if we can't verify it, it's still useful." "Fine, you can enter, but on one condition." Kettle blinked. "Condition?" The captain looked at him seriously. "We need verification. We have to make sure you're not dangerous." Kettle's voice carried a hint of suspicion. "A party," the captain explained. "Right now, there are 3 others also requesting entry. The condition is that you join them in clearing out a dungeon near the territory." Kettle stroked his chin. "Forming a party as a condition, that's easier than I expected." Kettle grinned cheerfully. "All right, I accept, but there's one more condition." The captain looked him in the eye. "After clearing the dungeon, I want all of you to report every single detail of what happened inside." Kettle smirked knowingly. "I get it. Seems like you're not entirely sure who they are either, so you're making us watch each other and filter out the suspicious ones. Clever plan, actually, pretty smart." The captain stared at him in surprise. "Is that so? Are you really a barbarian?" Kettle nodded. "Indeed, I'm a barbarian." The captain felt a shiver inside. "I always thought barbarians were brainless brutes. You're the first one making me reconsider." The captain stood up. "All right, enough talk, let's go." A mustached man sighed. "Law or not, going into a dungeon with a bunch of pickpockets is like crawling with sewer rats." The man introduced himself as Paladin Alessandro Tll Ranu, looking thoroughly annoyed. "What a nuisance." The thief Kassan Hark also seemed displeased. "What's your problem? Old man, you mad because you lost all your money to a thief?" Alessandro fumed. "You little brat, how dare you insult a paladin?" Kassan sneered. "Paladin, my foot. Since when do paladins wear armor like that? If you were a real paladin, you wouldn't even show your face here. You're just a self-proclaimed wandering paladin, aren't you?" His words made the old man flinch. "You're just a drifter like me." Alessandro gripped his sword as Kassan kept taunting him. "Tyrannus, where the hell did you even hear my name?" The old man snapped and drew his sword. "You bastard." Kassan casually twirled the dagger in his hand. "Wanna try me? You think that pile of rusty scrap can block my strikes?" The blade of Kassan's dagger began to drip with some strange green liquid. Alessandro tightened his grip on his sword. Metal clashed, sending out bright platinum sparks. A voice rang out, "I would greatly appreciate it if you two stopped right now." A priestess appeared, sighing at the two men who were about to fight. Priest Hayes of Kalosha sat in the corner, sighing, "Do I really have to clear a dungeon with this lot? Is this even safe?" She tried to analyze the situation. The dungeon requires at least 4 people, so there's still one more to come. Hayes grew worried about the current situation. A sudden sound startled her. The captain pushed the door open. "The last member is here." Cassin perked up. "I hope this time it's a truly normal person. See for yourself." A foot wrapped carefully in beast hide stepped in. Kettle entered the room with overwhelming presence. The people inside reacted with shock at the sight of him. Kettle smiled. "So it's you lot, the ones teaming up with me." Alessandro thought to himself, he's huge. Hayes couldn't hide her astonishment. Is that really a human? Even Cassin looked uneasy. What is this pressure? Kettle cheerfully waved. "Nice to meet you." The captain instructed the group, "All right, introduce yourselves. I'll be right back." Kettle looked at them. "Let's start then. I'm Kettle, a barbarian." He turned to Cassin. "And you?" "I'm Cassin Hark, a thief, huh?" Alessandro cleared his throat, cutting in. "I'm a paladin, Alessandro Tyrannus." "A paladin, can you use holy magic?" He looked awkward. "Normally yes, but I'm a special case. Actually I can't." Kettle blinked. "I see." Hayes spoke up. "I serve the god of deceit and fabrication. I'm Hayes, priestess of Kalosha." "A priestess, huh? Nice to meet you." Kettle was slightly surprised. "Even as a priestess, your background isn't exactly pure." Hayes looked embarrassed. "The god I serve is Kalosha, the god of tricks and illusions. Not exactly a good reputation." "I see." The captain came back, and while they were chatting, he spoke. "If you're ready, let's go." Kettle and Alessandro kept a neutral expression. Hayes and Cassin, on the other hand, looked slightly uneasy. A while later, the captain said to the group, "We've arrived." Kettle was a bit surprised by the surroundings. The captain stood before a cave and introduced it to the group. "This is the dungeon entrance." He explained the dungeon as the group reacted differently. 3 floors will be facing undead monsters. Kettle smiled confidently at the captain's words. "Clear the dungeon and bring back the badge." "Got it." Kettle started the discussion. "Now let's get to planning. Can you explain?" Thief Cassin Hark broke into a nervous sweat. Sir Kettle," Kettle replied warmly. "No need for formalities. We're teammates, right?" The thief scratched his head, forcing an awkward laugh. He straightened up with a serious look. In that case." He seriously laid out the plan for each person. Kettle and the knight would charge forward, forming the front line. "I'll handle detecting traps. The priestess will stay behind and use support magic during the fight. What do you all think?" Hearing that, Kettle's eyes lit up with excitement. "Ah, got it," making Cassin Hark smile awkwardly. The 4 of them lined up into an energetic, intimidating formation. "All right, let's move." Scene shifts to night, 4 anxious and alert faces still on their way. They were close to the battlefield, but the darkness was overwhelming. Hark muttered in fear, "Damn, can't see a thing." Cassin Hark was sweating bullets, uneasy that there were no guards or traps, just an eerie calm. Suddenly, the thief's sharp eyes caught something strange. He walked over to Kettle, glanced sideways, patted his shoulder, and said, "Wait, stop, monster ahead." Kettle blinked. "I don't see anything." But Cassin Hark pointed to the bones scattered on the ground. "See those fragments? They're bone soldiers. One more step and they'll rise to attack." Cassin's sharp gaze turned cold. As expected, that scummy guard captain knew all along this dungeon wasn't training, it was a trap to wipe out outsiders. Kettle thought for a moment. "Bone soldiers, huh, got it." Cassin Hark continued to explain, "Bone soldiers aren't easy prey. Even if you damage or cut off their limbs, they still move like it's nothing. Plus, with bodies made of pure bone, their defense is ridiculously tough. This dungeon's difficulty is way beyond what I planned for." Cassin Hark arrogantly assigned tasks. "Hey priestess, prep your spells. Old man, make sure your shield's ready. Kettle, you two, be prepared. I'll focus on finding openings in battle. Even if we smash their bodies, they'll keep moving, so aim for the neck. And since they're so tough, hit the same spot repeatedly to bring them down." Kettle praised, "Excellent leader, I'm all set." Then Cassin Hark stepped forward, toward the bone soldiers on the ground and said. Kettle's eyes widened at the sight of the skeletal foes. The bone soldiers began rising, ready to fight. Alessandro had his shield firmly in place. Hayes stood with hands clasped, chanting a spell. Cassin Hark was also in position, fully focused for this tense battle. The fight had begun. Kettle swung his arm and delivered a punch that shattered the bone soldier in a single beat. The speed and ease with which Kettle destroyed the bone soldier shocked even himself, and left everyone else around stunned. Kettle beamed happily. "Oh, Cassin, you were right. Just smash the head and they stop moving." Cassin forced an awkward smile, utterly shocked by Kettle's insane skill. Yet inside he thought, "That's not what I meant." Bone soldiers are creatures made entirely of bone, and their bones are as hard as steel, nearly impossible to break. Even an experienced swordsman without aura would almost never cut through them in a single strike. Not to mention, these were strengthened by dungeon magic. The only way to kill them is to focus on the neck. Like chopping down a great tree, you have to break their vertebrae. Blowing their heads clean off and grinding them to dust like that is unthinkable. Cold sweat streamed down Cassin's face, his eyes tense. Deep inside, he pondered over Kettle. From the start, I knew he was strong, but is he even human? The three others in the party were still frozen in disbelief after what they thought would be a grueling fight. Instead, it ended with a single punch from Kettle. Kettle straightened up and said cheerfully, "That's right, let's move on." Hayes rushed forward, shouting, "Yes." Seeing this, Kettle was puzzled. "No need to hurry like that." Cassin quickly responded, "Yes." Alessandro and Hayes whimpered in fear. "I don't want to lose my life here." After a few steps, Kettle stopped, noticing something strange. At his feet was the head of a bone soldier. The people behind called out to Kettle in confusion, but he just stood frozen. The scene ahead was filled with bone soldiers scattered all over the ground. Hayes gasped, "Bone soldiers." Cassin also realized the strange situation. This time it was for real, they were charging in. Suddenly, Kettle called out, "Can I ask you guys for a favor?" The other three looked confused and asked back, "What?" Kettle, cold and arrogant, said, "Let me handle these annoying bags of bones alone. I want to test something." Hearing that, Cassin lit up like a fish finding water. "Ah, yes, whatever you want." Hayes looked like she'd struck gold. "I agree too." Kettle's eyes suddenly glowed with a purple hue and a mysterious smile curled on his lips. "Thanks a lot." The battle began. The bone soldiers, weapons in hand, were already getting to their feet. The other three silently wondered, what is he planning? Kettle looked relaxed and confident. He mused, what's this structure like? Pretty strange. The bone soldier began to cast a skill. It swung its weapon at Kettle, but he stopped the sword effortlessly with just 2 fingers. Now Kettle brought those 2 fingers in front of his face, closed them together, and with his eyes blazing purple light, began casting a spell. "So, what are you going to do now?" Around the bone soldier radiated a strange emerald green glow. It raised its sword, ready to fight. A golden flash burst across the wooden shaft. The battle raged as the bone soldier slashed at Kettle. However, Kettle tilted his head and dodged with laughable ease. He grabbed the bone soldier's hand and smiled smugly. Suddenly, the bone soldier's hand, sword and all, dropped to the ground. Kettle stared intently at the lingering light on his own hand. The bone soldier, now missing one hand, looked confused. Its eyes flared with emerald light, burning with fury. It used a skill to recall its sword into its other hand, ready to fight again. Kettle chuckled, "Haha, so you know how to switch hands too." The bone soldier charged at Kettle in anger. Suddenly, Kettle grabbed its remaining hand and snapped it as well. A strange light appeared beneath the bone soldier's feet. Once again, it attacked Kettle, even more ferociously. But Kettle caught it with ease, still grinning, amused by its fighting style. Kettle even praised it. "You can even switch positions mid-fight, your brain's not half bad, huh?" Looking over at Kettle's 3 teammates, Hayes was trembling in worry, cold sweat pouring down her face. Cassin and Alessandro were also sweating buckets, shocked by the battle unfolding before them. Watching Kettle gripping the bone soldier's head, his whole body wrapped in an intense purple light, Cassin couldn't help but blurt out, "This guy's a complete maniac." Kettle smiled and waved. Cassin Hark instantly froze, trembling all over. In a flash, his skull fell to the ground. Kettle stood above, glancing down at it with pure disdain. He placed his foot on the skull and said coldly, "So you can still move with just a head, huh?" The skull shattered to pieces. He chuckled, "Interesting." After a moment, Kettle brushed off his hands, smiled at everyone, and said, "Did I keep you waiting? My apologies for making you wait." Hearing that, Cassin Hark immediately replied loudly, "No, do whatever you want." Kettle replied softly, "Thanks." Kettle began walking forward. He smiled and said, "All right then, let's keep going." All 3, Cassin Hark, Hayes, and Alessandro, responded immediately and loudly, "Yes." After walking for a while, Kettle stopped. He lowered his gaze and Cassin Hark said, "This is." A staircase appeared before them. Cassin Hark continued, "The 2nd floor." Kettle's group quietly descended. Alessandro and Hayes looked cautiously around. After a moment, Cassin Hark pulled down his face covering and exhaled deeply. He said softly, how about we take a break?" Kettle turned to look at everyone. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he said, "You've got a point. Resting for a bit sounds good." Cassin Hark immediately knelt, bowing his head to the ground and loudly saying, "Thank you." Kettle crossed his arms and closed his eyes to rest. The other 3 also sat on the ground, the air a little awkward. Kettle spoke up, "I have a few questions about this dungeon." Hayes looked at him and asked back, "What?" Alessandro also opened his eyes to look at him. Kettle smiled gently, "Honestly, I don't know much at all." Hearing that, Hayes panicked, realizing she might have insulted him, and stammered, "No, curiosity is a good thing. I don't know much either," to which he simply replied, "Thanks." Hayes widened her eyes at him, curious. So, what exactly are you wondering about? Kettle recalled the cheerful townsfolk walking down the streets and said, this dungeon is quite close to the territory. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, so, does that mean there's no problem with the dungeon and the monsters? Hearing that, Hayes looked at him and explained the basics. Monsters in a dungeon can't spill outside. Of course, there are exceptions, but those cases have always been handled beforehand. Cassin Hark stroked his chin and gave a light cough. Recalling the scenes in the dungeon, Cassin Hark said, a dungeon is a natural phenomenon, sometimes a cave, sometimes a tower. They usually appear near populated areas. Kettle seemed to realize something and said softly, so that's why there's a dungeon here. Hayes looked at him and said, when a dungeon appears, the territory will assess the danger level, then outsiders like us, mercenaries or guards, will take care of it. Kettle smirked as if he just heard something interesting. He grinned and asked, so you're saying there aren't any dungeons inside the territory? Hayes shook her head. No, dungeons only appear a certain distance away from residential areas. Kettle nodded. I see. His face suddenly lit up and he cheerfully said, if it's a dungeon, there must be rewards after clearing it, right? Kettle imagined gold and jewels in his head and said, that's right, on the last floor there'll be a boss. If you defeat it, you get various rewards. For a dungeon like this, the loot's definitely not bad. Kettle smirked. Sounds just like a game. Hayes tilted her head. What's a game? Kettle replied, just talking to myself. He looked at her and said, I have one more question. Hayes hesitated. Sure, go ahead. He asked in a low voice, who created this dungeon? Hayes froze, question marks practically floating over her head. She exclaimed, what? She looked at him with suspicion and said, dungeons form naturally, no one creates them. Kettle imagined a giant hand controlling the townspeople. He voiced his thought, that's hard to believe. First, they always appear near inhabited areas, like someone deliberately placing them for us to explore. In his mind appeared the image of a snake coiled tightly around an apple, and he thought, they pop up near crowds and lure people with tempting rewards. Kettle crossed his arms and said coldly, that feels more like a man-made setup than a natural phenomenon. Hearing that, Hayes was startled. You know, that does make sense. She rested her chin on her hand, thinking, I've never looked at it that way, always thought it was just normal. Cassin Hark lowered his head and thought, honestly, I've never thought deeply about that. No, not even once. Because it's an obvious rule, an undeniable truth. Could this barbarian really dare to doubt such a clear fact? He began sweating slightly as he pondered. Barbarians had always been known as a foolish and savage race. Cassin Hark recalled the image of Kettle in the snowstorm, standing atop a corpse with terrifying presence. He thought, cold-blooded and heartless, this truth has never changed. The image of Kettle's dangerous, glowing eyes in the snow flashed in his mind. Cassin Hark wondered, if what I know is true, is this barbarian really just an ordinary one? Suddenly, a voice cut through Cassin Hark's thoughts. Kettle chuckled and said, this is quite interesting. He stood up with a bright smile. Is everyone done resting? The group was startled, quickly standing up and replying in unison, ah, yes. Kettle turned, waved his hand with a smile and said, then let's keep going. Cassin Hark immediately responded, yes. A while later, Kettle's group moved forward, each of them cautiously scanning their surroundings. Kettle walked ahead calmly, ignoring the worries of those behind him. Suddenly, he noticed something and stared intently. A golden-locked treasure chest appeared before him. Kettle curiously said, what's this? Cassin Hark looked at the chest and said, that's a treasure chest, one of the maze's rewards. If you open it, the treasure's yours. In his mind, Cassin Hark imagined people opening a chest full of gold. He thought, easy to say, but to open a high-grade chest like this, you need a skilled thief, at least proficient in lockpicking. He crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and thought, but if someone reached that level, they wouldn't need to risk their neck in this dungeon. Unfortunately, we'll probably have to leave this chest behind. Suddenly, a voice snapped him out of it. Kettle looked at him and said, Cassin, open it. Cassin was utterly baffled, thinking, what the heck? Kettle looked at the chest and said, that's a treasure chest. Then he looked at Cassin Hark and said, and you're a thief, right? This is your job. Cassin Hark's face went pale as he stammered, ah, yes, but... Kettle's face lit up with delight. Isn't a treasure chest a thief's specialty? That's why I told you to try it. I want to see a thief's skill firsthand. Cassin Hark frowned in discomfort and thought, oh great, that's not wrong, but there's a problem. On the outside, Cassin Hark smiled, but inside he was helplessly putting his hands on his head, thinking, if I could do it, I wouldn't even be here. His mouth fell open in shock, his whole body frozen as he thought, a lousy thief who wasn't even recognized by the guild. Where on earth would I get lockpicking skills? He worried to himself, but I can't tell them the truth. Cassin Hark looked at Kettle, who was staring at him with eyes full of hope, and thought, that hopeful gaze, if I try and fail, it'll instantly turn into disappointment. He imagined Kettle's cold, pressuring gaze as he said, you call yourself a thief and can't do this. Useless. He remembered the scene of Kettle stepping on a skull and felt a wave of fear. Inside, he screamed in despair, but on the outside, he scratched his head and smiled. Ha ha, all right, I'll give it a try. A moment later, Kettle looked at Cassin Hark working on the chest with admiration and said, oh, you're using that kind of tool to pick the lock. Nice. Cassin Hark felt immense pressure, thinking, he's staring at me from behind. If I fail, I'm dead. Nervously, he recalled watching a thief pick a chest lock before. Remember the techniques I saw when I followed him as a porter. Cassin Hark examined the lock. He felt the heavy pressure from behind and thought, remembering made his whole body heat up as sweat poured down. He tensed up, thinking, bet your life on this. Thief Cassin, this is your soul screaming. Suddenly, the thief Cassin's eyes went wide, looking utterly shocked and astonished. He began trembling. Kettle saw this and was extremely curious. Turns out, he had used his own natural talent to open the treasure chest. Overjoyed, moved to tears, he exclaimed, hey, it's open. Hayes, seeing this, was genuinely happy and excited. Oh really? I heard only top-notch thieves can open a treasure chest like this, and here we see one in action. Amazing. Kettle was pleasantly surprised, giving a thumbs up in praise. Really, nice job, Cassin. Hearing the compliments, Thief Cassin's expression wasn't happy at all. He blankly thought, I wasn't supposed to be able to open this. How did this happen? Just looking at it made it open. This skill is insane. Cassin had always been proud of his survival skills, but now, for the first time, he questioned the meaning of his life. Still dazed and standing still, he wondered, did I really try my best? And just like that, Cassin lost his pride. Kettle then walked over to the treasure chest, looked inside, and asked curiously, so, how much is all this treasure worth? Hayes came over to look and said, with this amount, a family could live luxuriously for a whole month. Cassin was still lost in his own existential doubts. Kettle heard this, smiled, and replied, I see, so that's how it is, got it. Then he turned to the thief Cassin and said, Cassin, you handle dividing the loot. The thief Cassin was snapped back to reality by Kettle's voice, fearfully shouting, yes. At that moment, the thief Cassin walked up to the chest and gently lifted a trophy. He stared blankly at the trophy's glitter, unconsciously gazing at it for a long while. Suddenly, someone called his name in an eerie tone. Cassin, Cassin. Startled, Cassin screamed loudly, ah. Turns out it was just Kettle calling him. Kettle said, need any help? Cassin, already scared half to death, was panting hard. Seeing this, Kettle asked, are you injured or something? The thief Cassin, flustered as if caught red-handed, shouted, no, I didn't do anything. The three people present were all extremely puzzled. A moment later, after the group took all the items from the treasure chest, they left. While walking, Kettle suddenly spotted something ahead, stopped and said, wait, it's a bone soldier. Ahead lay a pile of bones firmly planted into the ground. Kettle's group stopped to look. Kettle counted the skulls and exclaimed, by the looks of it, there are 4 of them. I'll handle 3. The 3 behind him were startled upon hearing this. Kettle smiled in a creepy way at the pile of bones and said, the last one's all yours. The thief Cassin replied, got it, but thought to himself, this is a real fight, gonna be tough. Hayes and Alessandro also nodded. Yes. Immediately, Kettle quickly advanced forward. Suddenly, the pile of bones on the ground flashed with a blue light. Seeing this, the thief Cassin broke into a cold sweat, thinking, no matter how many times I see it, bones assembling themselves is still creepy as hell. Then, as if possessed by a soul, the bones slowly pieced themselves together and stood up. The group recoiled in fear, except Kettle, who bravely stood his ground. Then the 4 bone soldiers charged toward the group. Kettle commanded everyone go. Immediately Alessandro, Hayes, and Cassin raised their hands and began chanting the holy light spell. A golden light appeared, enveloping the 3 of them. Let's go. At that moment, the thief Cassin bravely rushed forward. He threw a punch straight at one of the bone soldiers. The remaining 3 bone soldiers roared in anger, about to charge in. But suddenly, all 3 had their necks clamped tight by a pair of arms, leaving them shocked and stunned. Using his muscular arms, Kettle easily restrained the 3 bone soldiers. Seeing the thief Cassin being so brave, he chuckled, rare sight, don't ruin it, I'll handle these guys. Meanwhile, the last bone soldier was swinging its sword with all its might at Alessandro. Alessandro swiftly raised his shield, blocking the strike. His eyes became more determined than ever. At that moment, the thief Cassin suddenly leaped into the air. He intended to seize the chance and strike the bone soldier from behind. Raising his sword high, he was spotted by the bone soldier, which glanced back, sensing danger. But Cassin's speed was too fast. Before it could react, the bone soldier was cut down and collapsed. Only now did Hayes take action, her eyes lighting up brightly. She extended her hand and loudly invoked the skill Cloak of Darkness. Instantly, Alessandro seemed to gain a surge of strength and dashed forward at blinding speed. Alessandro delivered a sudden slash to the bone soldier. The bone soldier fell to the ground. Its neck bones had begun to crack. However, it did not die and instead roared furiously. Kettle, watching his teammates in action, smiled happily. Ha ha. Holding 2 large rocks in his hands, he cheerfully said, "Didn't expect to witness such a perfectly coordinated team." Kettle smiled creepily and added, "Truly a rare sight to behold." Then Kettle suddenly crushed the large rock in his hand into dust with ease. Kettle smiled and said, "Now that the trouble's handled, it's time to enjoy ourselves." As soon as he finished, Cassin quickly swung a slash toward the remaining bone soldiers. Moments later, Cassin, Hayes, and Alessandro had cornered one bone soldier, all seemingly sharing the same thought. The thief, Cassin thought, no more doubts now. Hayes broke into cold sweat thinking that Barbarian. Alessandro thought, is challenging us. The bone soldier widened its eyes and looked at the 3 of them with a guilty expression. It sat silently in a corner, looking utterly pitiful. All 3, Hayes, Cassin, and Alessandro, had their eyes blazing as they glared at the clueless bone soldier, thinking, if we expose a weakness, we're doomed. Then came a relentless storm of slashes, all raining down on that poor, unfortunate skeleton. After a while, the bone soldier's head finally fell to the ground. Alessandro, exhausted, planted his sword in the ground and slumped down. Not just Alessandro, but Cassin and Hayes also looked utterly drained after killing that one bone soldier. All 3 of them were exhausted. Only Kettle remained perfectly fine, having single-handedly taken down 3 bone soldiers. Crossing his arms, he pondered about the past and reflected, no doubt about it now, the people of the snowy ice plains aren't so bad after all. Kettle thought the monsters on the 3rd floor are also bone soldiers, and their numbers have increased. But thanks to Kettle's leadership, they passed through with ease. And finally, Hayes and Alessandro were now looking nervously at Kettle, who was lost in thought. Cassin too was anxiously watching Kettle. By then, the group had reached the deepest chamber at the dungeon's center, where a bone knight sat waiting. He was sitting motionless on the throne. Hayes' eyes widened in shock, trembling as she exclaimed, "A bone knight? What in the world is something like this doing here?" Kettle, still not fully understanding, asked curiously, "It's different from the others." Hayes replied, "Exactly, it's extremely strong." Her expression was filled with fear as she thought, a bone knight can swing a greatsword with ease and terrifying power. If you're not at a knight's level, you don't stand a chance. This is not a monster we can handle. Kettle then asked, "If we just don't fight it and go back, what happens?" Hayes answered hesitantly, "There'll be an investigation by the guild. If they find our reason valid, we won't be in trouble." Hearing that, Kettle suddenly smiled, then confidently strode forward with a bold grin and replied, "Makes sense." The group, startled, shouted, "Kettle." The bone knight stood tall, radiating immense power, smiling dangerously as he locked eyes on his opponent. Yet Kettle showed not even a flicker of fear. A skull that can keep its form while fighting, now that's interesting. Instantly, the bone knight assumed a combat stance, causing Hayes' face to freeze in shock, and she swiftly conjured a barrier. This is too dangerous. 2 powerful streams of magic clashed, but Hayes was clearly at a disadvantage, and her barrier shattered within moments. Luckily, Alessandro stepped in with his shield just in time, only to collapse to the ground right after. The move made Kettle glance over in mild admiration, while Alessandro was equally shocked. A blow that strong. The bone knight's strike had truly stunned him. Way too powerful. And it wasn't over. The bone knight's eyes gleamed again. This time, his swing was even stronger than before. Yet Kettle remained completely calm. He stood facing the bone soldier as it drew closer. Unexpectedly, before the bone soldier could even act, Kettle punched it into oblivion. It vanished in the most surprising way. Cassin's jaw dropped in shock, and Alessandro and Hayes were equally stunned. Done and dusted, Kettle casually brushed his hands. And to top it off, he scoffed, "That's it." Then he turned to look at the others, when suddenly his eyes froze as if he'd spotted something. Next, he called Cassin's name. Caught off guard, Cassin blinked. Why, yes. A treasure chest was gleaming brightly, and Kettle wanted to know if he could open it. Cassin yelped, "No way, it's locked with high-grade magic. With my skills, I can't open it." Hearing that, Kettle feigned disappointment. "Oh, that's too bad." Cassin sighed along, "Yeah, what a pity, guess we'll leave it." Or so it seemed, until Kettle swung his arm and struck the chest himself. Cassin nearly had a heart attack, and in the end, the chest shattered into pieces. Hayes and Alessandro stared at him like he was some rare beast. But Kettle didn't care in the slightest. The loot looked amazing. "Cassin, you clean this up." He obeyed immediately. Cassin walked over step by step, still in disbelief. First time I've seen someone open a chest with pure brute force. But he wondered if he was just going to smash it. Why bother asking me to unlock it? After finishing the job, they all headed outside together. The sky was bright and sunny, with birds singing. Then something else caught Kettle's attention. The cave they had just entered suddenly erupted. Casson explained, after clearing a dungeon, it disappears, so I guess there's no secret room this time. Kettle raised a brow. Secret rooms exist here, and Casson confirmed, yeah, they're real, dangerous, but real. Hearing this, Kettle smirked excitedly. Sounds fun. His attitude left Casson puzzled. The guard captain, overhearing something, showed clear surprise. What, already done? At that moment outside the city, the guard captain asked about the dungeon's condition. Kettle replied playfully, it was fun in there. The captain sighed in relief, I see. Then he ordered, everyone follow me. Sitting in a room, Hayes gently reported, there's no major problem, sir. So the captain asked, then do you think that Barbarian can stay in our territory? Hayes softly objected, I think it should be fine. And the captain noticed something when it came to that Barbarian. She only spoke vaguely. He closed his eyes tensely. Conquering the dungeon wasn't the issue, it was the way it was done. The true goal was to find dangerous individuals. Casson added, he's not the kind of person who goes looking for trouble. Yet the captain knew clearly that although he was as strong as a beast, he didn't harm anyone. Very different from the usual Barbarian. Now Kettle spoke up, praising each person. Casson did great as a thief. He disarmed traps and tried to open the chest. Alessandro was an incredibly strong frontliner, and Hayes' prayers helped us a lot. Hearing this, the captain grew suspicious. Strange. Normally, when strangers are forced into a party to conquer a dungeon, they don't shower others with this much praise. In the end, he had to agree. All right, you're allowed in. But before that, he warned, even if you're permitted, if you cause trouble, you'll be expelled. Be careful. Kettle replied firmly, understood. Then he handed over a bag. Here's the dungeon reward, split it among yourselves. The captain knew that sometimes guards just took the loot for themselves. Kettle didn't overthink it and cheerfully accepted. Thanks a lot, the captain guessed. Maybe this time they wouldn't take any. Kettle suggested, let's split it evenly. His words left them frozen. Huh. Hayes quickly declined. Oh, no need. Even Alessandro didn't dare take it, me neither. But Kettle insisted we all work together, so the reward should be split evenly. No refusals. Hearing that, Casson spoke up, all right then. Which gave Kettle the perfect excuse. Then let's celebrate, see if there's a tavern nearby. The group didn't expect this. Huh, what now? In the end, they reluctantly agreed to celebrate. Fine. But in truth, they were crying inside. We just want to go home. While they were sulking, Kettle was overjoyed. The captain looked on, exasperated. A barbarian who could one-punch a bone knight as strong as a monster. His eyes turned probing. At the very least, that strength was on par with a knight. Definitely not a normal barbarian. And the captain could confirm this was a legendary barbarian, a true oddity. Then he solemnly assigned an order. I'll report to the Lord, you all guard the gates. The subordinates immediately acknowledged. By nightfall in the Grand Royal Palace, the firelight illuminated a solemn space. The emperor inside spoke in a deep voice, enter. The captain bowed and reported, I have a matter to report, sire. The Lord of Barkin in the kingdom of Jehent, Luke Barkin, responded, what is it? The captain immediately explained the situation, reporting that a barbarian had entered the territory. That night in the waiting hall outside the mansion, Luke's voice echoed in the room. You granted him permission already. The guard captain lowered his head. Yes, sir, but honestly, that's not really a problem. From the golden throne, Luke looked down in suspicion. Then what's the real problem? A bit tense, he reported, he's too strong, so strong it's becoming a problem in itself. Luke raised his head in curiosity. How strong are we talking? The room fell silent except for the guard captain's voice and Luke's surprise. I heard he took down a bone knight with just one punch. Luke's eyes widened in shock. A bone knight. His mind pictured the monster named Kettle, sword in hand, surrounded by ominous energy. A bone knight, the kind of monster you can't handle unless you've reached knight level. And he defeated it with one punch. Then Luke bowed his head again, sinking into thought about giant figures standing in a snowstorm. A barbarian. The kind that only relies on brute strength, with a simple mind and zero education. Luke hesitated, so he's basically at the top rank, right? The guard captain replied, most likely, sir. Luke wondered, and he might be even stronger. The guard captain's expression was tense. I can't say for sure, sir. Hearing this, Luke fell silent. A warrior of that caliber being a barbarian of a race that believes strength is everything, this could be a huge problem. For now, summon him to meet me. Below, the guard captain broke into a cold sweat, a bit worried. Are you sure you'll be all right, sir? Luke reasoned, just letting someone that strong roam the territory is already a risk. Meeting him in person to size him up will put me at ease. The guard captain tried to protest, but it could be dangerous, sir. The knight nearby stepped forward with a serious face. From his golden throne, Luke reminded, I have my own knight to protect me. Hearing that, the captain looked up in surprise. Then Luke turned to the knight. What do you think? He gripped the sword at his side. He's strong, sure, but he's just a dumb barbarian, a big lump of muscle without a shred of wit. Then he remembered his dignified master and declared, compared to my swordsmanship taught directly by the sword saint, he's not worthy. So, my lord, you have nothing to fear. Luke also gave a slight nod in agreement. Finally, he raised his voice and announced, summon that barbarian here. I'll have a face-to-face talk with him. Elsewhere, at a table loaded with food and beer, Kettle bit into a chunk of meat and chewed noisily. The three others at the table quietly watched him eat like a man starved for a week. Their faces paled as the room sank into awkward silence. He lifted his beer mug, took a big friendly gulp, set it down with a smile, and said, this dish is amazing. I also really like the peaceful atmosphere here. My treat today, everyone eat and drink freely. Hearing that, the group forced a stiff smile. Aha. Suddenly he turned, you're a holy knight, right? Alessandro was startled. Yes. Kettle's face was filled with curiosity. What type of holy power do you use? I didn't see you use it during the dungeon raid. Alessandro scratched his head awkwardly. I'm still training myself, so my holy power hasn't been activated yet. Kettle widened his eyes in pity. Oh, that's unfortunate. Alessandro cleared his throat awkwardly. Then Kettle turned to Hayes, who was sitting quietly beside him. You said the god you serve is named Kalosha, right? Is there a temple of that god nearby? She averted her eyes and explained awkwardly, no, I don't think so. He's not exactly a god many people worship. She recalled the cold demeanor of that god, surrounded by a snake Kalosha, the god of deceit and trickery, shunned and abandoned by most. Hayes clenched the hem of her dress. Lord Kettle, he replied. What is it? She pressed. How strong are you exactly? Hearing that, both Alessandro and Cassin turned to look at him in surprise. Meanwhile, he kept chewing his food, looking at them in confusion. Then Kettle stroked his chin, thinking back. In terms of rank, I'm not really sure. I only left the snow-ice plains recently, so I'm still wondering just how strong I am. That bone knight I defeated, how strong was it? Hearing this, Hayes widened her eyes and explained from her knowledge, at least rank 2 to handle it. And if it were rank 1, you could beat it just like you did. He concluded, then I'm probably rank 2. Suddenly, a man appeared before them, hands dripping with sweat. Sorry. The shop owner bowed nervously, body trembling. Our store is about to close, sir. Seeing this, Kettle simply smiled while the man grew even more terrified. My bad, let's go. The group stepped out of the shop. So, does anyone have any plans or schedules coming up? At his question, both Alessandro and Hayes shouted in unison, yes, we do. Following behind, Cassin also yelled urgently, yes, I'm super busy. He looked at them with a mix of awkwardness and regret. I see, that's a shame. Guess we part ways here, see you all another time. The three thought to themselves like a princess waving goodbye, only happier. No need to ever meet again. That night, Kettle lay on the bed with one leg propped up. Closing his eyes in comfort, he sighed, phew, so relaxing. First time lying on a bed since I came to this world. Earlier at the inn counter, the owner looked at him while drool nearly dripped into his cup. Kettle thought he was lucky to stay at an inn thanks to the dungeon reward and without running into too much trouble. Now, with sunlight streaming through the window, he sat cross-legged on the bed, humming happily. Compared to the snow-ice plains, this place is truly paradise. He recalled how back in the snow-ice plains, strange system screens floated before him. It took quite some time from waking up there to finally finding a civilized place like this. So, what should I do next? I want to explore more, experience more of this world. Kettle raised his palm, spread his fingers, and muttered that he wanted an adventurous journey, mentally marking the holy land of the elves as his destination. His eyes grew hazy as he pictured the magic tower and the grand capital of the kingdom. Then he drifted into sleep. The next morning, sunlight shone into the room through the window. He woke up groggily. Kettle sat up, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth as he heard a voice calling from outside the door. He stepped out to see who it was. Behind the door stood the captain of the Barcan guards, looking hesitant. Oh, did I wake you? My apologies. Kettle looked at him in confusion. Captain of the city guard, what's the matter? The captain of the guard cleared his throat, then formally informed him, the Lord wishes to meet you in person. Kettle muttered, oh, the Lord, huh? Then he imagined the wealth and grandeur of such a figure, the ruler of this entire land. Someone like that wants to meet me. His face was full of bewilderment. HMPH, of course, that's fine. Kettle told the captain, we can go right now. Let me get changed and I'll follow you. Meanwhile, the captain froze in place, mentally screaming, am I even at the right address? Why is he agreeing so easily? Then down in the bustling streets, among the market stalls with townsfolk coming and going, Kettle thought to himself how, when he first entered this territory, it was already dark, so he had only taken a quick glance. His eyes sparkled as he followed behind the captain, looking around. Seeing it in the daytime was truly breathtaking. He smiled, admiration written all over his face, giving the captain a thumbs up. If this is the kind of fantasy world it is, I'm always ready for the surprises. The captain's face went pale as if all the blood drained out. What's wrong with this guy? Then he furrowed his brows, screaming internally, there's not much time left, I have to get back as soon as possible. Right after an announcement rang out, my lord, I have brought the barbarian to meet you. Hearing this, Luke turned around and ordered, let him in. The grand hall doors opened quickly, and Kettle looked inside. Seeing Luke's hand extended in sincerity, a pleasure to meet you, barbarian. Luke stood before the window, one hand behind his back, the other extended politely. I am Luke Barkin, lord of this land. Kettle took his hand, an honor to meet you, the rightful lord of Barkin. Then he bowed his head and closed his eyes. I am Kettle, a barbarian. Luke's eyes widened at such a courteous handshake from him, his expression turning startled. Kettle's hand was still shaking Luke's, his other hand holding Luke's wrist as he bowed respectfully. Luke's mind was puzzled, a barbarian shaking hands. He could only think of the cold image he had imagined of Kettle, calming down a little. A barbarian likely had never shaken hands with anyone before. To them, strength was everything, no exceptions. HMPH, I guess I've lived long enough to witness scenes like this. He cleared his throat to regain composure. Looks like you've picked up some basic manners, sit down. Luke sat on his golden throne while Kettle took a seat across at the tea table. The room was both silent and luxurious. Kettle glanced around for a while. So this is what a lord's castle looks like. His eyes lit up. Despite being in a fantasy world, the castle looked exactly like something from the Middle Ages. In front of him stood the knight beside Luke, standing tall with one hand behind his hip. Is that the Lord's personal guard knight? His gaze was full of curiosity and awe, his hand clenching on the table in excitement like a child, staring intently. When I was little, I loved playing knight role-playing games, never thought I'd see a real knight in person. He looks so dignified, so majestic, just like I always dreamed. The knight also noticed Kettle's stare. The knight's face tightened in mild surprise. HMPH, killing intent. He gritted his teeth in anger. It was indeed unmistakable killing intent. To dare radiate such powerful, oppressive bloodlust right in front of the Lord, to him, Kettle felt like a predator pressing down with murderous force. The knight beside Luke grabbed the sword at his waist. Fool, you won't leave here with your life. Suddenly Luke spoke up, the reason I invited you here is simple. The knight froze mid-motion. Luke's expression was full of scrutiny. I just want to confirm a few things about you. He calmly crossed his arms, looking at Luke. It's up to you, so what exactly do you want to verify about me? Then Luke questioned, where did you come from? Kettle closed his eyes, recalling the snow-covered mountains. HMPH, so that's what you're curious about. I come from the coldest place on this continent, a land buried in endless snow. Hearing that, both men jolted in surprise. The eternal snowfield. Luke stared at him while Kettle kept his arms crossed, eyes closed in thought. He's truly the barbarian warrior from the legends, and now he's standing right before me. Luke looked down. What you're saying is hard to believe. Kettle sighed with his arms crossed. It's a harsh place, believe it or not, that's up to you. Luke's voice echoed in the hall. Then let me ask another question. His sharp eyes probed Kettle. Just how strong are you? Luke imagined him going wild, ruling the battlefield. Was his strength truly as terrifying as the rumors claimed? Kettle countered, wrong question. I don't even know what the strength standards here are, so I can't give you a clear answer. Luke replied, I see. Then Luke glanced at the knight beside him. The knight gave a small nod in silent agreement. Luke made a proposal. Then, would you like to spar with one of my knights? If you accept, I'll ensure you receive a worthy reward. Kettle blinked, a sparring match. Luke added, of course it won't be a fight to the death. I trust you can restrain your strength. Hearing that, Kettle grinned. Now you've got my interest. His enthusiastic chuckle startled everyone. A match with the Lord's knight. In his mind, Kettle pictured a storybook knight, not an ordinary one, but a knight of the fantasy realm. A knight with magic and an aura, a chance to witness his real combat skill. Kettle stroked his chin with a delighted smile. I'm really looking forward to this. Luke's hand clenched on the armrest as he looked at Kettle. Meanwhile, Kettle's aura was radiating killing intent. Luke thought, as expected, a barbarian is still a barbarian. No matter how polite or refined he acts, that wild, battle-hungry nature never fades. Kettle's excitement made the other two flinch in unison. At the arena above, Luke sat in the observation seat, while down below stood Luke's knight and Kettle. The knight stared intently at him, and Kettle returned the look with an eager smile. Luke reminded them, "Then let's begin. Hopefully no one ends up bleeding here." The bell rang out sharply. The knight beside Luke drew his sword and looked at him cautiously. "Consider it a privilege to witness my swordsmanship, Barbarian." Seeing that, Kettle simply smiled in return. "I'm really looking forward to this fight." The knight gritted his teeth in fury. How dare he be so relaxed when fighting me? The knight bent his knees, ready to lunge. "I'll show you." His eyes blazed with anger, sword aura swirling around him. The overwhelming gap in skill between us. Kettle remained calm, watching him charge. The knight roared inwardly, "Now let's see what you can do against me, Barbarian." Before Kettle's eyes, the sword's tip split into three under incredible speed. His eyes widened. The sudden triple strike made him uneasy. The sword split into three. He yelled internally, "What kind of illusion is this?" as three sword tips came at him. Kettle sidestepped them lightly, eyes still wide. "Nope, this isn't an illusion at all." The knight kept slashing wildly while Kettle dodged with ease. All three blades were real, so this was his sword technique. Then Kettle confirmed as he observed, "Exactly." The knight gritted his teeth smugly. "You'll have to struggle a lot to dodge my sword, HMPH. If you can hold out this long against me, that's already commendable." The strikes grew fiercer, but he thought, no need to drag this fight out. Suddenly, Kettle raised one hand. With a light flick, he shattered the sword into pieces. The knight's eyes went wide in disbelief. What is this?" Kettle placed his hand on the knight's chest, smashing both armor and weapon to bits. His grip crushed the armor out of shape. Then he hurled the knight backward. The poor knight hit the ground, completely unconscious. Above, Luke shouted in shock, "W what the hell?" The knight's arm hung limply toward the floor. His body slumped in a corner, a long skid mark trailing beneath him. Luke stared at the scene in fear and awe. Just one punch, and a rank 1 knight was down. What kind of monstrous strength was this? Meanwhile, Kettle turned away, then smiled and asked, "So that's the end of the match, right?" Up above, the lord looked like his soul had left his body. Springing to his feet in shock, he narrowed his eyes. "Yes." In his mind, Luke replayed the scene of Kettle casually throwing his knight aside, sinking into thought. A barbarian defeating a rank 1 knight with a single punch. That was the power of a monster. At the very least, he must be at the transcendent level. But that was only the bare minimum strength he'd shown. Who knew how deep his real power went? Luke's face darkened as he sat down. A barbarian with such might could shake the entire continent. Next, he thought about the hero and his dragon. If that's the case, I should inform that man, one of the rare few on this vast continent who bears the title of Holy Sword. Luke lowered his head, muttering, "It's time for him to show himself. I wonder if he'll be excited about meeting a barbarian like this." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Are you talking about me?" Luke flinched and looked up. The window was wide open, letting in the wind. Behind the curtain stood Cain, arms crossed, calm as ever. Seeing that, Luke sighed. He rolled his eyes. "Your taste is as strange as always." Cain clenched his fist playfully. "Ha, doesn't every man need a bit of entertainment?" Then he crossed his arms with a serious face. "So why don't you share that intriguing story with me? This is the Holy Sword, Cain." Luke braced his hand on the table and stood up. He bowed deeply to the elder. "It's an honor to see you here, even though I called you rather urgently. Allow me to present the great Holy Sword, Sir Cain." The old man smiled, though his eyes were razor-sharp. Luke kept his head lowered, eyes closed, full of respect. In the room of the knight beside Luke, the young man lay on his bed, an arm over his forehead. The door swung open. The elder stepped in and asked, startling him, "Has your body recovered yet?" He shot up in panic. I'll be fully healed in a few days, my lord. Please forgive me." Cain, standing behind, stepped forward. "You should be apologizing to me instead." He folded his arms behind his back. "My foolish disciple lost to an unknown barbarian." The knight's eyes widened. "Master." The elder's gaze fell on the torn patch of fabric on the knight's chest. Not a single wound marked his body. Inside, Cain's anticipation for Kettle grew. "Before coming here, I saw the boy's armor shattered to bits. Judging from its condition, it's no surprise. If he'd been killed, yet his clothes were only torn and his body unscratched, could that barbarian have held back?" Cain placed a hand on his chin, making his judgment. "He's no ordinary dumb brute. He's someone who can control his strength and strike with absolute precision." The knight stammered, I understand." The elder's sharp gaze deepened. "He's far beyond your level, so skilled he can fight while going easy on you like it's child's play. He's at least transcendent level." Hearing this, Luke's expression and the knight beside Luke were both astonished. The elder muttered, "Hem." Then he looked at Cain with suspicion. "Forgive my rudeness, but compared to you, how strong is he, Sir Cain?" The old man turned his head and replied firmly, "He's quite strong, but I am the Holy Sword. Even if he's at the transcendent level, he still can't touch me. Luke felt a little awkward, so that's how it is. Yet the elder was still lost in thought. But I didn't see him use any aura during the fight, did I? And still his strength reached this level. He added something that surprised Luke as well. That's impossible by normal standards. Is this truly the power of a barbarian from the frozen wasteland? Hearing that, Luke lowered his head, thinking about the scene of the man in the frozen wasteland. At first, I didn't believe it, but it seems he really did come from there. Suddenly, Cain raised his head. A barbarian from the frozen wasteland. He imagined Kettle, cold and unyielding, surviving in blizzards, the legend of one who endured the frozen wasteland. Is he human, or? The old man stroked his beard cautiously. Or is he a mutant? Images of snakes and ferocious snow bears flashed in his mind. But then he shook his head. No, that's not it, making Luke beside him confused. Then he thought about those demons and fierce white serpents, concluding, if he were truly a mutant, he wouldn't have been so merciful to you. He was puzzled by Kettle's appearance. I was mistaken, but why would he come from the frozen wasteland, and why now of all times? Cain sank into doubt while Luke, still puzzled, asked, is something wrong, Holy Sword? The old man looked up. Nothing, let's leave that for later, the Emperor thinks so too. Then he recalled how soldiers entering the snowy mountains always made the strangest requests. Cain turned his head away. For now, let's not worry about that. Luke, still awkward, replied, I understand. Then the old man pressed on, that barbarian is still in this land, correct? Luke answered quickly, yes, he said he'd stay here for a while, so I'm sure of it. Hearing that, the old man turned to leave, his face serious and full of curiosity. I must see his strength for myself. The next morning, sunlight shone upon a white castle. The captain of the Barkin region's guards asked him, what's your plan for the next step? Then he stared intently at Kettle, waiting. Kettle hesitated. I suppose. Earlier, a bag of gold was placed on the table. This is your reward for the recent battle, and he cut himself off, then closed his eyes and declared, from now on, I will no longer interfere with your actions in this territory. At the moment, Kettle stroked his chin in thought. I don't have a clear plan yet, but it would be better if I could confirm my identity here. Having to conquer a dungeon every time I enter new territory is honestly a pain. The captain of the guards looked at him and offered a suggestion. If you're worried about that, there's a way you can find someone of high status to vouch for you. Or, he suddenly paused, making Kettle curious. Or what? He continued, you could become a mercenary. He closed his eyes, thinking of a mercenary's explanation. If you accumulate enough achievements and are recognized by the mercenary guild, your identity will be accepted as well. In the captain's mind, he was also calculating. Still, mercenaries are just laborers with rough jobs. Unless they reach a certain rank, it's hard to get their identity confirmed. With this barbarian's strength, finding a guarantor would be the easiest choice for now. Kettle muttered, mercenary. His eyes lit up with curiosity. There's actually a way like that. In his mind, he drifted into fantasies of mercenaries, cool and stylish battles. Mercenaries were specialists in taking on monster-slaying missions and assisting trade caravans, a symbol of a romantic, fantastical world. If that's the case, Kettle grinned excitedly, where do I go to become a mercenary? The captain of the guards looked up at him in surprise. Well, there's a guild in the city. His face beamed with enthusiasm, eyes sparkling. Take me there. The captain just stared blankly at him. All right. Explanation about mercenaries. They wander everywhere to complete assigned missions. Some see them as symbols of romantic freedom, but in reality, they are the lowest rung of society, reserved for those without recognized identity. They get attacked by monsters in dungeons. Even powerful mercenaries often die in unexplored dungeons or become expendable pawns in dirty jobs. That's why lowly mercenaries are usually crude, filthy, and loud. At present, a man in a blue shirt angrily punched a man in a brown shirt. You bastard, how dare you touch me? This is the mercenary guild. Thud, the brown-shirted guy's body slammed onto the table. He then sprang up and cursed, you looking for trouble. The blue-shirted guy shouted back, if you've got guts, come at me. A few others nearby cheered. Hey, I'm betting on the guy on the right. No way, I'm putting my money on the guy on the left. They lunged at each other, grabbing hair and throwing punches and kicks. Nearby, Pink Hair adjusted some documents while glancing sideways. Rosa, how's this batch of rookies? Rosa sighed in annoyance. HMPH, useless, all a bunch of weirdos. This was Rosa, the receptionist of the Mercenary Guild. She recalled Alessandro, some lunatic calling himself a holy knight, then remembered Cassin, and even a talented thief. And lastly Hayes, that priestess is hopeless, and the god she serves is even less trustworthy. Pink Hair hesitated at Rosa's mood. Oh, is that so? What a shame. She lowered her head, feeling gloomy inside. HMPH, not a single decent one shows up, and the uncultured mercenaries just brawl all day long. Her mind drifted to the image of a handsome blonde prince reaching out to her. Ah, if only a prince on a white horse appeared to stand by me and help with this receptionist job. Someone stepped in through the door. Rosa looked up, and her eyes widened in surprise when she saw him. Kettle walked in, smiling as he looked around. So this is the mercenary guild, huh? The two men who had been fighting stopped and stared in shock. No way, a barbarian. The rest also gaped at him. Seeing them all staring at him, he felt a little awkward. Then he folded his arms, sat down in front of the counter, and smiled. I'm here because I want to become a mercenary. Across from him, Rosa held her documents, trembling nervously. Ah, why, you really want to be a mercenary? May I ask what your goal is? He remained calm and replied, I've got many reasons, but I heard being a mercenary could help me get my identity recognized in this kingdom. She explained nervously, that's true, but to get your identity recognized through the mercenary route, you'll have to rack up quite a few achievements. Is that okay? Kettle confirmed, no problem at all. She took out a typewriter and announced, then I'll register you as a mercenary. The fee is 5 silver coins. Could you tell me your name and age? He placed the money on the table. I'm Kettle, and as for age, not sure. Her fingers danced smoothly on the keys. Then I'll just put down an approximate number. Finally, she handed him a card from a wooden box. All done, your mercenary registration is complete. This is your mercenary badge. It's proof you're a mercenary, so don't lose it. He stared at it intently. Then with pure joy, he picked up the card. I've been accepted. He then looked up at Rosa, face full of innocent eagerness. Are there any missions right now? I want to start immediately. She stammered, mission, you mean? Exactly. She slid a piece of paper toward Kettle. These are the missions you can take for now. He took the stack of papers on the table. Wait, only these low-level jobs. The mission board read, rank F- jobs, gathering herbs, cleaning the basement, sewer maintenance, street sweeping, night patrol. Rosa's face broke into a cold sweat as she forced a smile. Since you're only a beginner mercenary, these are the jobs suitable for you. Inside, she panicked. Barbarians are usually very prideful. What if he suddenly gets angry? Should I call for backup? She squeezed her eyes shut, awkwardly explaining, if you complete these simple jobs and build up achievements, you'll be assigned tougher missions later. He replied, I'll take this one. She opened her eyes and looked down, regaining composure. He was pointing at the first mission on the board. She looked up nervously. Oh, are you sure? He crossed his arms. This is still something that needs doing, right? She hesitated. Yes, understood. Then Kettle smiled warmly. So where can I find these herbs? Rosa pulled out a photo showing what the plant looked like. You'll have to head out of the village into the forest. They look like this. Excited, he took the photo and headed off. Got it, I'll be back soon, she awkwardly replied. Why, yes. Kettle turned away, still staring at the photo. Rosa was puzzled. Why does he look so calm? Then he stepped out through the door. Behind him, Pink Hair's limbs went limp, while Rosa stood frozen in shock. Later that night, somewhere in a forest, the flower Kettle needed was right there on the ground. He compared it with the photo. He commented, this herb can heal wounds. Looks kinda weird. Then he took off his coat and tossed it to the ground. Well then. Kettle put on his hat, smiling as he flexed his arm. I'm already wearing my anti-UV gear. Time to start my first mercenary mission. Yes, UV damage exists in other worlds too, rare knowledge only Kettle seems to have. About an hour later at the Mercenary Guild, a big sack of herbs was dumped on the counter, shocking Rosa. He looked at her innocently. Is this enough? She stammered, too much, actually. Inside, she wondered, was he planning to wipe out the entire herb field? Her eyes widened, but. Then she checked the bag's contents. These herbs are high quality. Most mercenaries just yank them carelessly, ruining their value. Kettle scratched his nose shyly. Don't look at me like that. I was pretty careful picking them. She hesitated. All right. She handed him a silver coin. Thanks for the careful work, Kettle. This is your payment. 1 silver coin, the amount barely enough for the cheapest meal. Still, it was the first money he'd earned from an honest job. Kettle thought back to when he was seriously picking herbs. He smiled to himself, thinking how touching. Then, excited, he stood up holding the silver coin. I'm very satisfied with this. Can you give me my next mission right away? Rosa blinked in confusion. She stared wide-eyed. What is this? He's satisfied with that tiny reward, this barbarian. Meanwhile, Kettle happily admired the silver coin in his hand. It's still daylight, so I want to get as much done as possible. She wondered, why is he so cheerful about this? Still puzzled, she screamed in her heart with tears of frustration. Oh heavens, this mercenary is as weird as they come. Kettle pointed to the warehouse cleaning job on the rank F mission board. I'll take this one next. Rosa thought to herself in disbelief. After herb gathering, this would already be his third cleaning job. Looking at Kettle's eager face pointed toward the ceiling, Rosa felt even more suspicious. Could this lunatic actually enjoy cleaning? With a stiff tone, Rosa said, very well, I'll assign you the mission. The sound of Kettle's footsteps approached. Hearing them, a blue-eyed woman glanced over. Kettle, built like a bear, stepped in and said, I'm here to clean the warehouse. The brown-haired woman with a ponytail froze on the spot. Kettle asked kindly, are you the owner of this warehouse? She snapped back to reality, startled. Why yes, she thought, a barbarian. Cleaning the warehouse was simple, moving items around posed no problem. With his immense strength, he easily carried huge stacks of goods, astonishing the brown-haired woman. His next mission was street sweeping. He grabbed a broom and began. At first, controlling his strength was tricky, but he managed. Then one big sweep sent dust flying everywhere, filling the air with a smoky haze. Someone happened to be observing Kettle's work. Seeing him acting so normal, Kane exclaimed, what the hell, why is he doing that? Kane thought, this guy is at least mid-rank mercenary level. If he put in the effort, he could influence an entire kingdom. Just showing his strength would earn him respect anywhere. Yet here he is, a barbarian known for brute force, sweeping the streets. Watching how Kettle swept, Kane thought, and he's not even doing it half-heartedly. He's dead serious. Right now, Kettle was happily sweeping dust into a pan. Kane doubted reality itself, wondering, what in the world is this guy doing? The warm sunlight shone down, highlighting the fresh green leaves and a pair of sparrows. Kettle woke up stretched and let out a satisfied sound. MMM. He set his foot down on the wooden floor. Kettle glanced at the nightstand, saw the money pouch, and called out in surprise. He stared at that bulging cloth pouch, lost in memories. Not long ago, that pouch of coins had been placed on a tray and slid toward him. Rosa had said, you've worked hard for your first day as a mercenary, Kettle. Here's your reward for a total of 15 missions. In his silver eyes and on his face was pure excitement and joy. Rosa reluctantly added that it was 15 silver coins. Yet Kettle wasn't the slightest bit disappointed. He was still thrilled. Thanks, I'll be back tomorrow. Ending his recollection, Kettle unconsciously smiled and muttered to himself, let's begin the second day in the civilized world. A cute brown-haired girl clung to a woman's leg, crying without end. The other adults all stared upward in shock. Kettle walked calmly under everyone's gaze. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. Kettle frowned. What's going on there? He looked curiously at a large two-story building, a library. The door opened, making the little brass bell above it ring with a ding-ding. The librarian, her hair neatly tied in a bun, politely greeted, welcome. But halfway through speaking, she shrieked in terror at Kettle's massive build while he politely asked, may I read some books? That awkward scene passed, and Kettle successfully borrowed a book. He eagerly held a book no bigger than his hand and began reading intently. The bun-haired librarian was left speechless at the sight. Kane, hiding outside, watched in disbelief. A barbarian reading? Even if I can't see clearly, my instincts tell me this is real, he thought. A man often labeled stupid and savage was now reading a book. Could it be that this barbarian from the snowy lands was completely different from the usual ones? Seeing the genuine interest on Kettle's face, Kane wondered if this guy was simply special. Kettle closed the history record book and muttered, so, in the end, the Empire won. He recalled the blue-haired girl from the past, remembering how years ago Milena had come to the snowy region and said she would head to the kingdom at war with the Empire to sell weapons. Kettle guessed that the war's outcome must have been the Empire's victory. He reasoned that the Empire was now overwhelmingly dominant. The Barcan kingdom had practically become a vassal. The Empire had swallowed half of humanity's world and was still aggressively expanding. Kettle thought, it's like they're trying to swallow the whole world. Kettle murmured, world conquest, huh? Immediately after, Kettle tossed the matter aside and was once again brimming with excitement. All right, enough about humanity, now for what I really want to know. He looked toward another book and said, this one's about the races beyond humankind. Kettle happily thought, a book recording non-human species, fantastical races that actually exist in this world. The greatest cavern in the world where rare minerals are scattered like treasure, Mantomia, the dwarves' mining caves. Pisarafia, the village of the small fairies. Reichperia, the floating city of the celestial race. And the sacred forbidden land untouchable by all, Elfo Sagrado, the holy sanctuary of the elves. No one knows its exact location. Countless have tried to uncover it, yet all have failed. Kettle said, so I actually have the rare qualification to step into the elves' holy land. Suddenly he let out a surprised Then Kettle raised the book and exclaimed, "What? There's another place like the Snow-White Plains. Demon realms where humans are forbidden to enter, filled with twisted, insane, and grotesque creatures. Though there are many demon realms, this world has exactly 5 massive and special ones. Among them is the Silent Forest, a place of utter stillness and unending dread. The abyss that sinks the world into the depths of evil. The deep sea where souls still breathe and live. The hollow depths where nothing exists. And finally, the Snow-White Plains. Within the demon realms dwell terrifying beings known as aberrants. However, the demon realms themselves cannot spill into the human world." After reading, Kettle wondered aloud, just how big is this world? Kettle thought the Snow-White Plains alone are already enormous, and yet there are so many places like this. He stood up and said, "For now, this is probably all the data here has." His sudden action startled the librarian. Kettle told her, "Thanks to this, I've confirmed enough, appreciate it." The librarian trembled in fear and replied, "Why yes, sir." Kettle cheerfully opened the door and left. He went straight to the mercenary guild and asked, "Rosa, any jobs today?" She startled and answered, "Ah, Sir Kettle, you're here." Rosa handed over a list saying, "This is the job board, sir." Kettle's face lit up like a squirrel finding a stash of acorns. Kane, hiding nearby, thought in disbelief, "This really is strange." In the end, he resolved, "Looks like I'll have to meet him in person." After a long period of secret observation, Sword Saint Kane finally made his move. By then, the moon had risen high in the sky, and the streets were utterly deserted. Kettle walked along the road at that moment. As he walked, he smiled in satisfaction. Today, he had completed over 10 requests. Even handling the small odd jobs, the day's earnings weren't bad at all. If I keep up this pace, the day I'm officially recognized as a true mercenary shouldn't be far off. He was whistling a cheerful tune when someone hiding behind a wall began watching him. As Kettle approached, that person stepped out, much to his surprise. It was none other than Sword Saint Kane. The two stood facing each other for a long moment. Kettle spoke first, "You're the one who's been tailing me all day." Hearing this, Kane was utterly stunned and thought to himself, "What?" Kettle folded his arms and asked, "What do you want?" Kane was still in disbelief. "You already noticed. I clearly used magic power to hide my presence. No matter how sharp your instincts are, detecting me should have been impossible." Suddenly, Kettle swiftly clutched his money pouch tightly and warily blurted, "Don't tell me you're a robber." Kane felt as if lightning had struck his ears. Kettle's sharp gaze confirmed without a word, "Looks like I guessed right. Even in a place that seems secure, bandits still show up." His wide-eyed opponent considered explaining, "No, I'm just wondering, if I told him I'm the Sword Saint, would he even believe me?" Kettle delivered another verbal critical hit. "With that old body, you've resorted to robbery. Guess the economy really is in bad shape." Kane was too wronged for words. Kettle paused and thought, "What?" Then his face suddenly lit up. It might actually be a good opportunity. Kane, meanwhile, was still standing there stunned, wondering what on earth was happening. After a moment, seeing Kettle's clueless expression, Kane thought, "He's mistaking me for a robber. Well, one way to gauge someone's strength and identity is to clash head-on. Let's see what the power of a so-called legendary barbarian is like." With that, he rolled up his sleeves. Kettle quickly stepped forward. Kane's expression turned cautious. Kettle stayed silent, then suddenly vanished from Kane's sight. Prompting Kane to exclaim, he disappeared. "What the?" Kettle suddenly reappeared right in front of him, one hand reaching out, his feet moving into position. Kane dodged while thinking, "If I stand still, my neck's going to get twisted." Kettle suddenly let out a surprised "Oh" and smirked. "Fast, aren't you?" he said, then began moving again. Kane panicked. "Impossible, I almost got caught. If my reaction had been a fraction slower, I'd be done for." What's even crazier is I didn't sense any magic flow from him at all. Kettle folded his arms again and chuckled. "This is getting interesting." Kane, still stunned, thought, "How can someone move that fast with just a human body? This is no longer a test or anything. I'll attack with full force." With that, he charged forward. Kettle's face turned dark. Then he suddenly vanished before Kane's eyes again. He appeared behind Kane, eyes glowing, and grabbed his opponent's wrist. Kane broke out in a cold sweat. "What is this?" I clearly expanded my senses, yet I still couldn't react in time. Kettle twisted his arm back. And it didn't just feel like being grabbed, it felt like his arm was pinned to solid stone, his whole body being lifted by an overwhelming force. Kane clenched his teeth in pain. "Erg, what kind of monstrous strength is this? Just his raw power alone is already completely irresistible. So I'll unleash my full strength." A surge of power burst out from Kane's body. Kettle was slightly surprised at that. A greenish-blue light began radiating from Kane's body, and Kettle silently observed the scene for a moment, until an explosion suddenly erupted. Kane slipped free from Kettle's hold. Kettle looked down at his own hand, while Kane on the other side stared straight back at him. Suddenly, Kettle commented, "Even street robbers have good skills these days." Kane felt utterly speechless inside. Why does he keep calling me a robber? Kane then seriously evaluated. This was a rare form of magic materialization, achievable only by those who had reached the peak. Yet he'd wrapped it around his body. Why would someone that strong waste it on petty robbery? But it seemed Kettle truly believed it was just a robber's trick. Kane sank briefly into thought, then continued. By reflex, he had materialized his magic power so tangible it could even tear apart solid steel. A human body should have been crushed beyond recognition on contact, yet he didn't have a single scratch. What kind of monstrous physique is this? To endure manifested magic power with nothing but a bare body. As Kane was still thinking, Kettle suddenly spoke. Though it does look like you're using some strange trick. Guess it's time to wrap this up. Hearing that, Kane's hand moved toward the hilt of his sword, but suddenly his eyes widened in shock. Kettle suddenly appeared, touching a finger to the hilt of Kane's sword, smiling all the while. With a seemingly casual motion and a clueless look, Kettle made Kane's eyes almost pop out. His jaw dropped wide open. Then Kane gritted his teeth, putting all his strength into drawing his sword, only to find his hand trembling instead. Suddenly, Kane was once again dumbfounded. Kettle's eyes lit up like a predator spotting prey. Inside, Kane screamed like a madman, as tears streamed down his face. Is this the end for me? A huge hand reached out. But suddenly, Kettle exhaled. So this is what a fantasy world robber looks like, he said while slinging the unconscious Kane over his shoulder. The guard captain froze in shock at the sight. Oh my god, what is going on here? Watching Kettle carry Kane so effortlessly, the captain's mind raced. What strange thing is happening right now? Why is the Sword Saint Kane even here? Kane lay neatly bundled up while the captain felt a chill down his spine. Don't tell me that Barbarian actually attacked Lord Kane. What do we do now? Suddenly, Kettle spoke up. I just caught a robber. Hearing that, the captain's eyes went wide and his jaw dropped. A robber. Carrying Kane, Kettle beamed. If I hand him over to the city guards, that'll count toward my mercenary record, right? The guard captain just stood there, stunned and speechless for a long while. Regaining his composure, he cautiously asked, what exactly is going on here? A man who had reached the absolute pinnacle of skill, Sword Saint Kane, was now being held captive by a barbarian in the most humiliating position possible. The captain quietly said, that man isn't a robber. Kettle's expression shifted, turning serious again. You know him, so you're his accomplice. The guard captain planted his feet in a V stance, then gave Kane a deep, respectful bow. The one and only Sword Saint of the Jehenstra Kingdom. I offer my deepest respect to Sword Saint Kane. Hearing that, Kettle looked down at Kane. What? Kettle stared in disbelief at the man he'd been carrying all this time. The lofty title of Sword Saint, and yet he's being called a robber. Kettle growled, no way, this old man really is a robber. He attacked me to steal a few coins. The other man looked Kettle straight in the eye and retorted, no, he's truly the Sword Saint. I could never mistake that face. Not willing to accept it, Kettle quickly replied, maybe he's a wizard using magic. The man, clearly annoyed, squinted his eyes and explained further, if he were such a powerful wizard, he'd still be honored as the Sword Saint. Kettle refused to accept the truth. Or maybe Sword Saint is just a fancy title for bandits. The man sighed, what nonsense are you spouting? The argument went on, so he really is the Sword Saint? Yes. Kettle still looked dazed. I'm going to report this to the Lord. Moments later, Luke slammed the table and shouted angrily, what? Lord Kane is missing. Kettle lowered his head in respect to the locals. I'm sorry, I should have let him explain. Facing Kettle, Kane replied, no, it's my fault for not saying anything. The two sat in silence, one large, one small. Luke entered the room, shocked at the sight before him. What the hell is going on here? I thought Lord Kane was going to challenge that barbarian, but I never imagined he'd lose. Kane's face was pensive. Lord Kane was defeated by the barbarian. I don't know the details, but it's the truth. He glanced toward Kettle and a thought flashed in his mind. That means the barbarian is stronger than the Sword Saint. Then he turned to Kane again. Of course, even among the superhuman, there are different levels. Lord Kane only recently earned the title of Sword Saint, so perhaps he's on the lower end. Still, the Sword Saint is someone who has achieved the noble rank of Swordmaster, and that barbarian managed to take him down. He now saw Kettle as an even more terrifying figure, someone completely uncontrollable. Luke was so horrified that sweat dripped down his face and his head throbbed. He then offered some advice. It seems there's been a misunderstanding here. I'll take my leave. You two should clear things up with each other. After saying that, he left the room. And so the two of them sat there in complete silence. Kettle looked at Kane as if he wanted to say something. Kane's hands trembled as he sipped the tea in his hand, thinking, how embarrassing. Still, I can't deny it. That was a complete defeat. My pride wasn't just hurt, it was shattered into dust. Setting the teacup down, Cain placed a hand on his chest, lifted his head high, and said, "Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am the Sword Saint Cain." Kettle asked, "Is Sword Saint your surname?" Cain replied softly, "Once you reach the realm of Sword Saint, a human's name becomes meaningless." Kettle pressed on, "I see, and what you just showed me, that was the skill of a Sword Saint, right?" Cain's eyes lit up as if remembering something. Then from his hand, he released a spell that shone with green light. "You mean this?" Kettle's eyes widened in fascination at this unique magic. "Oh." Then he recalled the moment Cain used it. "At first, I thought it was just some trick of a robber, so I didn't care much. But now that I know it's the Sword Saint's skill, I'm interested." Cain immediately explained further, "This is the manifestation of arcane, also called aura." Kettle was surprised. "Aura, huh?" His eyes filled with admiration for the magic and his cheeks flushed slightly. "So that's aura." Unable to contain his excitement, Kettle stood up, eyes glowing. "How can I learn it?" Cain looked down at the magic in his palm. "Well, basically, you have to control mana and manifest it externally." Kettle asked, "So arcane is like mana?" Cain began explaining with reverence, "Arcane is the term for the essence of sorcery. When you use it as aura, you're a swordsman. When you use it as mana, you're a mage." Kettle smiled, "So swordsmen and mages both use the same energy called arcane. Would you be willing to teach me that skill?" Cain stood up solemnly. "It's embarrassing to admit, but I'm still learning and not truly proficient in this technique." Kettle's intimidating face appeared. "I'm begging you, please teach me." Cain hesitated. "All right." Cain then grew serious. "But do you really need my guidance? Aren't you stronger than me?" Kettle sat down and crossed his arms. "I don't know anything about arcane or swordsmanship. Truth is, I just swing my sword randomly." Cain asked in surprise, "Really?" Cain then thought of an image of himself explaining and earning Kettle's admiration. "Yes, I am the Sword Saint. I may have lost, but I didn't even draw my sword." "All right then, I'll teach him the way of the sword and show him its greatness, and I'll reclaim my pride." Shaking off his thoughts, Cain quickly agreed. "All right, I am the Sword Saint, a wielder of the sword. Without my sword, I'm just a half measure." Suddenly, things didn't go as he imagined. "So that's why you're so weak, because you didn't use your sword." Cain was stunned. "That's right." Kettle crossed his arms. "I mean, being called a Sword Saint, but only having that little bit of power, I thought something was off." Cain was furious. "You brat." Kettle added, "If you had used your sword, maybe you would have won." Cain grumbled, "Could I really win just by using my sword?" Kettle brightened up. "I'm excited now." Cain, on the other hand, was gloomy. "My pride, will I get it back? Feels like I'm going to get crushed even harder. Before the regression, I trained in sword techniques." Kettle thought, "But this is true illusionary swordsmanship, a mystical style that uses mysterious aura. This is the real deal." In the training yard, Sword Saint Cain wore a serious expression. Holding his sword in one hand, standing at an angle, he instructed, "The highlight of my swordsmanship is the combination of illusion and reality. When you faced my disciple, what did you see?" "That knight was your disciple." Kettle recalled the knight beside the Lord. He pondered for a moment, then answered honestly. "His sword split into 3, and all 3 strikes were real." Kettle quickly realized, "Oh, so that's what you meant by combination." He suddenly asked, "That's a technique relying more on skill than strength, right?" Cain confirmed, "Exactly." He explained, "Swordsmanship is the art of blending swordplay with sorcery, and those who reach the peak of this path become sword saints." Then he made a slash, and from the guard of his sword burst waves of vibrant green life force. It was like sunlight dancing on the blade, alive, fierce, and swirling over the steel. Kettle's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Oh, so that's aura." Sword Saint Cain stiffened awkwardly. "Yes." He closed his eyes, feeling a bit restless. "I still can't believe this is happening." Cain cleared his throat. Raising his other hand to grip the lower part of the hilt, he said, "I suppose talking about combining illusion and reality sounds a bit abstract." Inside, Cain's thoughts churned. "I'm actually teaching swordsmanship to a barbarian." Outwardly, he remained calm and inscrutable, angling his sword forward under his shoulder and saying seriously, "So I'll let you experience it firsthand." With that, his eyes suddenly sharpened like a predator. Cain lowered his stance and brought down a slash, the sword energy curving in a strange, elegant way. The tip of the sword struck the ground hard, splitting the floor with a deep scar. From the point of impact, aura split into 5 streams of sword intent that shot forward. Kettle was shaken. "Your swordsmanship." Seeing the sword intent clearly split into 5 paths before converging on a single target, he marveled. It split into 5. The dust from the impact quickly cleared, revealing a dent in the wall. The Sword Saint's voice was calm. There are many techniques to create illusions with aura. Kane's gaze sharpened, but turning those illusions into reality, only my swordsmanship can do that. Kettle was dazed. That move you just used. Before he could finish, Kane puffed his chest proudly. Yes, that's a sorcery-based ultimate technique. What do you think? Kettle replied bluntly, I think I can do it too. Kane froze, utterly speechless. With that childlike yet provocative tone, the Sword Saint narrowed his eyes. What exactly are you saying? He thought bitterly, I've spent my entire life on the way of the sword, combining natural talent with relentless training to reach this achievement. How could a barbarian learn it just by watching once? I'll show you, Kettle said confidently. Kane looked at him, startled. That's an axe, huh? He grinned brightly, resting a massive axe on his shoulder. He stepped 1 foot wide. Kettle lowered his stance, sliding the axe back. Then, using pure speed as his weapon, he swung it dozens of times in a single second. Kane's eyes bulged. That sword technique. He stared in shock at Kettle, flailing wildly. He's just using brute force and raw strength to move fast. On the final strike, Kettle instantly gathered killing intent, splitting it into 5 branches that all charged forward toward the same point. Boom, the wall exploded in sparks. The Sword Saint was completely caught off guard. The axe hit the ground beside him, still releasing faint wisps of smoke. Kettle casually hoisted the axe onto his shoulder, smiling brightly as he probed. Done. So, what do you think? Kane rolled his eyes, recalling, it looked like a mix of illusion and reality when he attacked all at once, but in truth, it was just overwhelming strength and speed. Even I was almost fooled for a moment. He criticized sharply, you're just swinging that axe with brute force, no technique at all. But Kettle shot back logically, but the result's the same. Sword technique is for real combat, right? He asked bluntly, so as long as the result's the same, it's fine, right? The Sword Saint faltered, Outwardly calm, but inside drowning in an ocean of tears, a subtle glimmer of sorrow welled at the corner of his eye. He's not wrong, but damn, my pride hurts. Kane snapped, fine then, how about this? He swung his sword again, this time his figure split into illusions, each one attacking chaotically, his entire body wrapped in deep aura, unleashing countless slashes. Kettle was stunned, your body split. The swirling sword intent kept growing until it became a massive magical sphere filling the area. Then, as if it could no longer hold any more energy, the sphere exploded violently, blasting stone and dirt everywhere. When the dust finally settled, the Sword Saint stood at the center of a massive crater at least 6 or 7 meters in radius. Kane panted heavily, then said coolly, this is a clone technique achieved through the ultimate mastery of aura. Wiping the sweat from his chin, he eyed Kettle cautiously and asked, can you copy this? Kettle shifted his footing. He silently stepped to the side, his expression turning serious. With a smooth motion, he swung the axe around his shoulder, Kettle's gaze calm and steady. Repeating the same move, he relied on his abnormally fast speed to unleash a frenzied storm of countless axe strikes. Kane's eyes popped wide in utter shock. Kettle kept swinging the axe without losing form. Each strand of killing intent merged together, building up like a towering whirlwind. And indeed, it was just like that. The swirling intent spiraled around him, its center marked as if by a single brushstroke, dyed in a dark, deep violet of chaotic wind and fierce energy. Moments later, Kettle's clear voice rang out, what do you think? He tilted his chin slightly, stepping forward with an arrogant air. Kane collapsed straight to his knees on the cracked ground, trembling and sobbing silently. My life's work. In the middle of the cratered battlefield, the two faced each other. Kettle smiled at him in puzzlement. Kane looked haggard and tormented, his mind screaming, my sword technique. Writer truly had no words. This was straight up bullying the elderly. Young people these days are ruthless. Back to the main story, our Sword Saint knelt in despair, mumbling, impossible. Tears streamed from him in the most pitiful way. Kettle crossed his arms, sighed, and calmly said, HMPH, your mental fortitude is weaker than I thought. His steps were unhurried as he approached, saying, your sword technique is truly marvelous. Kane mid-cry suddenly froze. Kettle looked down at him and bluntly admitted, I was just swinging the axe fast, that wasn't real sword technique. The move you just used wasn't just an illusion, that was real sword technique. Kane listened blankly as Kettle stammered, I can't reach the true realm of arcane technique. Kane pressed his lips together, thinking with pride. Yes, my sword technique still has value. Combining illusion and reality into a solid form, only I can do that in this world. Rekindled with fiery determination, Kane clenched his fist. Yes, my technique is perfect. That barbarian is nothing but a madman. Kane gloomily glared at him. What kind of madman can move so fast they become a blur in the air without even using aura? That's not something a human should be able to do. Suddenly, Kettle asked, can you teach me the true meaning of this sword technique? The Sword Saint froze for a moment. He quickly composed himself. Ah, my apologies, I let my emotions get the better of me. I hope you can understand. I understand. Kane calmed himself and cleared his throat. Ahem. Then he began explaining how to execute the true technique. First, you must master controlling aura. Kane opened his palm, revealing a deep, steady flame of aura. He looked at it and continued, but to control aura, you must first understand arcane law. Kane emphasized, whether you're a mage, a swordsman, or a sorcerer, no one can step into a higher realm without awakening arcane law, except for those who believe in gods. Kettle, ever curious, asked, so divine power is something different? The Sword Saint replied, their miracles come directly from the deity they worship, unrelated to their personal ability. Kettle nodded in understanding and took a sip of tea. Kane continued, arcane law is exactly that. It's the latent power hidden deep inside every person. How one chooses to use that power determines everything. Kettle looked at the aura rising from his hand and concluded, so to use aura to absorb mana or command spirits, the foundation of all mystical power comes from understanding arcane law. Arcane law has 5 different stages. Kane raised a single finger to represent the first, his face serious. The most basic is sensing arcane law. This is the realm of perceiving, unlocking, and feeling it. Kettle honestly asked, not everyone can sense arcane law, right? Kane replied, of course, that's only natural. Without talent, you can't sense it at all. He continued, those who can sense arcane law, we call them third rank. After considering, Kane explained clearly, the ability to use arcane law is divided into 5 levels. Third rank is the first level. Kettle suddenly recalled when Milena had seriously explained it to him. She had once said, normally, we divide them into third rank, second rank, first rank, transcendent, and hero. That statement now matched perfectly. Oh, so that's how it is, Kettle thought secretly. Kane kept speaking. In reality, this is just a classification for convenience. Even within the same rank, there can be huge differences, and the boundaries between people of the same rank are unclear. Just knowing this concept is enough. He said seriously, I understand your point. The old man calmly replied, then let's begin. Kane stated plainly, the first step of arcane law, sense the arcane law. Feel everything around you. Kane closed his eyes, guiding Kettle to do the same. This technique is like awakening a completely new awareness inside you. Stretch your senses to their limit. In his mind, he could hear the voice of the trees outside through Kane's words, welcoming the breeze brushing past him. Absorb the warmth rising from the earth, recognize every movement in the trembling air. Even the rays of sunlight in the sky and among them search for a special presence. Kettle sat meditating, trying to feel everything around him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, the connection snapping. I don't feel anything at all. Hearing this, Kane looked at him in confusion. The air grew awkward as they just sat staring at each other. He stammered awkwardly, really? I thought with your ability you'd sense it right away. He then recalled that talented people usually gathered energy easily, though it wasn't always the rule. Strong folks without much mana often picked it up faster. Perhaps this wild guy was the exception. Seeing this, he stroked his beard in bafflement. Maybe it's because of the white sulfur anomaly. Kettle thought about the people from his hometown. I don't know, no one around me has ever sensed anything like arcane law. Folks from the Yellow Lands are just like that. Kane tried to explain, actually most people can't easily grasp arcane law. Let me try channeling energy directly into you to open the path. Across from him, Kettle's eyes went wide in admiration and excitement. You're going to transfer your internal energy. The old man looked at him seriously from such a close distance. Kettle, face full of excitement, pointed at himself solemnly. All right, I'm ready. The old man blinked in slight confusion. Already. Kane stood up. He then circled behind Kettle, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation. Roll up your sleeves. Now relax your whole body, focus inward, and direct all sensation into yourself. His hand pressed against Kettle's back. Now receive the mana I'm channeling into you. Kane's face sank in shock. His body froze, mouth agape, arms stiff with disbelief. Is this guy even human? He imagined Kettle's body as a solid block of stone. How much tension is packed into this muscle fortress? Is he really just a human? Kettle, also feeling nothing, looked just as confused. Kane quickly pulled his hand back, startled. Ah, sorry, my mind wandered for a moment there. Then he announced, let's begin. His hand began to release energy, eyes closing with absolute confidence. I will start the flow of internal energy. The key is to awaken the path to arcane law inside you. Finding it is the goal, it shouldn't be too hard. Meanwhile, Kettle focused seriously. Kane suddenly froze. His eyes widened in confusion. What's wrong? Kane's body stiffened while Kettle hugged his knees with an eager smile. I can't find the path to arcane law in his body. no to be precise. His expression was filled with disbelief as he screamed internally, while Kettle still waited. I can't even touch it. He imagined himself sinking deep underwater. No matter how much he expanded his internal energy, it couldn't make contact with anything, couldn't sense a thing. It was like swimming in an endless abyss, or more accurately, being crushed under the pressure at the ocean's floor. Finally, he closed his eyes and gave up. This isn't good. Kane cleared his throat with a sharp ahem, making Kettle widen his eyes in confusion. Huh. Kettle's face looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. Not good. Are you saying I have no talent? Kane tried to explain, no, that's not it. Simply transferring internal energy into you isn't enough to find arcane law. He thought of the energy trapped inside Kettle's body. You must find the inner path yourself and awaken the power sleeping within. Kettle sat on the ground looking up at him. I understand, but Kane said bluntly, I can't find the path to your arcane law. Kettle's eyes went wide in disbelief. His face twisted in shock. Are you saying I can't learn arcane law? The old man reached his hand out. No, not exactly. I can't even confirm whether it exists. Kettle tilted his head. What do you mean? Kane stated firmly, your body is injured. Kettle flinched and looked up. Kane calmly added, to find arcane law, internal energy must sink deep inside, but your body is too dense. My energy can't penetrate deeply enough. Then he thought of a current of energy unable to move a boulder pinned deep beneath the sea. I've never seen anything like this before. Could a pure physique actually block internal energy? Kettle also sank into thought, closing his eyes in helplessness. Even a sword saint is powerless. His face turned gloomy as he asked, so I'll never be able to learn arcane law? Kane replied, hard to say. I can't confirm anything either way. Then he offered Kettle two possible paths. I'm not even sure the path exists inside you. So you should either find a sword saint more skilled in internal energy or head to the mage tower. Next, he placed his hand over his own chest with sincerity and bowed. In any case, I apologize. Kettle looked at him. No, it's fine. Kettle stroked his chin in thought. There's still hope. That's enough for today. Then he braced a knee and stood up though. He still smiled optimistically. Thanks to you, I've learned a lot today. I'm grateful. The old man stared at him, utterly speechless. His mind wandered back to the terrifying barbarians he'd encountered before. Every wild one he'd met had been fierce and uncontrollable. They robbed, drank themselves stupid, and lived through violence, hence why society cast them aside. But this man was different. Kane stared at him intently. Have you ever considered joining this kingdom? Kettle looked puzzled. What do you mean? The old man extended a hand in explanation. I mean swearing loyalty to the kingdom and receiving a title. Then he placed his hand over his chest again with heartfelt sincerity. With this power, you'll rise quickly. I'd even be willing to sponsor you. Kettle clenched his fist. An interesting offer, but then he bowed his head. I refuse. I don't want to be tied down. On the other side, Kane was already making his own calculations on how to face the Empire. If we had him, maybe we could even slip out from under the Empire's control. Hearing this, Kane looked at him in puzzlement. Still, you're telling me a title doesn't interest you at all. That's not enough for you. Kettle's face darkened. Then he crossed his arms, smiling as he stated his ideals to Kane. I choose to enjoy my own freedom. The old man blinked in realization. Then, a bit awkwardly, he raised his head to look at him. Is that so? I see. Kettle stared back in confusion. Then Kettle smiled and extended his hand warmly. Either way, thank you. I won't forget this favor. Kane's eyes lowered. He walked alone down the hallway. His mind sank into shame. I was such a fool. Then he recalled the man's figure, thinking he could control him, even for a moment, but that was impossible. That wild man acted only according to his own ideals. Working with outsiders was something he could do, but only to that extent. In his heart, there were only his own convictions. He remembered Kettle's refreshingly blunt answer. There was no telling what he was plotting, making him perhaps more unpredictable than any barbarian Kane had ever met. A man from the demon's land, a wild one from the white wastes, Kane remembered the barbarians he'd met in the snowstorm. Kane muttered, the Emperor. He raised his head toward the moonlight. You want to invade the demon realm? Just what are you plotting? In Luke's room, the man sat at the table, resting his chin on his hand in confusion. Really, the Emperor actually wants to conquer the demon realm. Kane sat across from him, arms crossed in annoyance. People are risking their lives under the guise of reconnaissance and you still don't believe it. Are you sure you're telling the truth? He lowered his head with a sigh, certain. Of course, maybe he thinks he's the reincarnation of some ancient emperor. Either way, that's something for later. His face turned serious as he crossed his arms. We haven't even fully secured the human territories yet. Luke also looked down in understanding. It's only a matter of time. Then Cain raised his head seriously. If this land belongs to the Empire, we could be summoned at any time. Best be ready, Luke replied, much appreciated. He leaned back in his chair in exhaustion. Times are already chaotic, and now the Emperor's half sane, half mad. What a headache. Hearing that, Luke was startled. His eyes sharpened, turning cold. Could the rumors be true? Cain calmly confirmed, yes, the demons have already begun mobilizing their army. Luke's eyes widened in shock. Then Cain recalled the monsters. The hell eruptions have also been strange, can't confirm it yet, but some say the rift in the demon realm is leaking. And there's talk of demons and white serpents. Whatever's happening, this is a disaster for mankind. Suddenly, Cain seemed to remember something. Come to think of it, maybe the strangest thing is already among us. Luke lowered his head. Exactly. Cain probed, what do you think? Luke replied doubtfully, I'm not sure. Cain thought on the brighter side, at least he's not an enemy. But then the image of a wild-eyed kettle crossed his mind. Other than that, I can't say much. The next morning, sunlight poured over the fortress walls. Kettle strolled along happily. Suddenly, he looked toward something. A woman and a child were holding each other, staring at him in fear, leaving him puzzled. Then he turned his head and saw a man pressed against a wall to avoid him. He was confused. He touched his chin, lost in thought. Were they scared of him because of his clothes? He recalled meeting a couple while showing off his new clothes under a tree, then concluded, maybe it's because I'm not wearing what they call proper attire. A fur coat would do, but it's not exactly classy. They probably think I'm a lunatic and want nothing to do with me. But he was dead wrong. Then he furrowed his brows with determination. All right then. Kettle clenched his fist with an excited look. Let's buy some decent clothes. At the shop, clothes hung neatly on the racks. Rolls of fabric were neatly stacked. The door opened with a bell chime announcing a customer. The shop owner, who was fitting clothes on a mannequin, turned around. Welcome. His face turned pale with fear. In front of him, Kettle stared straight at him, unconsciously radiating killing intent. I need to buy clothes. The shopkeeper panicked inside. A wild barbarian, huh? The shop owner stammered, tears streaming down in fright. I am sorry, but I'm afraid nothing here would fit your bill. Hearing that, Kettle crossed his arms in annoyance. Troublesome, so there's no other way, the man bowed and suggested. If you can wait, our shop can make a custom order. Kettle smiled eagerly. Oh, that's so, then do it. The shop owner looked up in bewilderment. Why, yes, of course, once it's done, we'll notify you. In his mind, he pictured Kettle's furious face if the clothes didn't fit. If when finished, he scowled, grabbed the collar, and growled, you call this clothing? The man's face darkened, sinking into grim thoughts. Would I even survive that? While Kettle was on his way to the guild, he suddenly spotted something. What's this? At his feet was a green gem. Kettle bent down and picked it up. Then he held it up to the sunlight curiously. A gemstone. The gem glistened brightly inside. His eyes narrowed as he exclaimed, ooh. Then he slipped the gem into the pouch at his waist. Guess I'll ask the guild. At the merchant guild, he asked Rosa, do you know what this is? She looked puzzled. This was Rosa, the guild receptionist. Then she reached out to take the gem from him. I found it on my way here. Kettle sat across from her with arms crossed. Doesn't look like an ordinary orb, Rosa stammered. I see. She carefully held the gem, examining it, yet it wasn't a precious stone. Its surface was unbelievably smooth, as if someone had put great effort into crafting it. She stared intently at the green gem shimmering in her hand. Her gaze slowly sank into a daze. No insignia or name on it. She kept staring blankly at it, mumbling, why does it radiate such a sense of value? Suddenly, the sound of a finger snap pulled her back to reality. Rosa jolted in surprise. She looked up with a dazed expression. On the other side, he retrieved the gem from her hand and asked, you all right? She looked up, puzzled. What do you mean? Kettle explained. You looked like the orb was hypnotizing you. Hearing that, she was still confused. Kettle brushed it off. Yeah, forget it, never mind. Then Rosa glanced awkwardly at the gem and suggested, still, this orb is really strange. I feel a bizarre energy from it. Want me to have an expert appraise it? He grinned and refused with excitement. Thanks, but I'll figure it out myself. That's where the fun is. Then he changed the subject, crossing his arms with a smile. By the way, got any work today? She quickly caught on. Yes, please wait, I'll get the task board. Rosa placed the task board on the counter and slid it toward him. Extermination jobs, street cleaning, unclogging drains, pulling weeds, digging potatoes. Kettle grabbed the task board with an eager face. That evening, a pouch of coins sat on the table. Kettle lay back with his hands behind his head, grinning. Another glorious day. Then he pulled out the green gem again and stared at it. Seriously though, what is this thing? He recalled Rose's mesmerized expression when she saw it. She looked like she was about to lose her mind over it. His face grew suspicious. Could it have some kind of ability? His eyes widened. Huh. A voice echoed in his mind, making him spring to his feet. The gem also emitted a dark aura. Come to me. Kettle was bewildered. Why did I just hear the orb talk? Next thing, he still barely dressed, followed the gem into the night. It kept repeating, come to me, come to me, come to me, making him just as confused. Where the heck is it trying to take me? He closed his eyes and pictured the arrows appearing in his mind. Now a map formed inside his head. Some sort of control magic, huh? Kettle looked at the gem emitting black energy in his palm, and it urged, come to me. Then he calmed himself, HMPH. Returning to his room, he looked out the window with excitement. All right then, let's go. In a bush, Kettle pushed it aside as the voice still echoed, come to me. He sighed, I said I'm coming. Shut up. He stood before a road. Then he looked up. In front of him was a pitch-black cave. So this is the place, huh? Kettle smiled. Inside, a skeleton opened its glowing blue eyes, sensing his presence. The voice still rang out, come to me, yet he fearlessly stepped into the cave. I'm here, the one behind that voice. From within chains, tracking energy revealed his image. Another sacrifice has entered. This time, a dumb barbarian, at least a big one. The gem on the staff shone brightly. The skeleton grinned wickedly, its body radiating blue light. That makes 10 souls now. He sat within a magic circle, one hand gripping his staff, the other channeling energy with an altar behind him. He frowned. This must be an illusion. Can resurrection really be done? In the past, during the chaos when many kingdoms fell, behind it all was an evil sorcerer, one who manipulated and stirred emotions. He had controlled the minds of countless kings, ignited wars, and ruled over kingdoms. But his ultimate cruelty was exposed, and he was defeated by heroes. However, just before being struck down, he transferred his soul into a life vessel, allowing him to become a Lick. In the form of an undead mage, a Lick, an immortal being with its soul bound inside a life vessel, he would live forever unless that vessel was destroyed. He laughed savagely, raising his bony hand to control once again. Thus, the once world-conquering dark sorcerer became a Lick, scheming to resurrect himself. His dark magic spread through every alley, and the resurrection spell demanded an enormous amount of life force. He settled near a remote estate, releasing enchanting orbs to gather sacrifices bit by bit. These orbs acted as mana cores essential for the resurrection spell. That stone gleamed with eerie brilliance amid the deathly aura. With his immense power, he planned to conquer the world once more, arrogant and full of ambition. That goal was close to success. His deep, grim voice suddenly spoke, why is a barbarian here? The peaceful scenery of the wooden village brimmed with vitality. This is a remote domain, and I chose it because I need to gather power, a secluded place hidden from the eyes of the populace, he muttered heavily. That's why having a barbarian here was unusual. The hazy image of Kettle was projected. The sorcerer watched the ghostly flame tracking Kettle, calculating with pure malice. The creatures from the north have traveled far, judging by your size, you'll make a splendid sacrifice. I placed a special enchantment on the orb, it only mesmerizes those unaware of its secrets. His bony hand released the magic orb into the cave, ensuring that anyone enchanted here would remain ignorant of its mysteries. Watching Kettle's casual smile, he concluded, so in the end, this barbarian is just a clueless simpleton. If he looks unaffected, it must be an illusion. He grinned with delight. Come, barbarian, be the stepping stone for the glorious resurrection of my magic. Time passed and the scene shifted. Turns out this was the place. Kettle stood before a massive wooden door, easily twice his height. He slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside. Kettle's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Hollow black eye sockets gleamed, and the bony hand gripped the staff tightly. The sorcerer stood calmly on a high platform, having waited for him a long time. Kettle gawked, utterly speechless. It's a real Lick. In his mind, a Lick wore a black robe and wielded a staff, resembling a high priest of an ancient civilization, the ultimate form a top-tier mage could achieve. A being that always appeared as a villain in fantasy tales, he never thought he'd meet a real one. The sorcerer saw him frozen like an idiot and asked suspiciously, "Who are you? Don't tell me you weren't enchanted by the orb." Kettle snapped out of it and laughed in realization. So that's how you lure people here. Beneath them lay scattered white skeletons. The Lick remained silent. The sorcerer was baffled by the situation, mulling over, what's going on? I can't sense any mystery from him, which means he's just an ordinary barbarian. If that's the case. His hoarse mocking voice continued, you must be carrying some kind of mind-protecting artifact. A high-grade one, so strong I can't even sense it. I have no idea how a barbarian could get such a thing, but... The sorcerer sneered, looks like you just got lucky and picked it up somewhere. Kettle frowned and retorted, I don't have anything like that. But the sorcerer didn't believe him. You think you can fool me, he said, channeling magic power. The gem atop his staff emitted twisting arcs of white light. They rained down upon the skeletal corpses. He added, if you'd obediently fallen to my charm, you could have died peacefully. The sorcerer's tone hardened, but now I'll annihilate you. The pale skeletons on the floor creaked and stood upright. His cruel voice commanded, my soldiers. At his words, a skeleton warrior brandished a sword and charged fiercely. Kettle thought to himself, a dungeon with an evil lick hiding inside. Ha! The corner of his mouth curled mockingly. I think I've got a rough idea of what's going on here. The skeleton leapt high, its eye sockets cold and malicious, ready to swing its sword. But before it could move, and without anyone seeing when Kettle acted, he coldly slammed his fist straight into its skull. The sorcerer flinched in shock. The skeleton instantly toppled over, its skull shattering into 3 pieces before slowly crumbling into dust. Kettle waved his hand and judged coldly, you're more shallow than I thought. The sorcerer momentarily clamped his teeth in caution. But he quickly regained his arrogance and said, let's see if that mouth of yours still talks nonsense after I cut off all your limbs. With that, he raised his hand, magic flowing like a stream, once again reviving the skeleton soldiers before him. His hoarse voice growled, as long as you're alive, that's enough. Take him down, the sorcerer ordered, and at once all the skeleton soldiers rushed toward Kettle. Kettle clenched his fist so tightly, it even made a cracking sound. His face remained cold as he threw a punch, sending the skeleton on his right flying backward. Then he lunged forward, his left hand smashing violently into the skull of the one on the left. Finally, he landed a kick, sending the skeleton in front of him reeling before it could react. He kept targeting their skulls like he'd installed a GPS in his fists. One punch, one kill, clean and precise. The sorcerer's jaw dropped in horror. The pale bones slowly faded into nothingness. Kettle stood up calmly and said flatly, just like Casson said, lose your head and you're dead. Bored, Kettle ruffled the back of his hair, eyeing the lick. I thought you'd at least be commanding death knights or zombies, but you're this weak. Without a doubt, those words stabbed straight into his chest. Armor-piercing damage with a whopping 200% critical rate. The sorcerer's voice grew heavy. You bastard, I've had enough fun. Kettle blinked in confusion. The magic stone on his staff began to glow brilliantly. His hoarse voice growled, awaken. Dark mana quickly wrapped around the skeleton, forming the phantom armor of a knight. Kettle's eyes widened. That was a skeletal knight, its magical reconstruction flawless. Standing before him was a bony warrior clad in full armor, shield in one hand, sword in the other. He was a bit surprised. He didn't expect to run into a skeletal knight here. Wait a second, Kettle suddenly remembered the skeletal knight he'd fought before. He couldn't help but feel excited. Since this one was created by a lick, its structure might be a little different. This was getting more interesting. Suddenly, the sorcerer's hand unleashed even more magical energy. It poured forth violently, kill him. The skeletal knight obeyed instantly, leaping forward with the ferocity of a tiger despite its bare bones. Kettle cracked his knuckles with delight and grinned. A knight created by a lick, huh? Without hesitation, the skeletal knight swung its sword with fierce resolve. Kettle's voice was calm. I'm curious to see how it fights. In less than a split second, Kettle casually closed the distance and drove a decisive strike straight into its abdomen. Following up with a powerful punch, he sent the skeletal knight flying clear across to smash against the far stone wall. A deafening boom echoed through the chamber. Dust billowed thick into the air, and if one looked closely, shards of armor and pieces of shield were scattering in the shockwave. The white haze slowly cleared, revealing a darkened figure still standing amidst the smoke. The skeletal knight, though battered and broken, still charged forward with the unyielding will of a knight ready to die. This actually surprised Kettle. Tougher than I thought, I'll give you that. The sorcerer's eye sockets blazed with a fierce green light as his deep voice roared, take the full force of my ultimate dark magic. Waves of magic coiled around the skeletal knight as it charged. Kettle stood there momentarily stunned. The extreme energy burst forth, reforging the knight with overwhelming might. At that moment, another skeletal soldier lunged forward with a terrifying form. Kettle exclaimed, what the heck is that now? The skeletal soldier was already closing in to strike him. A skeletal knight created by a lick was already. Kettle's hand clenched tightly, something felt off. Then he swung a punch straight into its face. The skeletal soldier was sent flying backward. A loud explosion erupted, filling the area with dust and smoke. Kettle watched the scene with a serious expression. Meanwhile, the lick was startled and alarmed. The dust took a long time to settle. Kettle stomped hard on a bony hand. Then he spoke, not bad, but it doesn't seem all that different. That's it. The Lick demanded, who are you? He thought to himself, I can't sense any mystery or magic from this barbarian at all. If he were using an artifact, I should at least feel some mana, but there's nothing. Could this really be his pure physical strength? He defeated a skeletal knight using only brute force. How could that be? Then he exclaimed, you are truly special. Kettle looked toward him in surprise. The Lick gripped his weapon tightly and said, fine, I will face you myself. At once, a surge of dark power radiated outward, engulfing the space around them. Kettle glanced around in alarm. In that instant, he was swallowed by darkness. From within, two glowing eyes appeared. Are you afraid? Yes, fear me, barbarian. You will pay the price for trespassing in my sanctuary. But unexpectedly, Kettle remained calm and said, no, I only came here because the orb called me. Weren't you the one who scattered that orb? Hearing this, the Lick broke out in a cold sweat. Indeed, those who came here were drawn by the orb infused with his dispersed mana, and now he realized this case was no different. Yet he roared in fury, shut your filthy mouth, barbarian. I am the great and supreme sorcerer. I have destroyed 5 kingdoms and battled heroes. Kurdos Brantmla's Kesses. Hearing this, Kettle suddenly remembered that girl, remembered her name. Queen Elf Marcelia Hashia Karsha. Do names in this world just keep getting longer and longer. The Lick once again unleashed his cursed power. Become the stepping stone for my resurrection, you lowly barbarian. That terrifying and disgusting surge of power shot straight toward Kettle. It looked both fantastical and overwhelmingly strong, yet he calmly kept his eyes on it. Kettle's gaze began to swirl. This was a magic that manipulated human emotions, flooding the victim with negativity and swallowing them whole until they could no longer act, their mind shattering completely. A signature spell created by Kardos, ridiculously powerful for the small amount of mana it consumed. An ordinary barbarian, unable to control mystical forces, would be utterly helpless before true magic. Kardos kept calculating, what should I do next? There's something different about this barbarian. He doesn't seem to be carrying any special artifact. Then Lick Kardos snapped his fingers. I'll take him back and study him, drag him away. Instantly, the skeletal soldier lying on the ground began to move. It was commanded to approach Kettle. Kettle shifted his footing. The skeletal soldier's aura of strength suddenly flared even more fiercely. Suddenly, Kettle's eyes flashed. He delivered a brutal kick that sent the skeleton flying into the air. Its skull was knocked clean off. Kettle's expression remained completely calm. Lick Kardos's face twisted in shock, as if his jaw might drop off. A massive explosion erupted. He was panicked in disbelief. No, how that mind control spell should have worked. Kettle spoke, you're just standing there watching. Are you really trying to send these boneheads to drag me away? Boring. His disappointment was obvious, even letting out a sigh. Those words pierced straight into Lick Kardos's chest like an arrow. Humans are creatures driven by their emotions. No matter how powerful and supernatural they become, deep in their hearts they always harbor negativity. That's why they can't escape emotion control magic. However, Kettle now tilted his head. Can't you use something like a fireball or magic missile? Lick Kardos replied, I don't know how you're still standing, but how dare you compare my magic to those cheap beginner spells? Then his eye sockets glowed, his aura gathering like a murky spring. No matter the form it took, a wave capable of swallowing the world and plunging it into chaos swept toward the unseen realms. As he spoke, Lick Kardos raised his staff, summoning a mysterious surge of power. Seeing this, Kettle not only showed no fear, but his eyes sparkled with greedy anticipation. That eerie force spilled into the surrounding space. Then a skeletal hand stretched out, only to be devoured. Kettle stood there calmly before the strange energy reached him. When it finally washed over, Kettle's body slowly began to fade from sight. Lick Kardos opened his mouth and roared, ha ha ha, victory is mine. He was brimming with smug satisfaction until the next moment when an invisible mouthful of blood sprayed from his throat. Ha ha, cough, cough. His body collapsed to its knees on the ground. Lick Kardos grimaced in pain. Huh, too much. I've used everything I had, sparing only the mana to keep my body intact. With that move, he should definitely be gone. Just then, Kettle's voice made him flinch. Impressive. Kettle casually reappeared right before him. He asked coldly, but is that all you've got? Lick Kardos was horrified, his twisted face contorting further as he screamed inwardly. Even this didn't work. That was my strongest dark magic among the mind control spells. Even a great hero, if hit directly, should have had their mind torn apart. What kind of freak are you? Kettle glanced at his own hand. That move was impressive, but honestly I didn't feel a thing. If that's the best you've got. He spoke while slowly drawing his weapon. Lifting his axe with a cold gaze, Kettle declared, guess it's my turn now. At that, Lick Kardos cried out, wait. Kettle raised an eyebrow. What? The Lick continued, you came here already knowing who I am. Exactly, so it was clear now. The more Kettle listened, the more confused his expression became. What's this guy on about? Liccardos burst into loud, gleeful laughter. Ha ha ha, the Empire, are you that afraid of me? I must admit, your intelligence network is impressive, finding me this quickly. But I will return, I will destroy your sword and once again dominate the entire world. I once heard that within the Empire there's a training school for humans, a place that churns out countless weirdos. That Barbarian must be one of their products. A sword forged solely to destroy me, and an assassin sent by the Empire. His laughter grew increasingly maniacal as he shouted, no matter what. I am Kurdos Brantmlas Kesses. I will crush that Barbarian and overthrow the Empire. Seeing this spectacle, Kettle's face went blank, his head filled with question marks. Is he nuts? At that moment, an invisible jar began radiating a strange power. Kettle's expression grew even more bizarre. Liccardos roared, offer your body to me. Then that strange power shot straight into Kettle's body. His eyes turned white, still littered with countless question marks. The Lick thought to himself, I've infiltrated the Barbarian's body and devoured his soul. After doing so, if I can't become a Lick again, I'll be trapped in this body forever. I have no other choice, heh heh heh. Liccardos was utterly smug. This body is mine now and from this moment on. The scene shifted into Kettle's mindscape, where Liccardos suddenly sensed something was wrong. What is this? What the hell? Is this the Barbarian's inner world? I've never seen anything like this. Something's off. Just being here is enough to twist and shatter my mind. Could it be the Empire? Images that terrified him began to appear. Then Liccardos clutched his head and screamed in agony. No, this isn't the Empire. Even the Empire couldn't have made something like this. In that moment, Kettle loomed like a giant, seizing control of him. Everything spiraled into chaos. The Lick was utterly panicked. No, my mind is collapsing. HMPH, the last word of Liccardos. Outside, Kettle scratched his head with a clueless look, wondering what had just happened. He just did something to himself and then collapsed. That black vortex looked pretty strong, but that's all. Wait, liches, aren't they supposed to be the highest evolution of mages? I'm curious what kind of magic he'd actually use. His hand tightened into a fist. Then with a serious face he muttered, turns out liches in this world aren't that scary. Anyway, I've already cleared the dungeon, so now it's reward time. As he spoke, Kettle bent down to pick up the magic staff. This thing had glowed when the Lick chanted a spell. Does this help cast magic? If I own this, could I use magic too? He was genuinely curious. Suddenly, Kettle yanked the green gem out of the staff, his face going blank again. A second later, he grinned happily and stuffed it into his bag. Best to keep it safe. Then, as if noticing something, he muttered, him. Since it belonged to a Lick, could this be a soul container? He glanced down at the jar rolling on the floor. Picking it up, Kettle muttered to himself, I should have Rosa checked this. Then he looked around. All right, I think I've gathered enough loot, but something feels off. His eyes suddenly widened. Before him, a large circle of symbols appeared on the wall. Kettle reached out, wondering aloud, what's this? Could it be a hidden room? His finger pressed on a certain spot. Instantly, the hidden door began to activate. He stared in astonishment as the wall started to crumble. Bingo. Waiting for it to fall completely, Kettle stepped inside. Inside were many people with no consciousness left, yet their legs still stood firmly. There were many like this. This was Liccardos' secret sacrificial chamber. Kettle's eyes went wide, sweat dripping down. So it's real, but still. His footsteps began to move. He studied the people inside, puzzled. Who are these folks? Kettle waved his hand in front of one person and called out, hello. Then he tried another, anyone in there? After a while, with no reaction, he rubbed his chin and thought, now what should I do? Then he decided to head back. All right, let's return to the territory for now. Once I report this, they'll probably send people to handle it. Kettle whistled cheerfully as he walked. Soon, Kettle was back at the territory. The doorbell rang. Kettle stepped inside. Rosa, sitting at her desk, looked up in surprise. Then she stood with a smile, greeting, Lord Kettle, you're home early today. Kettle smiled back, just had a few things to take care of. Rosa tilted her head, full of question marks. What kind of things? Kettle gave a mysterious smile. It's about the orb I showed you yesterday. After hearing his story, Rosa sighed. Oh, come on, my lord, don't joke around. Kettle insisted, I'm not joking. She just smiled it off, thinking to herself there's no way a Lick, only 5 exist in the whole world, would appear in such a remote place. Right then, Kettle placed the jar in front of her, making her eyes pop wide open. His eyes gleamed. I brought back something that looks like a Lick soul container. Could you check it for me? Rosa's face froze, her body turning to stone. Her expression grew serious. In her mind, she thought, he's not kidding. Rose's jaw dropped at the ominous jar. What on earth is happening? Kettle suddenly remembered something. One more thing, there are still some people in there. I was going to bring them out, but their minds are completely shattered, so I left them. It's better if the guild sends someone." At that, Rosa gasped, "I'm sorry." She fell silent, her eyes narrowing as she thought deeply. Recently, there had been several disappearances in the territory, but no news about finding them. If the cause was a lick. Just thinking about it made Rosa panic, slamming the table. "Wait, hold on, I'll call people here right away." Moments later, the captain arrived, kicking the door open. "What on earth happened here? A lick, you say?" Kettle blinked and politely raised a hand in greeting. "Oh, hello." Kettle waved it off casually. "Everything been taken care of, nothing to worry about." The captain gawked. "Wait, what do you mean by that?" After Kettle told the story, the man suddenly screamed in horror. "Kurdos Bramtla's Kesses, was it?" Kettle nodded. "Yeah, I think that was his name. You know him." The man flinched in shock, shouting, "Of course I do. Kurdos Bramtla's Kesses, a mage who shook the entire world over a century ago. The founder of mind control magic who brought endless chaos. He drove kings insane, made them invade each other, and pushed 5 kingdoms to ruin. And now he shows up here as a lick. Is this for real?" Kettle, looking as innocent as a startled deer, recounted the events briefly. "Yep, but he wasn't scary at all, just some weirdo sneaking around doing bizarre things and then dying on his own." The captain was speechless. "What in the world are you saying?" 1,000 questions swirled in his head. "Why did my brain just crash? Are you saying a mage like Cardo's self-destructed? I need a proper explanation." Kettle rubbed his chin, trying to come up with something reasonable. "Even if you ask, I really don't have much else to say." The man froze, overwhelmed by the insane turn of events. Not wanting to waste words, he turned away. "Wait here a moment, I'll inform the Lord." In just a few short minutes, Luke was just as stunned. "What the hell is going on? A lick right near our territory." Luke carefully asked again, "Are you absolutely sure it was a lick and not some other kind of monster?" The captain honestly reported, "Everything matches the accounts of those rescued. It seems accurate, sir. We even have solid proof." The ancient jar poured water under Luke's shifting expression. "You mean the soul vessel? A lick of that caliber hiding so close to our lands without anyone knowing. The Empire could send inspectors at any moment. And now Lord Kane isn't even here. What a hassle." Without thinking further, he slammed the table and stood up. "Be ready to send a full report to the capital." The man watched Luke's back as he looked out the window and replied, "Yes." Then he whispered, "But maybe we're still lucky." Agreeing with Luke, he added, "Exactly. If that barbarian hadn't found him, we might have been the first victims." Somewhere in the shadows, Cardo's eerie silhouette emerged. He was probably preparing to fully revive as a lick, so it's very possible he had. The man concluded, "Things are far too dangerous, that's for sure." Luke stared distantly out the window to think more clearly. Either way, this is still a notable achievement of his. We should reward that barbarian accordingly, as long as it's within the territory's means. Before they knew it, dawn had already broken. The first rays of sunlight streamed in. From the vast hall came urgent shouts echoing, my lord, my lord." Someone's feet stepped down and slid into slippers. Luke dressed neatly and instructed, "I'm awake, let them in." The palace doors creaked open. A maid rushed in, reporting with a terrified expression, "My lord, the sun god's inquisitor, Lady Aquez, has arrived in the territory." Luke's eyes widened in shock. "What?" In the guest room, a woman with white hair was sitting, waiting. Luke dashed in, hair messy. "What is going on? Why is she here?" That graceful, elegant woman was none other than the sun god's inquisitor. The air was completely silent. After a brief panic, he straightened his clothes, and the two sat facing each other. Still slightly flustered, Luke greeted, "It's an honor to meet you. I am Luke Barkin, Lord of Barkin Territory. Thank you for visiting, though this is a bit unexpected." She parted her lips and calmly introduced herself and her position. "I am Aquez, Inquisitor of the Sun God, chosen by the deity to judge heretics. The youngest ever appointed, she beheaded 7 mages who had contracted with demons and single-handedly destroyed a terrifying demon-summoning ritual. Now she was the most powerful Inquisitor of the Sun God on the continent. Even the Empire showed respect to the Sun God's church. Her authority far surpassed that of a borderland lord, so why would someone like her be here?" Aquez began the conversation. "Lately, this territory has been unsettled." Luke firmly addressed the core matter. There was a minor dungeon issue, but it's been resolved. In his mind, he wondered, so she's not here because of the lick in that case? He probed, "May I ask the reason for this visit?" She thought for a moment before revealing her purpose. "I'm here to discuss a divine decree." Luke's eyes widened even more, almost as big as wagon wheels. Aquez's next words shifted the entire situation. "However, before going into details, I want to know more about what's been happening in this territory lately." Luke lowered his head, finding it hard to speak. well, this matter. In the end, he told her everything, and Aquaz's face changed drastically. Barbarian, you mean this man took down a lick? Luke admitted and added a few more details. That's right, and it could be Kurdo's Brantless Kesses. The terrifying image of him appeared in their minds. Aquaz muttered in fear, what, that man is here, to be sure. The ancient jar was placed right before her eyes, the sole vessel of Kurdos. Aquaz's face turned pale. Just what in the world happened in this territory? She clutched the sun god pendant on her neck to ease her anxiety. Silence fell over the room. That barbarian, he's still in the territory, isn't he? Luke's reply was like a bucket of cold water splashing over her face. He's still within these lands. Aquaz's expression sank, nervously asking again as if trying to disprove it. That barbarian defeated Kurdos, is that even possible? Luke gave a firm answer, it's true, he's quite strong, even Lord Cain was defeated by him. Aquaz instantly knew a great change was coming, a new power had risen. Which tribe does this barbarian belong to? Luke pressed his lips together, his voice low and cautious. He claims to be from the frozen snow plains. The disturbing image of Kettle flashed in Aquaz's mind, full of doubt. Frozen snow plains? You mean he's a barbarian from that desolate wasteland? How could someone from there show up here? Could it be that he's the reason I was sent here? Hearing that strange whisper, Luke took slight notice. What was that? Without answering, she made her request. That barbarian, I want to meet him. Meanwhile, in a quiet room, Kettle held a stone in his hand, radiating a dark purple light, curiosity in his eyes. So, what exactly am I supposed to do with this? Looks like some kind of magic artifact. Fine, I'll just ask a mage how to use it later. Suddenly, he remembered something. Sitting up and gazing far out the window, Kettle spoke. Oh, right, I think it's about time. Right at this moment, the man stood outside the door calling him. The sun god's inquisitor requests to meet you. The location is at the cathedral. Nervously, he added, when you meet her, please show respect. Kettle smiled brightly in response. Don't worry, I know what to do. Seeing Kettle's unusually casual expression, the man was puzzled, but quickly brushed it off, saying, good, as long as you understand. Then let's go. A sacred image passed down through the ages in this world. Gods truly exist. They grant power directly, even descending in person. The place where their worshippers gather is called a cathedral. What makes the cathedrals in this world different? After walking for a while, the man signaled to Kettle. We've arrived. A small corner of a white building came into view. This was the sun god's cathedral. At this point, the man left Kettle to fend for himself. Once you step inside, someone will guide you. Thank you. Kettle stepped into the church alone, and the deeper he went inside, the more surprised he became. A grand statue of the goddess stood on display in full splendor. The seats were neatly arranged in a silence that felt holy. Several priests approached to greet him. Welcome, Sir Kettle. Inquisitor Aquaz is waiting for you. Please follow me. Kettle, still dazzled by the sight, replied, all right then. After quite some time, Aquaz finally spoke. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Aquaz, Inquisitor of the Sun God. Kettle confidently introduced himself in a loud, clear voice. An honor to meet you. I'm Kettle the Barbarian. Meanwhile, in his head, he thought, this is the Inquisitor. She's so young. And she's actually really strong. Aquaz was caught off guard by that sly, mischievous smile. Just what on earth did that grin mean? Seeing her so quiet, he finally spoke up. So, why exactly do you want to meet me? Aquaz lowered her head, struggling to answer. It's about the recent dungeon incident. Kurdos the sorcerer, the one you claim to have defeated. He committed countless atrocities across the continent. Eventually, he transformed into a lick, and only the strongest heroes had the skill and strength to face him. Kettle recalled the foe he fought before. I've heard of that, but the Kurdos I met was just a lone, flailing lick, weak, and he self-destructed before doing anything impressive. You may not believe me, but I'm only telling you what I saw. Finally, Aquaz stated her true purpose. Then, would you agree to let my god directly witness this conversation? He tilted his head. Witness. Aquaz gave him a brief explanation. Yes, if you lie in the god's presence, he will react. Kettle's eyes lit up. Oh, so it's basically divine interrogation. She remained extremely cautious in dealing with him. He might not be an ordinary barbarian, but he was still a barbarian. There was no way he'd agree to this, or so she thought, so she gave him an option. Of course, if you're uncomfortable, you may refuse. Kettle's eyes gleamed with excitement as he agreed without hesitation. Why would I refuse that? This is the perfect chance to experience divine power, she probed again. You're certain? Certain, go ahead and start. Even Aquaz herself couldn't help frowning at that expression. What, he actually looks eager. She asked again and again, doesn't this make you nervous? What do you mean, she clarified, when a god is watching you? Kettle innocently replied, why would I care? I have nothing to hide. I've never told a lie in my life, not even once. She closed her eyes and muttered, "Ah, I see. Then let's begin. O my God whom I serve, you who observe from the highest realm. You, sovereign ruler of the blazing sun, please with your gaze expose every false word spoken here." A strange glowing eye appeared, and a brilliant beam of light shot straight down from the heavens onto the church roof. The light made Kettle gasp, "What's this? I can feel it. A presence far beyond imagination. Truly magnificent, an existence no human language could ever describe. My feelings when facing it are utter confusion." A soft ethereal light enveloped the place where they sat. Luckily, what Aquas feared didn't happen. Thank the heavens, no divine smitting today. Then let's begin. From now on, in this pillar of light, no lie shall be allowed to exist. Kettle happily played along. Got it. Aquas and Kettle sat facing each other, talking. The conversation began under the gaze of the sun god. After hearing Kettle's story, Aquas watched him intently. She thought to herself that his explanation of conquering the dungeon matched what he'd said before, and there was no negative reaction. Aquas continued to ponder. In other words, everything he said seemed sincere. She turned the matter to another angle. Perhaps Cardos had been severely weakened while preparing resurrection. If Cardos could still use magic, that savage wouldn't be here. He was indeed lucky. Lost in thought, she was startled when Kettle's voice asked, "Have you dispelled all doubts?" Hearing that, Aquas jolted, widened her eyes at him, then quickly nodded. Aquas put a hand to her chest and said calmly, "Yes, thank you, and forgive my rudeness." Kettle replied politely, "It's all right, I found it interesting too." After hearing that, Aquas cautiously asked, "So finally, may I ask you a personal question?" Kettle quickly said, "Of course." Aquas hesitated slightly, but then decided to ask, "Do you really come from the Frost Snow Plains?" Kettle blinked at her in mild surprise, then calmly spoke two words, "Yes." Aquas still didn't believe it. She asked again, "You truly come from there?" At that moment, Aquas's face slightly changed. She looked at him with worry, thinking to herself, could the demon realm really be the gray savage of imperial legend? This time, Kettle didn't answer her but asked back, "Then let me ask you a question." Aquas was taken aback and looked at him. Kettle folded his arms and asked casually, "Why did you come to this land?" The sudden question made her stammer. Aquas lowered her head a little, avoiding his gaze as she said, "I have personal business here." Kettle still asked with ease, "Is that personal business to verify whether I'm some kind of impure being?" At that, Aquas felt a pang of guilt, but she calmly replied, "I don't understand what you mean." Kettle thought of the time he stood and saw the god's eye. He propped his chin on his hand and voiced his thought. "I'm not sure, but a god personally looking into something doesn't happen often. It's more than just detecting lies." Aquas frowned slightly, closed her eyes, feeling embarrassed. She wanted to say it wasn't like that, but under the god's eye, all falsehoods were forbidden. Finally, she admitted aloud, "You're right." Kettle made an "oh" sound and asked, "So from the start you had your sights on me?" Aquas looked at him and firmly insisted it wasn't so. She recalled when she first arrived here. Aquas knelt with her hands over her chest in the church. She explained, "There was a prophecy. When I came here, I thought you might be the one mentioned in it, but as you see." This time, Aquas bowed her head, placed her hand on her heart, and spoke sincerely, "I'm sorry, I hid my true intention." Kettle looked at her and said casually, "It's fine, I found it amusing in my own way. Then let me ask you one more thing." He curiously asked what the prophecy had said. She looked up at Kettle, stunned. She clutched the pendant tightly, hesitating inwardly. Normally she shouldn't reveal it to someone she didn't trust, but in the end, Aquas still spoke up. The prophecy said that Aquas hesitated as she looked at him. Their conversation grew more mysterious than ever. No one knew what Aquas had revealed to Kettle. What Aquas said left him completely surprised. The dialogue soon closed, and before long night had fallen. Aquas stood by the window, pondering. In the quiet space, the rapid sound of footsteps suddenly approached. Aquas heard it and glanced back. He strode toward her with a stern air. He was the Lord. The Lord clasped his hands behind his back and said, "You seem troubled." Aquas nodded in admission. "Yes, I met him, but that just mudded my thoughts further." Hearing that, he asked curiously, "So who is he, after all?" Aquas decided to conceal his identity. Her sharp gaze went out the window as she said firmly, "He is definitely a savage from the Frost Snow Plains." As soon as he heard that, he asked in astonishment, "Really?" Aquez replied, "Yes, we have no news from inside the Frost Snow Plains, but that has been confirmed." The Lord grew pensive, thinking to himself that he had hoped it was merely a false rumor, but in the end the truth was undeniable. His voice hoarsened as he said, "If this gets out, the whole world will tremble." The Lord thought of the Frost Snow Plains and the Emperor, musing that many would wish to explore the plains, especially the Emperor. He worried that if the Emperor acted personally, imagine the chaos. While he pondered, Aquez spoke up, "You needn't worry about that." The remark made his eyes widen in surprise. She said calmly, "We will deal with Cardos ourselves and will keep the existence of that savage hidden from the public." Hearing those words, he breathed a sigh of relief, thank goodness. But then he frowned with doubt. Are all the beings in the Frost Snow Plains like him? Aquez rebutted that thought at once, certainly not. If they were all like him, they'd have left the Frost Snow Plains and conquered the world long ago. Hearing her sensible reply, the Lord said, "Indeed." Then he thought of other savages, reflecting that even if not him, there are many such beings in the world. They are very strong, but also foolish. That is the natural limit of savages. He worried again about Kettle, but what if those physically superior creatures also possessed intellect? Very quickly he then told her about this. "Now that I think of it, I've heard that this savage king is different. Rumor says he has both strength and intelligence." Aquez closed her eyes and sighed. She asked, "You mean he is the king of all savages, isn't he?" Aquez said she had only met him once, but indeed he was completely different from the usual savages. Hearing her, he bowed his head and murmured, "Is that so? If those two met, it would surely be interesting." Aquez had another thought, "I don't think so." Once again he looked at her in surprise. Aquez was silent, her mind crowded with thoughts. The relationship between the savages and those ancient worshippers of the gods is hardly good. For that reason, their growing strength is not something to be taken lightly. The Lord put that matter aside and asked, "By the way, what exactly did the prophecy say that made you want a private meeting?" She replied calmly, "I need to verify one thing." The Lord asked in puzzlement, "Verify, what do you mean?" Aquez turned and looked outside, voicing her thought, to determine whether he is pure human or something disguised as human. The Lord behind her exclaimed, "Good heavens, what exactly did the prophecy say?" Aquez spoke cautiously. "The prophecy said." Her gaze sharpened and her face grew solemn, as if the prophecy could not be taken lightly. After hearing it, the Lord's expression turned to shock. He stammered, "How could that be?" Morning sunlight streamed through the window, and a steaming cup of tea sat on the table. The Lord asked, "Are you well?" Kettle replied nonchalantly, "I'm living quite well here in the domain." He then wondered, "Then why have you summoned me again?" His tone grew serious. "As Lord, I have something to discuss." Kettle folded his arms casually and said, "I'm not particularly concerned." The Lord then said, "Not as an apology, but I have prepared a reward for your service in saving the domain." Saying that, he produced an item. When Kettle saw the item, his eyes widened, surprise written all over his face. The Lord placed the large bag on the table. He said seriously, "We will present the reward granted by the Lord." Looking at the tied-up bag, he thought to himself, "A hide bag, really?" He gently said, "It's not an ordinary hide bag, check it yourself." Suddenly his eyes showed astonishment. Kettle thought, "This is a magical bag artifact." Seeing him open it, the Lord explained, "You can store as many items as you want, as long as there's space inside the bag." Kettle looked deep into the bag. It was vast. He estimated the interior space to be about the size of a room. Kettle pondered, a magical artifact, an object created by magic. He stood stunned before the bag, thinking it was the first time he'd seen such an artifact in real life. Seeing his amazement, the Lord added, "Even if an item is larger than the bag's mouth, you can still stuff it in as much as you like." Hearing that, Kettle picked up a large axe, thinking to himself, "In that case, let's try an item." Seeing the axe seemed too big for the bag, Kettle thought it looked like it wouldn't fit from the outside. But when he brought the axe to the bag's mouth, it was automatically sucked inside. He let out a surprised "Oh." The Lord continued instructing him, "To retrieve something, just put your hand in and imagine the item." Kettle listened and did as told. It really pulled the item out. His eyes shone with excited squeals, truly astonishing. Contrasting his excitement, the Lord said calmly, "This is a gift from me in return for saving the domain. I hope you like it." Kettle quickly replied, "Like it? I love it, actually. I'll make sure to use it worthily." Hearing that, he smiled and slowly said, "Seeing you happy makes me happy too." Not long after feeling pleased, he grew worried again, thinking, "All right, I'll consider this matter closed here. The rest is just the Lord muttering about that prophecy, right?" He wondered inwardly what on earth was happening in that distant land. In another world, aberrations from the demon realm were spilling into the world. Standing before Asisha, his expression grave, he said, "It seems something is happening in the world." The Lord also broke into a cold sweat. He thought to himself that perhaps it was related to that prophecy. He recalled Aquas standing by the window saying the prophecy foretold a demon would descend, a great demon. It would come and spread across the world. The Vakan domain is a network connecting countless villages, which is why the villages still kept in touch with each other. Then one day, contact with one of them was suddenly cut off. At first, no one thought much of it. But when days passed with no news, a nearby village sent people to investigate. They never returned. Upon hearing this, the Lord dispatched guards, but they too never came back. Only then did the Lord realize that something was happening. Rosa raised a finger and asked, "Do we have any requests today? Is there an urgent request today?" Kettle folded his arms and asked, "About what?" Rosa immediately answered, "To go check on a village that lost contact." Seeing him still dazed, she passed on the information. "A few days ago, a village stopped responding. You just need to go see what's going on. It's a simple departure mission, but the reward is generous." Hearing the generous reward, Kettle propped his chin and said with a bright face, "I like tasks like that. I'll take the job." Seeing his eager expression, she thought to herself, "Just as I expected." He quickly set off to carry out the mission. The sound of footsteps grew steadily closer to him. Hayes looked exhausted, leaning against the trunk of a tree. She trudged forward with heavy, dragging steps. Suddenly a voice rang out. Hayes startled and turned toward it. Her voice cried out in alarm, "Kettle." Kettle appeared before Hayes, a smirk on his face. Hayes gave him a once-over from head to toe and said skeptically, "Your clothes." Kettle waved his hand and replied, "I just had a new outfit made. The old one I used to wear was threadbare." Hayes's eyes went wide and her mouth formed an O in admiration. "The design is quite unique." Kettle didn't hesitate to show off, "I designed it myself." Hayes responded, "Impressive." Suddenly she remembered and asked, "Are you taking this mission too?" Kettle folded his arms. He nodded proudly, "Yes, I couldn't pass up such an interesting job." Hearing that confident remark, Hayes thought to herself, "Yep, he's something else." Seeing him alone, Hayes asked curiously, "But why are you going alone? Aren't other team members coming?" Hearing her question, Kettle remembered his two teammates. Alessandro and Casson aren't joining. Hayes calmly analyzed, "They must have already received the mission details. Maybe they declined to join." Hearing that, Kettle only replied, "I see." Saying that, he turned and looked around. He saw 3 people in the distance. Kettle's voice dropped, "Fewer people than I thought." Kettle stood with his chin propped, pondering. "The mission is simple, but the pay is high. I thought many would sign up, yet fewer than 10 in total." He muttered inwardly that it truly was a dangerous task. Kettle, puzzled, turned to ask her, "So what then?" "The mission itself seems simple." Hayes hesitated as she analyzed. "It sounds simple, but the reward is suspiciously large." She worriedly said, "There's a rumor that the guards went and didn't return. So in the end, this isn't such a simple mission after all." Kettle was also conflicted. He looked around and said, "Even so, the number of participants is too low. I thought at least 10 would show." Hayes hesitated and said, "Actually." She lowered her voice to tell him there was another rumor spreading. Kettle's tone grew interested as he asked, "What rumor?" Suddenly Hayes forced a smile that looked painfully awkward. It turned out that Aquas was coming. Her face heavy, her eyes bleak and unhappy. Seeing her, Kettle thought to himself, Aquas. Hayes silently judged her to be the heresy inquisitor of the sun god, and that she would join the mission. She worried inwardly that few mercenaries would dare to cooperate with the sun god's heresy inquisitor. Hayes whispered nervously. She's not planning to split my head in two, is she? Hearing Hayes, Kettle turned to reassure her. No, she won't. She's a good person. Hearing him say that, Hayes suddenly blurted, wait, you know Miss Aquez? Kettle naturally admitted, of course. Saying that, he walked over to Aquez and said, she's a friend of mine. Hearing that, Hayes was stunned into silence, eyes wide, inner alarm ringing, the heresy inquisitor with a savage. She's his friend. Seeing him draw closer to Aquez, Hayes hurriedly called out to Kettle. Approaching Aquez, Kettle raised a hand toward her and cheerfully said, good to see you again. Contrary to his emotion, Aquez replied coldly, I don't recall when we became friends. Hearing that, Kettle burst out laughing. He jokingly said, you heard that, fine, from now on we'll call ourselves friends. Aquez could only facepalm at him. She glanced to the side and said, now that you mention it. Aquez bluntly asked, your teammates also serve a different god, don't they? Seeing Kettle looking puzzled, she added, I mean Miss Karuja. At that, Kettle blinked and asked a random question, so she's like her? Aquez replied confusedly, yes, but wait, did you say she's a priestess serving Karuja? Kettle asked softly, is there a problem? She fell silent for a moment, then said, no, it's just that as far as I know, Miss Karuja's followers are undergoing a period of purification. Her tone grew heavy, only those of high status could act now. Kettle, voice lowered and hesitant, said, don't tell me. Aquez sighed heavily and quickly covered it up, nothing. I can't know every detail of every cult, so perhaps I'm mistaken from afar. Suddenly Hayes cried out in alarm, which made both of them turn to look at her. Heavy, measured footsteps approached. An authoritative voice rang out, have you arrived? Kettle turned to look. It turned out to be Jehent, he thought inwardly, the captain of the guards. Kettle greeted him cheerfully, we meet again here. Unlike him, Hayes looked more pensive. Jehent arrived with 2 more guards. He took the floor. I welcome everyone who accepted this request. He was the kingdom's captain of the guards, Jehent. He said once everyone was present, we'd set out. The guards' steady, disciplined steps set the party in motion. Aquez watched them coldly, and Kettle watched them too. He thought to himself that gathering like this felt like setting off to raid a dungeon. Game on, the gold glitters already. Kettle no longer smiled as before, now his spirits began to sink. Kettle asked in a low voice, does the action day mean it's time? The sudden question startled Aquez. She didn't answer immediately but turned to stare at him. Kettle glanced back at Aquez. After a while, Aquez's gaze fell. After a while, her eyes dimmed and she whispered, I'm not sure about that either. She hesitated a few seconds, then continued, the god did not reveal an exact time. It could simply be that we've lost contact with the village. Aquez said fearfully, but that also means there's still a possibility. Kettle wasn't too worried. He curled his mouth into a smile. In Kettle's head, he recalled what she said that day. The god decreed that evil will descend. He remembered that line clearly. The arrival of a mighty demon. Because of that line, Kettle felt more confident. He smiled to himself, a mighty demon, huh? The guard's footsteps stopped and Jehent's voice said, we've arrived. Both Kettle and Hayes looked ahead in surprise. Before them lay a small village with houses clustered together, Jehent announced. This was the entrance to the village, he said with a serious face. Jehent turned to ask Aquez, how does it feel? She replied, I don't sense any life signs. When she said that, Jehent's face tightened. His voice grew hoarse as he said, then perhaps they've fled. Jehent shouted out, everyone spread out and look for clues. The guards members obediently followed orders. Yes, sir. Kettle, however, said excitedly, got it. He scanned the place and judged quietly, this village only has room for about 100 people. Still, there's no way everyone vanished without leaving a trace. Suddenly, Jehent's gaze sharpened. He suspected there must be a clue. His voice urged them to start searching. Everyone spread out to look. One of them suddenly found a dining table, and the food on it looked very fresh. Seeing him dazed, he muttered, this is. He turned and waved to Jehent, Captain, there's food here. Jehent heard it and calmly analyzed. Maybe they'd left it behind while fleeing. He immediately dismissed that idea. No, that's not it. He shouted it was just cooked, the food was still warm. Hearing that, Jehent's eyes widened in shock. He blurted out, what? He immediately went to check when he saw the food still hot. Jehent asked suspiciously, "What's going on here?" He thought to himself that we'd lost contact with this village a few days ago, and he found it puzzling because since then many people had been sent here. A flicker of confusion crossed his mind, yet no one had returned. Putting that aside, Jehent turned and asked, "Any traces?" The reply was definite. No signs they had left the village or hidden elsewhere. Hearing this, another layer of thought crossed Jehent's eyes. He ordered, "For now, continue the search." Those who heard the order replied curtly and clearly. Jehent looked at the meals being prepared and thought inwardly there were many signs of daily life, yet not a single person. His mind tangled. How could this be? His hand clenched as he walked behind the youth. Jehent asked, "How's the other side?" Hearing the voice, the youth turned around. He scratched his head and answered awkwardly, "Same as here." He said, puzzled, "Clearly people lived here, but there was nobody, no footprints at all." Jehent turned to ask Aquaz, "Do you know anything?" Aquaz also felt helpless. "I don't know either." Then he turned to Kettle and asked, "What about you? Do you know anything?" Kettle answered the same, "I haven't found any significant clues, and I don't sense any life signs." Jehent bowed his head in frustration and said, "This is driving me mad." Seeing this, Kettle tried proposing or asking if someone else might know. He turned to look at him with wide eyes. "What?" Kettle looked around nonchalantly. "Can't you still sense it? There's someone else here." Kettle's words made Jehent's face go pale. He hesitated. "Wait, what did you say?" He wondered to himself. "Someone else?" In other words, a person who wasn't here when we arrived in the village. Thinking it over, Jehent looked at the strange woman before him and a host of questions arose. Who was she? How long had she been here? Asisha, who somehow had been here, smiled innocently and in a clear voice said, "Interesting, did you really notice my perfect disguise?" Kettle crossed his arms and replied coldly, "A strange person appeared unexpectedly. Of course we should be on alert." Asisha burst into a wicked laugh and said, "No, that's not what I meant. Normally others wouldn't notice at all." Asisha glanced at Aquaz and smirked with a mocking tone. "Even the Sun God's Heresy Inquisitor didn't detect me." Then she turned to Kettle and said, "Looks like you haven't awakened any special ability either." Asisha curled her lip in a cold smile and asked, "Who are you?" She went on with more cryptic remarks. This was an unexpectedly fruitful catch. Jehent's eye twitched. Then he suddenly shouted, "Everyone fall back." They all obeyed and immediately retreated. Yes, understood. Jehent turned to look at Aquaz, who was still standing frozen. He called anxiously, "Ah, Aquaz." She snapped back to attention. Aquaz said doubtfully, "I don't sense anything, there's no presence at all." Hearing that, both Jehent and Hayes turned worriedly toward her. Hayes thought in astonishment, even the highest order Heresy Inquisitor can't detect her presence. At that moment, two possibilities occurred to her. If so, only two options. First, she's not a demon. Or second, she's a demon of such a high rank that she can't be detected. Asisha propped her chin on her hand and complained, "What a pity, I wanted to watch you for a while before dragging him down the abyss." Then her face began to sag, and in a devilish tone Asisha said, "I've decided." She stared straight at Kettle, addressing the interesting wild beast by name, her fingers transforming into sharp claws. Seeing that, Kettle gasped in surprise. Asisha sprouted a pair of thick horns on her head, and her sharp teeth bared as if ready to devour Kettle alive. She merrily said, "You will become my slave and go down to hell with me." Asisha snapped her fingers, and a sphere of power appeared, making the crowd widen their eyes in panic. And she rose into the air, which made Hayes and Aquaz stare in shock. One of them yelled a warning, "Everyone run, hurry, hurry." Hands slammed against the barrier amid cries of terror. No, but all efforts were in vain. Two members of the guard team were trapped. They screamed, trying to break free, the sound of despair echoing, "Open it." Asisha smiled with her fang-filled, bewitching grin, pleased with herself. "This whole village is my domain. No one can escape." She eyed them hungrily and intoned in a demonic voice, "You are all my prey." Suddenly screams rose. "A demon? Impossible, how could a demon be here?" Kettle wondered aloud. "A demon?" She trembled as she answered him. "Yes, it's a named demon." Hayes clasped his hands together in reverent plea. Lord Kalroja, please save us. Suddenly a hand patted her head, and a deep, warm voice sounded. Hayes, calm down, he comforted her. I'm right here with you. Which made Hayes turn his head to look up at Kettle. She immediately regained her composure, her eyes suddenly bashful and hard to read. He continued curiously, but what does a named demon mean? Which made Hayes flinch. She hesitated. The thing is, not everything called a demon in this world is powerful. They're labeled demons out of convenience, but in reality most are just fragments of evil intent and magic energy. However, there are entities that can truly be called demons. They are born from darkness without a mother, naming themselves by their own will. They are genuine demons. Even the weakest among them can shake an entire kingdom. Kettle spoke up upon hearing that. Then that one must indeed be one of them. Hayes trembled and said, yes, exactly so. She hesitated as she made her guess, and judging by those horns, it's Asisha, a demon that appeared centuries ago. Hayes wondered why something like that would appear in such a remote land. He touched the outer seal and asked, so we can't break this? She replied to Kettle, no, this place has become a demon's domain. Unless the demon is destroyed, there's no way to break the seal. He poked the seal with a finger and scoffed, is that so? Kettle produced a thick black smoke and smiled mischievously. Then he paused in thought. Maybe I'll just stand and watch a little longer. Kettle quickly waved his hand to make the smoke vanish, then chuckled in an odd, gleeful way. Hayes asked, puzzled, Kettle, what are you doing over there? He gave a reassuring thumbs up. Nothing. She could only nod. Got it, demon's prank, huh? The sound of Aqua's grinding her teeth and her voice rang out. Asisha sneered and taunted, oh, isn't this fascinating? Doesn't it make you want to investigate more? She recalled the warm loaves, the cutting board, and a pot of hot food and pondered. A village disappeared yet showed signs of recent life. It's just a demon's trick. Aquaz ground her teeth in anger. Perhaps it merely regarded the villagers as toys. She muttered, what a sick game. The demon Asisha merely smiled, barring a wickedly sharp set of teeth. Hayes could only look on in exasperation as Kettle lounged there like someone at the cinema eating popcorn. A named demon? Summoning such a demon would require a huge sacrifice. A single village's population wouldn't be enough. And for an entire domain to be altered without anyone noticing should be impossible. So she blurted out a question the moment the thought left her mind. How did it descend into this world? She wrapped her arms behind her head and said lazily, do you really think I'd tell you? Aquaz frowned in anger at that. Those pests sully this land. Asisha burst into a loud laugh. She crazily retorted at her. Unclean, impure, she snarled mockingly at those dogs of your god. Asisha asked, do you think your god will save you? Which made Aquaz's veins stand out in anger across her high brow. Listen carefully, the cracks appearing in this world mean it no longer belongs to you alone. She called down from above, long, long ago gods and humans fought demons. And the victory went to the gods and humanity. The defeated demons were expelled from this world. She grinned madly and continued, from a hell of misery, I've waited for this day for a very long time. Asisha slowly set foot on the ground. She then spoke formally, I am Asisha, demon of gravity. I will wash away past shame and dye this world black with malice. Asisha smiled mysteriously as she whispered. She retorted angrily, disgusting creature, this world belongs to the gods and to us, so go back to where you came from, demon. No sooner had she finished than Aquaz raised her hand. A shaft of golden light appeared, summoning the power of the god. The blinding radiance shone over Aquaz's body, making heaven and earth tremble. She donned gleaming armor and a scepter that sparkled with gold. He looked up at Aquaz and the demon, pondering her inscrutable expression. Just as I thought, the demon won't attack while she's transforming. The golden scepter gleaming along with iron boots. A full suit of shining golden armor materialized, encasing Aquaz in potent golden light. All of which made the demon smile approvingly. How interesting. She raised her hand and the power manifested. Good. Asisha now had an additional hammer which only made her disdainful. Then come on, dog of the god. So arrogantly she charged toward her in fury. Asisha's eyes narrowed. And they clashed, the meeting of their powers exploded, making the ground quake. Aquez exerted herself, knitting her brows and veins standing out on her forehead. The whole piece of land felt like it had been bombed. Rocks scattered everywhere. Hayes clutched his head and screamed at the terrifying power. Asisha smirked and leapt high to avoid a lethal strike from Aquez. Asisha twirled her weapon in hand. The wind blew and her hair fluttered. Asisha sneered again, a battle must be solemn. Don't your gods' hounds know that? The irritation made her eyelashes crease and veins bulge. Aquez growled, then held back. Aquez took a run up from afar. And then she unleashed internal energy to fly up, surrounded by a stream of spiritual chi. Even so, Asisha remained nonchalantly still. And before long, her image began to fade. This left Aquez utterly astonished. Before she could process it, Asisha's voice rang out, appearing behind her. You're here. She spun around immediately, quickly raising her shield to block the blow. Suddenly, Asisha smiled mysteriously again. Then she forcefully unleashed her power, crushing it. Immediately after, Aquez was completely overwhelmed by her. Aquez's feet kept retreating backward. Seeing this, Asisha was delighted as Aquez cried out in misery. Her shield seemed on the verge of being shattered by her, the Bible. Chapter 2, verse 12, The light of glory shall never be defiled. At once Aquez unleashed tremendous power, turning the tide. And Asisha was flung back 2 meters. She was enveloped all over by a source of light. Then she asked, can you read the Bible at that age? Then she praised her as well, impressive indeed. But Aquez paid it no mind and kept reading. Carmenune chapter 5, verse 59. A great shaft of light appeared from the sky. That burned away all evil. Having finished speaking, she sprinted forward. Instantly, Asisha focused to the max. And Aquez raised her weapon. The strike came down, but she luckily evaded it. Then she laughed with delight. Asisha launched a counterattack at her, quickly seizing the advantage and striking so hard Aquez was sent flying. Sweat began to pour from her brow, while Asisha was thoroughly amused. Soon after, they charged again, the 2 blades clashing with opposite expressions. Both immense powers erupted, creating a massive explosion that shook heaven and earth. It even reached Hayes, causing her to scream. And the others were no exception as the dark power swept over them. Please save me. The battle between Aquez and Asisha continued. Suddenly, another light appeared between the 2 powers. Kettle stood there unflustered, commenting like a spectator. Impressive. Seeing him appear, Hayes asked, Kettle, can't you help Aquez? Hearing that, he replied nonchalantly, I could, then. Without waiting for her to finish, she butted in. But why should I help? Immediately she froze. Kettle continued to ask, why should I intervene and ruin the fights? What? He then glanced at the battle and added, of course I want one day to fight a demon myself. Then he shared, but right now I just want to watch this fight. She was stunned to the core. This was not what she had hoped for. The battle continued with no sign of stopping. Then they broke apart again. Asisha landed safely. And Aquez as well. Now she began to feel uneasy. True, a hound of the god, but in raw power she still held the edge. Suddenly Aquez lunged forward unexpectedly. Fortunately, she managed to block in time. This time Asisha lost the advantage. Still, the mismatch between them was dire. In this world, magical entities cannot withstand divine power. Soon after, she forcefully broke free and hurled her away. If this continued, the battle would drag on. She continued to smile mysteriously. In that case, I'd have to tip the scales. No sooner thought than Asisha lunged forward. This surprised her tremendously at that speed. Aquez silently guessed the direction of her approach, that direction. It's exactly where everyone was standing, dangerous. A great burst of light exploded. She had just launched the move when she arrived in time to shield them. He was frightened by the situation. Asisha plunged the staff she was holding straight into her shield. Everyone was terrified at the sight. As for Aquez, she was so worried she was sweating profusely. But then she launched a counterattack and spat an insult, you filthy thing. Hearing that, Asisha laughed with delight, then rushed at her. Did you really think a demon would play fair? Those words enraged Aquez. The Bible, chapter 1, verse 1. Golden rays spread through the sacred space. Chapter 1, verse 1. The light enveloped the entire body standing at the center. Let the radiant, holy realm of gold be opened. They diffused, illuminating the veil of darkness. Aquez glanced back with a tense look. Everyone get in here quickly. The people hurried toward the golden light. Thank you, Madame Aquez. The corner of Asisha's mouth curled into a sly smile. Wings spread wide in the sky as she looked down at the group and sneered venomously. Are you going to waste the sacred scripture like that? Aquez's pupils were entirely covered by white light. She stomped hard on the ground and charged forward, growling, "Shut up." Asisha laughed excitedly as she stared at Aquez. Yes, that's the right reaction. She didn't reply, only grit her teeth and advanced. Immediately after, Asisha began to move as well. Aquez's arm tightened around her weapon. A powerful arc traced through the air as she prepared her strike. Asisha, unfazed, flipped in midair before Aquez's astonished eyes. Death is still just death. Her face pressed close to hers as she spoke. No one will care about your noble sacrifice. Aquez's brows knitted as she met the opponent's blow. Asisha's foot landed on the ground, her tone calm. If this continues, you'll lose and shame your god's honor. She spread her wings and flew up again, still watching Aquez. But if you beat me and return alive, your fame and your god's influence will rise. Asisha's voice tempted. It's simple, just destroy the holy shield protecting them, how about it? A twitch ran across Aquez's brow. Are you trying to trick me? A crafty smile bloomed on Asisha's face. Do you really want to die here? Aquez clenched her fists, staring at her, cutting her off. There's nothing left for me to hear. The smile on her lips deepened. And as soon as she finished speaking, a surge of purple light shot forth. Good, then die like a martyr. Aquez tensed her body, using both hands to brace against the attack. A dark purple-black hue representing shadow spread throughout the space around Asisha. The brows above her radiant eyes knitted together. Something made Aquez freeze in astonishment. It was Asisha closing in at an inexplicable speed, right before her face. Horror emanated from Aquez's eyes, really. Then there was a deafening explosion. She quickly flipped backward to retreat. Aquez lowered her center of gravity to keep her balance. The terror in her eyes had not yet faded. Asisha's body surged forward. At an extremely high speed. Powerful violet currents of aura swept toward Aquez, enveloping her. Seeing layers of purple surrounding her, Aquez whispered, "Holy domain, shine and repel the darkness." But before she could finish, the purple, like a twister, had already spread. Asisha's hand clamped over Aquez's mouth, silencing her completely. Enough. Her pupils bright red with rage. I don't want to hear another prayer. The force in her hand increased. Asisha pushed her hard into the ground. Aquez tried to struggle free from her hold, but failed. The ground cracked beneath them. Asisha pinned her down, raising her weapon-bearing arm high. The hand gripping Aquez's golden shield slowly loosened in helplessness. But a second later, she violently broke free and simultaneously raised the shield to block. Gold and purple clashed fiercely against each other. Aquez gritted her teeth, forcing the shield up, contrasting Asisha's nonchalance and triumphant grin. A loud crack rang out as the golden shield shattered into pieces, and two fingers snapped lightly with a click. Asisha strode forward slowly, savoring her victory. Aquez's whole body opposite was bound by glaring black chains as she screamed in pain. The golden barrier shielding the others began to crack. Finally, it shattered to pieces. The people were overcome with fear. No, at this rate we'll all die. Asisha reached out a hand, smiling cheerfully. I'll enjoy you all as dessert. Then, as if remembering something, Asisha suddenly turned her head. But first, her mouth pressed to the back of Aquez's neck. I want to know what the god's hound tastes like. A set of sharp teeth opened, ready to bite down. When suddenly a voice cut across, "Stop," and a large hand landed on Asisha's shoulder. Kettle calmly stepped forward and told her to stop. That's enough. Asisha's gaze was stunned by his sudden action. What? She looked at the tall figure before her in amazement. When did he arrive? The three of them remained motionless amid the wreckage. The hand on her shoulder moved slightly. Asisha kept thinking, I sense no aura at all, she won't get her spirit back. Kettle swung his arm and threw Asisha away amid her piercing screams. Asisha's body arced beautifully and slammed hard onto the ground. He smiled and reached out to Aquez. Are you all right? She stared at the person before her in stunned recognition. Right, you're the one who defeated the Holy Sword Kane, a superhuman-level warrior. Kept a gentle smile on his face as her thoughts continued. But even so, before she could finish thinking, a pair of pupils flashed bright red. A voice rang out, drawing the two of them's attention. On the other side, Asisha slowly rose from the shattered ground, the savage acting arrogantly. Rage filling her features. How dare you interrupt my meal? Kettle replied calmly, she is my friend, so I can't let her die. Asisha ground her sharp teeth and hissed, at first I wanted to keep you as a toy. Before she finished, his rough tone cut in, but I'm not interested in being your plaything. The corner of her mouth curved slightly. Is that so? Her hand, tipped with long sharp claws, unfurled to summon a weapon. Asisha straightened and declared, then you must die. A calm voice made Kettle tilt his head to look. Stand back. Aqua's one hand on her wound, staggered to her feet. You can't beat a demon. But the other turned to her and answered nonchalantly, you know I'm fairly strong. Aquas scowled at him and replied, no, this isn't about strength. Her whole body trembled, but she forced herself upright and continued, only divinity can expel demons from this world. No other power can do it. Her expression filled with resolve as she thought inwardly, this law was set when gods and demons coexisted, and besides, this place is a demon domain. There's no room for luck. Her voice was steady. So only gods can confront demons. Kettle listened, appearing thoughtful, raising a hand to his chin, yet even so. He paused slightly, glanced over, his tone indifferent and unchanged. You don't seem fit to fight. Aquas trembled all over, but her tone remained firm. I must do this. I serve the god. A sudden pang of pain made her wince, and I oppose the devil. Kettle's eyes widened in admiration at Aquas's words. Is this the will of one who serves the divine? His broad hand covered the top of her head. Impressive. Saying that, he slowly stepped forward. But leave it to me. Kettle's move made Aquas open her eyes wide in confusion. He smiled broadly, eyes on the front. I've always wanted to fight a demon. Asisha's sly, scheming voice rose again. You really don't get it. I told you you can't beat me. He answered her with a confident look. Wanna try? A long tongue licked across her sharp teeth. Asisha sneered maliciously. I want to see your face contort in pain. Immediately after, she closed in directly in front of him with instantaneous teleportation. Kettle's towering form still stood unmoved. Aquas cried out in alarmed no. Asisha's smirk grew wider, his hand clenched tighter, and she raised the weapon in her hand, ready to swing. But a powerful punch landed squarely on Asisha's face. Asisha's headless body was flung away, blood spurting out. Aquas watched everything, dumbfounded and bewildered. Kettle's recent move was completely beyond Aquas's expectations. He smashed the demon's head with a punch, the demon's head taken down with bare hands. He just stared dumbfounded at his hand, while she kept wondering how that could possibly happen. On the other side, Asisha's headless body was still flying through the air. Kettle's eyes suddenly flickered with surprise, as streams of dark purple light began converging in one spot. Asisha's intact body stood at the center of the glow. Kettle exclaimed excitedly, even a smashed head can regenerate. She answered him with a face full of hatred. Who exactly are you? The question made Kettle falter slightly. Me, I'm just. He said honestly, scratching his head with one hand. Just an ordinary pervert. That answer thoroughly angered Asisha. Don't be ridiculous. But then she fell into a moment of confusion, wondering what this strange sensation was. She could detect no trace of mystic energy, not someone who used aura or magic. If that's the case, Asisha's vertically slit pupils flashed, and a dark purple vortex suddenly appeared behind Kettle. Asisha's lips parted in a sly smile. She'd have to verify it herself. He sensed the vortex and turned his head to look back. And at that moment, her body suddenly materialized right above his head. Die. He blinked, tilted his head up slightly, and muttered to himself. The human form is a bit annoying, but I'll tolerate it. A powerful fist drove through her body Asisha. Her mouth opened in pain, her expression one of utter disbelief. Between her brows, Asisha frowned tightly. Her body was once again punched away by Kettle. Blinding violet light radiated from Asisha, and the hole in her chest closed up as if it had never existed. A jet of dark purple fluid spurted from her mouth. Asisha propped herself up on her hands amid swirling dust and smoke. She hung her head in disbelief. Impossible. Asisha's eyes were full of astonishment, the black streak still at the corner of her lips, just a simple punch, not enhanced by aura or magic. She kept muttering to herself that it was merely a pure punch, while Kettle's eyes across from her lit up with excitement. Regenerate instantly. Asisha's bright red pupils glared up at him with hostility. Kettle's innocent gaze met hers again, his face turning serious as he asked sincerely, What exactly is this principle? He stamped his foot hard, cracking the ground beneath him. His towering body surged forward at extreme speed. Acid of doubt began to appear on Asisha's face. Her hand once more unfurled to summon a weapon. But before she could be ready, the other's fist had already closed in. Her bright red pupils glanced over in fear. Kettle's fist was ready to swing. Asisha's face contorted on impact with that fit. Her body was flung backward once more after the impact. The limp hand among the wreckage twitched slightly. Her body lay motionless, her head resting flat on the ground. Dark streams of blood-like energy coiling around Asisha's body. The sight made Kettle's eyes widen as he stared. Moments later, Asisha once again stood up intact, a soft laugh parting her lips. It seemed that if the head was smashed to pieces, an entirely new head would appear. Kettle watched excitedly and thought to himself, right, demons should have a bit of style like that. He murmured, so the core weakness is on the head. Meanwhile, Asisha's whole body was trembling. Her mind filled with rage at the moment. How ridiculous. You intend to face me with mere brute force. The black nearly consumed Asisha's eyes. Do you mean you don't need to use your full power against me? She straightened and snapped. You. Innocent Kettle pointed at himself. Asisha's voice continued, listen well, I am Asisha, the demon of gravity. She curled her lips into a smile, though a bead of sweat trickled down her cheek. Do you dare think you can keep fighting me with pure strength alone? Kettle fell silent for a moment after hearing the question, and finally answered honestly, pretty ordinary, you don't look special. That reply left Asisha dumbfounded. What? The sound of pride shattering rang in her ears. The demon's pride broken into pieces. Shouts of rage rose up, while Kettle had no idea what was happening. Immediately after, Asisha lunged forward. At extreme speed, the distance between them rapidly closed, and the hammer in Asisha's hand was swung out. The opponent's weapon came straight at him, but Kettle remained rooted in place. Then a hand reached out and stopped the hammer. A calm voice rose amid Asisha's terrified eyes. Not bad, you do have some power. No matter how hard she tried, the hammer in her hand could not move forward another inch. At last, Kettle's large hand closed around the weapon, and it shattered instantly. The fist came down targeting Asisha's head, and her body flew off again, headless once more. Streaks of blood sprayed through the air along with Asisha's thought. This is absurd. Her body emitted rays of purple light. The head regenerated. I am the demon of gravity. Asisha gritted her teeth and calculated. If I use full force, I can concentrate the weight of an entire wall into this hammer. The thought raced through her head, yet you not only caught it with bare hands but shattered it. A mere ordinary pervert hasn't even comprehended mystical power. Kent's gaze was suddenly snagged by something and got called out. Demons aren't exactly eloquent, never seen one stop. Asisha's body couldn't help trembling, that was absolutely certain. Countless streams of dark purple blood gushed out after the shout. Impossible. A surge of furious purple lunged at Kettle. Die, you pervert. His grip tightened. A single punch blocked the opponent's attack. A powerful column of golden light shattered the purple glow, rushing straight at the stunned Asisha. A plume of smoke exploded with a deafening boom, accompanied by her anguished scream. The gust swept through, forcing Aquaz to raise her hand to block as she wondered in shock what on earth she was witnessing. Asisha's cunning image flashed through her mind. Asisha, an immensely powerful demon who single-handedly destroyed a kingdom. From centuries ago, a demon of that caliber. Kettle's powerful fist still didn't stop. It continued to drive straight through Asisha's head, while Aqua stood there dumbfounded, eyes wide in disbelief, being pounded by mere punches. On the other side, Asisha lay silent on the ground, her face a mess. Kettle's foot planted on her. With a contemplative look, he dropped his gaze and murmured, so she really doesn't die, meaning this demon can't be killed by pure physical strength alone. Asisha's lips curled into a crafty smile. She thought with interest, this is the first time I've felt such pressure. Asisha recalled the feeling when his punch landed on her face, overwhelmingly powerful. Beneath his boot, she gave a scheming, excited smile. What the heck are you? Kettle glanced at her coldly, then modestly replied that he's just an ordinary pervert. Asisha sneered, then growled, don't talk nonsense, but I do feel a bit relieved now. Having said that, she raised her sharp claws, wanting to try something. She slashed with her claws in a swift arc that made Kettle flinch and spin around. He stood there bewildered, not understanding, while Asisha, who had been watching him, had already gone pale. Impossible. Both of them stood frozen there, eyes wide at the meteorites, racing down toward the ground. Not stopping there, from the core of the magic circle, a huge purple sphere slowly emerged. Suddenly, the purple orb exploded, revealing a fiery female demon with massive black wings. She snarled, her eyes flashing with a murderous gleam. Asisha's voice grew colder. I will unleash all my power on you. With that, a volley of sharp spears hurled down from the sky. Kettle looked up at her with a challenging gaze. The full power of a demon, huh? Aquaz, watching from the sidelines, ground her teeth in fear. Too dangerous. She closed her eyes, clasping her hands tightly in prayer. You can't deal with that demon using pure strength. divine attributes. Asisha curled a sinister smile. Holy wounds, piercing, and destruction. Immediately, a barrage of spears all aimed at Kettle and came hurtling down. Contrary to her expectation, he still stood there, face impassive, using his elbows to flick away the spears that were poised to stab him. All the spears that flew at him were swatted away. Asisha couldn't believe her eyes, mouth agape in surprise. What the hell is this? This thing is. Before she could react, Kettle darted forward. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of her, startling her into retreat. Asisha was still dazed, not having time to grasp the situation just then. Aquas outside shouted, Untitled Chapter 3 line 58, let the light burn away all evil. No sooner had she finished speaking than the large golden axe in his hand flashed with blinding light. Kettle looked at the axe and his eyes lit up. What is this? The power of a god. Aquas hurriedly informed him, I've gathered enough divine power, strike that demon now. Immediately, Kettle raised his hand and spoke in a slow, deep voice full of killing intent. I wanted to observe a bit longer, but it seems that's not possible. Also fun, you demon. As he spoke, his hands also punched toward her. Asisha stared in shock at the blade arcing down to pierce her. What? In the moment she was still dazed, rays of divine power slipped into every nook and cranny of her body. Asisha's eyes slowly went blank and the thought appeared in her head. Did I lose to him? She was utterly defeated. Her body sprawled limply on the ground. Suddenly Kettle gently stepped over to her. He sat down and expressed gratitude to Asisha. Thank you, that was an entertaining fight. She bared her teeth in a bitter smile. It's a pity to be summoned back to hell like this. She glanced at Kettle, but it wasn't entirely pointless, for I have confirmed that someone like you exists on this earth. Suddenly, Asisha seemed to remember something and asked, what is your name? He casually replied, I am Kettle. Aquas panicked and tried to stop her. No, don't say it. But it seemed too late. Kettle stood there blankly, not understanding anything. Asisha threw back her head and laughed loudly. Oh, all denizens of hell, inscribe the name Pervert Kettle into your memories. At her command, an ancient castle with a sky, the color of blood, appeared. Aquas trembled and collapsed to the ground. In that blood-red sky, a pair of terrifying eyes appeared. She kept chanting loudly, absorbing my memories and feeling them. The one known as Kettle, he stood there, hearing every word she spoke but still clueless. The red eyes from the sky began to descend toward where Kettle stood. Asisha laughed triumphantly. Now they belong to us. The red eyes formed a huge, grinning mouth. The eyes loomed forward to invade his body, but they suddenly froze, as Kettle went rigid as if a shield had struck him. His huge hands shot out, trying to grab them, which made them all recoil in fear. They quickly scurried far away from Kettle. He slowly opened his eyes. Then the scene before him left him speechless. Kettle bewilderedly touched his chest. What is this? It felt like something had just pierced into his body. Asisha stared at him wide-eyed. How? Surely the darkness ran from him into my body. Suddenly she materialized within his sight, making him itch all over, so he lifted his foot and stomped, causing her to vanish completely. Aquas gaped in astonishment at the scene. Not only she, even Hayes didn't expect it. Kettle clenched his fist. Then he leaned back and stretched with a satisfying yawn. He smirked with pleasure. Have we finished the mission yet? Kingdom of Jehent, Bakan territory. A courier boy ran hastily through the streets announcing, urgent news, urgent news. News from the village that had gone silent earlier. The townspeople who received the notice first showed stunned expressions. Then a large, powerful hand slammed the paper onto the table. A demon, after the lick Asisha, appeared. The Lord was angry, bewildered, and fearful at once. What on earth is happening? How could such a disaster fall upon this small land? He sat back helplessly in the armchair behind him. A demon whose name is recorded even in ancient texts. In front of him, a knight stepped forward to report. Rumors spread rapidly throughout the territory. The Lord ground his teeth in thought. The only bit of luck in this calamity was that the heresy inspector of the sun god had driven it off successfully. The Lord lowered his eyes and, voice growing faint, said, we must carefully consider what to do next. Kettle sat there, arms crossed, speaking nonchalantly. The whole territory seems to be unsettled. Aquas, who had just collapsed onto the bed, agreed. Rightly so, this isn't a small matter. The Lord must have a headache over it. By the next morning, sunlight streamed through a crack in the room. Kettle and Aquas sat opposite each other discussing. Don't tell me you're leaving right now. Won't you rest a bit first? She clasped her hands, eyes slightly downcast, and said sadly, no, I mustn't delay. I need to report this to the sanctuary as soon as possible. Knowing she couldn't be stopped, he could only helplessly advise, if that's what you want, I won't stop you. After finishing his admonition, Aquas suddenly called softly, Kettle. He turned around in surprise. Aquas now solemnly bowed and saluted. Thank you for saving my life. If not for you, I would have become that demon's plaything. Kettle waited until she finished speaking before replying. No need to thank me. He smiled and continued. The emphasized tone of friend made her astonished. I only saved a friend of mine, that's all. As soon as he finished, Kettle awkwardly pointed at himself and asked, "Ah, so we're friends now, right?" Although unspoken, all the emotions she felt were written across her face. Aqua's thought in shock, a pervert and a servant of a god becoming friends. After a moment of silence, she asked again, "I'm the heresy inspector of the sun god, still, you want to be friends with me?" Kettle asked in puzzlement, making her once more surprised with a hint of joy. "Is there any reason I shouldn't?" Aqua's clenched her hands tightly, standing there dumbfounded. "Ah no, but..." Seeing her bewildered expression made Kettle laugh. "Then that's not a problem, right?" Aquas gave a small smile and replied to him, "You're right." After the romantic mood settled, Kettle suddenly put on a goofy face and walked up to her. "By the way, I want to ask you something." Aquas answered gently, "What do you want to know?" Kettle propped his chin, wearing a thoughtful look. "Is it forbidden to let demons know your name?" She spoke in a mysterious tone. "It's because of the mark." Kettle asked in shock, "A mark?" Seeing his bewilderment, Aquas explained in detail. "Listen carefully. Demons use names to etch a dark mark onto a human soul and use that mark to summon evil spirits. Those who bear the mark become like a scent, emitting an aroma that lures malevolent things." Saying that, her gaze dropped as she recalled the distant past. Ancient tradition holds that those marked must undergo a baptism to be saved. Otherwise, dark forces will hunt and destroy them. Kettle pointed at himself in bewilderment. "So I'm marked too." She worriedly squeezed her hands. "Not like that, you aren't marked, Kettle. However, your name has likely become known to entities in the underworld." Indeed, that's the case. The troubling question in Aquas's mind remained unresolved. She spoke to reassure him. "Still, don't worry too much. Without a mark, they can't locate you. They can only know the identity, but have no way to track you down." Hearing that, Aquas felt much calmer. Unless they meet face to face, there should be no problem. Kettle, relieved by the explanation, looked at her in wonder. "So that's it, it's miraculous. I couldn't kill it with physical strength alone." Aquas pondered and stepped forward. "That's the nature of demons." She recounted an old tale. Long ago, the supreme gods created humankind. Foolish, weak people who acted on instinct. But the gods did not intervene directly in the human world. Still, external entities grew interested in the human realm. They crossed spatial tides and slaughtered people brutally. At last, the gods could not tolerate it and descended into the human world, siding with humanity, calling those beings demons and driving them away. From then on, humans built sanctuaries to honor the gods who saved them and continued to flourish under divine guidance. But over time, for reasons unknown, demons began to reappear and interfere in the human world. Her tone suddenly grew serious. So the gods chose the faithful, bestowed powers on them, and continued fighting the demons. Demons are creatures that can only be destroyed by divine power. Kettle, having heard the whole story, couldn't help but exclaim, "So that's why we don't belong to this world and therefore can't be killed by ordinary means." Aquas continued explaining, "Yes, from the very beginning we are not creatures of this world." He put on an amazed face. "I see. If those things start showing up regularly, that would indeed be a nightmare." Hearing this, Aquas objected. "No, titled demons can't appear that easily." She told him her recent suspicions. "It seems the demon realm, which ought to be sealed, is influencing this world. The cycle that spawns dungeons has become abnormal, and increasingly more dark entities are surfacing in the human realm." Aquas's gaze grew firmer. "It began about a year ago." Kettle suddenly seemed to recall something and flinched. "A year ago." He remembered that time. "If it was a year ago, wasn't that when I was on my final mission in the Frostlands?" Suddenly, Aquas cut the story short. "Too long a tale, thank you, Kettle." She bowed slightly to express her gratitude. "I must depart immediately. If you ever come by, we will surely welcome you." Kettle smiled in reply. "I hope so too." The carriage wheels began to roll. Seated inside, Aquas stared out the window, her heart full of unspoken thoughts. She squinted slightly, thinking that although her body hadn't fully recovered, she couldn't delay any longer. She had to report this to the Saintess immediately. Then her thoughts suddenly faltered, but images of Kettle kept surfacing in her mind. Why was that? Why has the sun god never spoken any prophecy about that man from the wilds? Down the long corridor, a troubled figure paced along. Cain let out a long sigh. His eyes ringed with crow's feet as he spoke. "Meeting His Majesty always leaves me exhausted." Suddenly a voice rang out. It seemed the man had had a rough day, causing him to open his eyes wide. Cain turned his head back, and a long mane of hair down the back and a noble red outfit met his eyes. Cain looked bewildered and puzzled. He pondered. "The Archmage of the Tower of Magic, where all mages and mystics of the world gather. the powerful master of the tower, finally decided to speak up and asked, "So what brings you here?" Lick, standing on the balcony, answered, "You know, just routine contact, but what brings you here?" Kane glanced aside, turning left evasively as he replied, "Lick, I only came to report the mission results. The reconnaissance of the demon realm, right? The quiet forest where everything falls silent." He put a hand to his chin and asked in mock seriousness. Kane responded, "Yes." Lick pried further and asked, "How was it?" He broke into a sweat. In a hoarse voice he said, "It's beyond our understanding of this world, a truly terrifying place, just like its name, the Quiet Forest. Not a single sound could be heard. Even aura-sensing spells acted erratically. And even if I shouted, there wasn't a ripple." Kane recalled the scene and continued, "Then before we knew it, the soldiers vanished one by one. A silence that made your skin crawl, an intensely unpleasant place." He snapped, "Why on earth does His Majesty want to conquer the demon realm, to rule the whole world perhaps? Who knows what mad thoughts dance in the minds of the powerful?" The other replied, and upon hearing it he curled a smile and said, "But I must say, the demon realm is an intriguing place." Lick folded his arms. "I find it a little intriguing as well." Kane answered solemnly, "As for me, I don't want any part of that place. I prefer a normal life." Suddenly Lick snapped his fingers, turned him into a matrix. They both stepped into a matrix full of details bathed in the blue-green hues of the galaxy. Kane looked at the formation, thinking it was a teleportation spell. He asked the other, "What is this? Why suddenly?" He merely smiled. "Calm down, Kane, no need to be so formal." Lick stepped forward a step and spoke, "You've met someone very special, haven't you?" As if remembering what Lick meant, Kane flinched and stammered, "No way." Lick looked at him with a gentle, slight smile. Kane seemed to realize and cursed, "Damn it. The observing eye, when did you place that on me?" Lick kept the smile on his lips and replied, "Since our last meeting, it's been one of the few pleasures left for this old man." Kane, in contrast, was furious and cleared his throat. "Go to hell." He asked irritably, "If you've seen everything, why ask at all? I want to hear your thoughts." Lick replied slowly, "About the one I thought only existed in ancient legend, about that Mandy from that snowy region." Kane hesitated. "I'm still not sure. Think carefully," his voice rasped. "A Mandy capable of defeating a sword saint and wiping out Lickatos like swatting mosquitoes, appearing from the edge of some snowy wasteland. Doesn't that already sound suspicious?" "Wait, you said he defeated Kardos," Lick wondered. "What do you mean, you didn't know?" Then he put his hand on his chin, thinking, "Well, that thing still hasn't been revealed to the public." Lick recounted slowly, but rumors had already begun spreading within the Mage Tower. The wizard Katos once shook the whole continent. I heard he tried to resurrect on the periphery, but failed. So I went there to pay my respects to him. Half his face returned to a bare skull. Lick spoke in a low tone, "One of the few liches who was my friend has departed. It's a bit sad." Kane was surprised to see another side of him. "I didn't expect you to feel sadness," Kane said. "Of course, friends are indispensable for someone who's lived as long as I have," Lick replied. However, Lick pondered, it seemed no one had found any relics in that lair. Kane panicked. "Didn't they collect all the relics when Kardos died?" "For the most part, yes, but the most valuable treasure wasn't." But Lick remained optimistic, wondering where it might be now. "Anyway, forget that. I want to hear your opinion." His narrowed eyes spoke dangerously. Lick asked, "Do you really believe that Mandy defeated Kardos?" Kane thought to himself and after a pause answered, "I think it's possible." He reminded him, "By the way, you haven't reported this to the Emperor yet, have you?" Upon hearing this, Kane clenched his fists. He retorted fiercely, "Why should I? He's throwing precious manpower into the demon realm like trash. If that mad emperor learns of the Manda's existence." Kane thought of bloodshed on the battlefield. Clashes would surely follow. A Mandy acting on his own and an emperor who wants to grasp the whole world. If that happens, the kingdom will be dragged in. Lick walked on and spoke, "Really sounds intriguing. Are you implying that the Mandy could single-handedly stand against the Empire?" he asked, making Kane hesitate. "I'm not sure, but I felt a sensation very similar to the first time I saw you." Lick seemed to realize something and said, "Don't tell me he's of hero rank." Kane raised an eyebrow at Lick. "I'm not in a position to judge, but he's very valuable. Even more than that." Before the other could finish speaking, he blurted out in alarm, "Don't tell me you intend to." A bustling market crowded with people in the Barkan territory of the Jehant Kingdom. A long-haired girl was looking around. She carelessly tripped over a stone in the road, her whole body pitching forward, about to hit the ground, when a quick hand caught her. A man with a warm voice rang out, "Oh my, you must be more careful." Kettle supported the girl and asked kindly, "Are you all right?" The girl stood dazed for a moment. Suddenly he felt uneasy inside. Kettle thought to himself that she would probably run away in fright. She politely bowed and thanked him. After she walked off a bit, he turned his head and stared. Kettle's eyes widened in surprise. He wondered in a daze, what is this? What's this strange feeling? Kettle looked up at a girl on the street, his heart full of confusion, his mind a tangle of thoughts. As if suddenly understanding, he opened his eyes wide, wondering why people didn't avoid him. Golden honeyed light gradually slipped into the room through the door crack, shining down on the gleaming teacup on the table. The Lord, seated at the head, looked at the person before him with concern and asked, "Are you all right? I heard you were almost branded by another demon." Kettle sat with his arms folded and answered calmly, "No problem at all. Actually, I don't even know much about marks." He listened and then lowered his eyes in deep thought. "I see, I know you're very strong, but even so." The Lord couldn't help but blurt out, "It seems everything around you has changed." Kettle asked back, "Do you mean the people?" He calmly added information, "The people in the territory." He replied with a somber face, "Probably because of rumors." The Lord began to recount the story. The guards and surviving mercenaries returned and spread the word loudly. They said that after Aquaz was defeated, everyone fell, leaving only one standing. And when he woke up, Kettle's axe shone with a holy radiance. Witnesses believed Aquaz had bestowed divine power upon you. So they began calling him the one who fought alongside Aquaz against the demons. Kettle froze as if understanding and said, "So that's it." Meanwhile, the Lord bowed his head and apologized. "I'm sorry about that, but by the time I tried to correct it, the rumor had already spread too far." Unfazed by worldly matters, he thoughtfully propped his chin and said, "It's fine, maybe that's why people are no longer afraid of me." Seeing him still bow his head in agreement, "Perhaps that's it. Now they see you as someone who opposed the demons." Kettle pressed his lips in thought. He tilted his face to the sky and began to repeat the Lord's words. "You opposed the demons." The casual phrase slipped out unexpectedly, and just like that, he had a reputation. Scene shifts to the reception desk, where Rosa announces with a professional smile, "Congratulations, Sir Kettle, you have been ranked up. You are now rank C." Kettle asked back suspiciously, "Rank C?" Then looked at her with bewildered eyes. "So I jumped 3 ranks at once?" Rosa smiled and explained, "Well, you did something worthy of a promotion like that." He quickly recovered his composure and put on a confident smile. "Very good." At the same time, Rosa professionally held up the paper and continued, "Your mercenary insignia will also be reissued. Since it will be a custom insignia for you, it may take a little time." Kettle asked blankly, "Even the insignia has to be custom made for me?" She quickly replied, "Yes. From rank C upward, you are considered an official mercenary recognized by the guild, so of course you must be treated accordingly. And from rank C on, you have access rights to almost all areas." Rosa stood up briskly and gestured in explanation. "You will face no obstacles when accessing most cities and temples." Sensing something off, she covered her mouth with an embarrassed smile. "Ah, except the imperial capital. The empire is really strict." Rosa wiped a sweat and smiled in agreement with him. "That's right, only those recognized by the nobility can enter the empire." She covered her mouth and began to speak seriously. "In truth, nobody really knows much about the imperial capital. It's all worrying rumors. Honestly, there's less information than about the demon realm." Making Kettle, who was just listening, break out in a sweat in disbelief. To that extent, Rosa suddenly put a hand to her mouth and coughed. She immediately reverted to a professional smile and steered the topic elsewhere. "Anyway, now that you're rank C, you can accept most available contracts, and you can even enter A-rank dungeons if you go with a party." He over there grinned like he'd found treasure. "An A-rank dungeon means I'll have the chance to take on many different quests." His grin was quickly replaced by a cocky smirk. Elsewhere, Alessandro was stunned, unable to hide his shock that this had happened. He broke into a sweat, slammed his cup down, and asked if everything was settled. Kettle answered calmly, "The demon was vanquished and the heresy inspector confirmed it's fine, so I think it's settled." Those words left Alessandro and the other two dumbfounded. "Well then, that's good." Cassin suddenly spoke up. "Still, the sun god's heresy inspector is extraordinary, defeating a demon like that while Hayes panicked and stared at him. No," she thought to herself with a dark face, "if I hadn't fainted that day. That's why I realized how strong he was. He completely overwhelmed a titled demon." Hayes, as if stunned, considered seriously. In that case, Aquaz just walked in and poked at a meal that had already been prepared. Cassin suddenly asked, startling her, "Now that you're rank C, what do you plan to do next?" While Kettle remained calmly cross-armed and replied, "Nothing changes. I will continue doing assigned tasks as a rank C mercenary." Cassin's eyes sparkled as he stared at him, beat a demon and still so humble. Damn, that's pretty cool. Hayes ground his teeth in furious jealousy. Don't get burned, that's not human. He also blankly raised the question, so what do you all plan to do next? Kassen quickly volunteered in a stammering voice. We're only rank F, we can't do much. He lowered his eyes and in a gloomy tone said, I intended to live day to day and die like a parasite. Kassen suddenly stood up with vigor, but now I want to live life to the fullest like you. Kettle and Alessandro sighed and lowered their heads. Now you think of that, you're impossible. A second later, Kettle sat dumbfounded between them, staring at the two who were glaring at each other. So what do you all plan to do next? Hayes cleared his throat at that moment. She looked at him and calmly answered, as always, I simply follow Lady Kalosia's instructions. He propped his hand, thought for a moment, then recalled, I think I heard something from Aquez. That's right, Kettle continued. Those who serve Kalosia are currently on break, only the high-ranking ones remain active. This sudden news left Hayes stunned. What? She panicked and denied the truth. Aquaz, that must be a mistake, I'm just an ordinary cleric, really. He replied nonchalantly, is that so? If you say so, I'll believe you. No sooner had he finished than Hayes laughed in desperate fear. He obviously knows already, doesn't he? Could he be waiting for me to confess? Hayes' thoughts spiraled further. Was he playing mind games? She was utterly terrified. This is too scary. Cut to the black sky. Late night at the Mercenary Guild. Rosa happily thought to herself, I did it. The receptionist Rosa is ready to go home. A pair of leather shoes suddenly stepped in, making the girl who'd been smiling all day turn back on full alert. Impossible to relax. The man opened his mouth. I have a request. As soon as he finished, Rosa despaired overtime again. She sighed wearily and reluctantly spoke. All right, what kind of request? Aaron looked at her puzzled. What now? Her eyes seemed totally unfocused. He raised a hand and cleared his throat, and plainly stated his request. I need an escort. 2 people, me and a young woman. His pale fingers began to tap. 2 people and the destination is... Rosa's eyes widened in shock when she heard the words, to the far end of the Denaian kingdom. She glanced up into those blue eyes, capital city. Rosa, half dreamy and half serious, guessed, an escort mission all the way to the Denaian kingdom from such a remote place. She began to recall his appearance when he entered, cloaked like that, clearly concealing his identity. Polite speech, shabby clothes, very suspicious. Rosa warily spoke up. All right, I'll accept for now. Do you have identification? Aaron stroked his beard and pondered for a moment. Need something to prove identity? He handed the receptionist a gleaming silver badge. Use this. She blinked slowly to inspect. This is... Rosa's thumb traced the embossed pattern, the Mercenary Guild's badge, not something easily obtained. She trusted her instincts. Sure enough, his identity wasn't ordinary. Rosa returned the badge to Aaron. Verification complete. She followed procedure automatically. Then I'll proceed to collect the commission fee. He fumbled inside his cloak. Aaron placed a gleaming gold coin on the wooden table. I'll pay with this. He spoke plainly and sincerely. Rosa did the math and picking up the coin to appraise it, said, we can provide 1 person. Aaron visibly deflated. What? He gaped and asked in a trembling voice, only 1 person. Aaron actually regretted the pure gold coin he'd produced. After all, it was an escort request. Rosa, who had calculated fairly carefully, thought, you'll take a mercenary for the whole journey and the risk is quite high. Besides, the Denaian kingdom is quite far. She had to ask for his understanding. Depending on circumstances, it could take nearly a month, so of course the fee is higher than a normal job. Aaron looked embarrassed. Well, that's fair, but... He stubbornly asked again, isn't there any other way, at least 2 people? Rosa suggested another option was possible, but in that case the mercenaries would be of lower rank. Would you accept that? She didn't forget to warn Aaron, if you want a trustworthy escort, it's best to choose mercenaries of rank D or above. He hesitated. Then Aaron quickly recovered his composure and asked, please choose someone with those skills for me. Rosa patiently explained, in that case this money only covers 1 person. He asked slowly, even so, is there really no other way? She frowned slightly. Really, why act so desperate? Rosa couldn't guarantee anything. Honestly, in such a remote area it's already hard to find anyone willing to escort. I'll try, but finding 2 people is very difficult. Aaron replied curtly, I see, understood, I'll leave it to you then. After he left, she inspected the gleaming coin. Small but very pure gold, yet the surface was heavily worn as if to deliberately hide its origin. Rosa had a bad feeling, so she clenched it in her palm. This is going to be troublesome. Night fell, Aaron's footsteps paced steadily and then stopped altogether. He knocked on the wooden door a few times to alert whoever was inside. Aline jumped lightly at the sound. Who is it? Aaron outside removed his hat and spoke. A loyal subordinate of yours. Recognizing a familiar face, she relaxed and opened the door. Aline, concern still on her face, said, come in. She anxiously asked about the returns at Rosa's place. How did it go? Aaron couldn't bring himself to look Aline in the eye. For now they accepted the request. She seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Thank the gods, how many people did they say they could provide? He suddenly choked up. Ah well. Aaron had no choice but to admit it was only one person. He felt a pang of guilt. Sorry, we don't have enough money. Aline just lowered her eyes resignedly. She couldn't blame him. Aaron began to blame himself. If only I weren't so foolish as to be tricked, she immediately interjected. No, that couldn't have been avoided. Even if it were me, it probably wouldn't be any different. Both of them commiserated so much that their eyes began to water. He and Aline broke down like two children. Suddenly a shout echoed from inside. Silence. They both whimpered and swallowed their tears. She quickly returned to the main topic. By the way, Aaron, how long do you think it will take? Aaron gloomily, I don't know, we're trying to find someone trustworthy, so it may take time. Aline tried to reassure herself. I see, then we can only wait. She smiled faintly. It's late, rest a bit, you've done well. He nodded in obedience. Yes. Immediately after, Aline didn't feel much better. Not again. Aaron put on a look of shame. I truly feel ashamed. Only then did he realize it seemed very hard to find someone genuinely trustworthy. She bit her lip. This is going to be troublesome. Aline turned her head quickly to look back. Supplies were starting to run out. There's no choice, we'll have to go hungry for a while. Aaron kept apologizing. It's all because of my incompetence. His remark made her flustered. It's not your fault, Aaron. Aaron scowled. Even so, telling the Lord here about our situation, Aline cut in. We can't do that. He was a little surprised, noticing her trembling hands. Aline raised her head and declared, we can't trust anyone. Even hiring a bodyguard is very risky. We can't take any more risks. Her expression was unusually grave. Aaron, remember why we had to abandon the kingdom and flee. We don't even know who's friend or foe. Aline tried to steady Aaron. Though we've been in hiding for some time, there's still no news from there, even though both of us escaped. He understood at once and frowned briefly. I'm sorry, I've become too weak. She still hesitated about hiding. By the way, are you sure the Danaan kingdom is truly safe? Aaron asserted confidently that place will protect you. The king of Danaan swore when the princess was born. His blue eyes suddenly lit up. They might even help us get revenge. Aaron placed great hope in Aline. So you absolutely must live. Aline Mavrachi, our princess, if even you are lost, our kingdom will truly perish. She was afraid to face such fragile hope. But the mercenary, can we really trust him? He gripped Aline's hands tightly. Don't worry, we paid gold precisely for trust. They will surely recommend someone reliable. She hesitated. I hope so. Aline drifted into daydreams for a moment. Who will escort me after all? She imagined a guy in Kettle's image, a mercenary. I hope he's handsome and knightly. Kettle at that moment leisurely leaned back, hands behind his head. Nothing to do. He was overwhelmed with nostalgia. Suddenly remembered how those idiots back there were doing. They're the only ones who didn't shun me. They're probably still living their silly lives as always. Kettle thought for a moment and was surprised. Oh right, the mission ended. He raked through the still fresh memories. Since I woke up in the snowy region, that mission window has always been with me. At first I thought I was dreaming, but the bone-freezing cold and the monsters made me realize everything was real. Yes, the first mission was just to survive for a week. This time he came to Rosa to accept a new mission, an escort request. She smiled brightly and replied, that's right. Kettle folded his arms and waited. What's the mission about? Rosa pushed a mission description toward him just as the title said, protect the client to the destination. Kettle skimmed the few short lines. That's all, she replied. Yes, but it will take at least a few days to travel. Preparations for the trip are entirely the mercenary's responsibility. He doesn't refuse hard labor, seems it'll require a lot of effort. Rosa considered the pay for this a benefit. In return, the compensation is generous. However, Kettle suddenly opened his eyes at that point. Yet she put on a serious face. There's something off. Honestly, this stinks of trouble, so you can refuse. He stood up and retorted, you don't know anything, Rosa. Kettle grinned arrogantly. That's exactly why it's good. Rosa was puzzled. Yes. He glanced back at the mission sheet. After all, an escort mission, 1 woman, 1 old man to the Denian capital, rank D. Kettle rubbed his chin and pondered for a long time. The kingdom Denian felt like somewhere he'd heard of before. The image of Milena suddenly surfaced in his memory. Milena of the Akasa clan. Kettle clearly remembered their meeting in the white snowy forest, the merchant clan woman he met on the snow plateau. She had said she'd welcome him if he ever came by. He was especially struck by the dazzling pendant in her hand. Kettle set the mission sheet back down. What a coincidence, I'll accept the job. At that moment, a flickering blue light displayed the familiar system panel. He froze, his pupils involuntarily contracted. The front chair even tipped backward. Kettle took a half step back from that blinding light. And the words on the system panel finally appeared. Mission number 785, escort the target and move to the kingdom Denian. His face went nearly ashen with fear. No, why is this appearing here? She noticed Kettle's odd expression and worriedly called out, Lord Kettle. Meanwhile, over at Aaron's place, he strode quickly like a breeze. Eileen heard the urgent knocking and felt a twinge of unease. Still, she decided to open the door. Aaron stood there panting. Eileen stared in surprise at Aaron. She peered around cautiously. What's the matter? Don't tell me it's pursuers. He drew a heavy breath and delivered the news. The mission has been accepted. Eileen blinked in surprise and asked again, yes. Aaron suddenly felt a surge of pride. In this territory, the only C-rank mercenary has accepted our mission. She seemed to have a torch of hope lit inside her. A C-rank mercenary, is that true? He joyfully confirmed, yes, we've arranged to meet tomorrow, so miss, please rest easy today. Eileen was overjoyed, yes. Back with Kettle, he was frozen-faced, staring at the system. The glare-reflective green panel showed a couple of words. Mission number 785, escort the target and move to the kingdom Denian. Kettle still had the nagging question why it appeared now, after having been silent for so long. He bowed his head and pondered for a moment. Kettle suddenly discovered something. And he raised a big question to himself. Could it be that this isn't something meant only for the snowy plateau? Kettle's eyes briefly sharpened. Could something be happening? At the guild, thunder rumbled loudly. Rosa straightened up the thick stack of papers. Eileen suddenly felt a flicker of tension. She and Aaron sat facing Rosa. The atmosphere was dead silent. Eileen was lost in thought about what kind of person this might be. She was so curious she conjured up an image in her head. Since he's a mercenary, he'd probably have a sharp edge to him or be covered in scars. For some reason, he just seemed very cool. Kettle's powerful stride splashed into a puddle of rainwater. He pushed open the guild door with a creak. Rosa, though familiar with his face, still greeted him politely. You have arrived. Kettle's head was taller than the doorframe. Eileen whipped around to satisfy her curiosity. At last he strode in, tall and hulking. His intimidating presence froze her the moment their eyes met. Both master and servant stood there utterly stunned, staring at Kettle. He took heavy, measured steps toward them. Eileen's eyes went wide in terror. Did Kettle just exhale smoke? Nice to meet you, he said. Her tears brimmed in sheer fright. Lord Mercenary. Eileen finally let go and fainted. Aaron hurriedly caught her. He barked at him. No, you're not Lady Eileen. Who on earth are you? Kettle's gray pupils flashed a hint of menace. It's been a long time since anyone was this wary of me. After I defeated the demon, people in this territory stopped avoiding me. He ignored them and turned to Rosa. Are these people my employers? She answered curtly, yes. Rosa still held the stack of papers neatly in both hands. Let me introduce you. She calmly announced that this man would be in charge of escorting them, Lord Kettle, a man-demon. Aaron heard those last 3 words and found it hard to accept. What? He exploded in anger and protested. A man-demon? That's absurd. I demand another mercenary at once. Rosa replied coolly, so you mean right now? Her face suddenly went dark. Are you doubting the mercenary guild's decision? Aaron immediately denied it. No, that's not what I mean, Rosa said sternly, if you doubt the guild's judgment. She flatly brushed off her sleeve. Then consider this deal never made. We'll refund your deposit. He stammered, unable to find words. That's not what I mean. Kettle, an outsider, also broke into a sweat, feeling as if he'd suddenly become a ticking bomb. Aline, having just come to, immediately agreed to the terms. I will accept. She pushed herself up using her hands. Aaron tried to persuade Lady Aline, but he was truly surprised by the outcome. Aline extended her hand toward Kettle. Please help us. She seemed to have overcome her momentary fear. My name is Aline. Soft footsteps approached. Following behind were Aaron and Aline. Kettle seemed to realize something and paused. He turned back and asked them suspiciously, aren't you standing too far away? Kettle spoke to the 2 who were trailing far behind. I think we should come a bit closer. Aaron and Aline awkwardly declined. No, we're fine. They reasoned for the moment that there were no signs of anyone around. And he acquiesced. Why, I don't really understand, but if it makes you comfortable, fine. Kettle then continued walking. Watching the back of him as he walked ahead, Aaron and Aline silently followed. They kept their guard up around him. Aline felt a bit awkward and thought to herself that this had turned out quite oddly. Last night at the Mercenary Guild, Kettle had cheerfully shaken her hand and introduced himself. Later I hope to be of help. I am Kettle. Aline pressed her lips and stared at the huge hand before her. Is this for real? Kettle's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm as he looked at her. Just trust me and leave it to me. As long as I escort you, I guarantee your safety. Aline forced a smile and replied, yes, sir. In her heart, she quietly wept. Is this really the best choice? Kettle's voice suddenly pulled Aline back to reality. First, we'll spend the night here. He looked at her alarmed and asked, are you all right? Aline startled and answered Kettle, yes, sir. He had to explain again. As you can see, it's getting dark and visibility is poor. That's because we set out at night at your request. Hearing that, she complied, yes, let's do that. Watching Aline's expression, Kettle thought to himself that she seemed to fear man-demons more than he had assumed. This trip will probably be a long one. After a moment's thought, he took the small pouch at his hip. For now, I'll prepare a place to sleep. A huge object was pulled out from that tiny pouch, and it unfolded into a tent. Aaron exclaimed in astonishment, a treasure. Aline was also stunned, thinking, a treasure of this level, how can a man-demon have it? Kettle looked at them calmly. You mean this? I've earned it from diligently completing missions. Hearing that, both Aaron and Aline were horrified. He went on, but there's only one tent, so you'll have to share it. What do you think? She suddenly asked softly. Kettle immediately reassured them, I don't mind. Thinking to himself that he's used to sleeping outdoors anyway, compared to digging into an ice river to sleep on the snow plateau, this is paradise. I'll also handle the watch by myself. On the snow plateau, I once stayed up for a whole month because I was chased by monsters. Kettle was very pleased, thinking it's all too easy. He reassured them, you two can sleep soundly, I'll take care of everything else. Aline spoke up, a little worried, it's okay, you don't have to shoulder so much alone. We'll take turns keeping watch. Kettle didn't refuse, either way is fine with me. They both replied in unison, we're fine too. Seeing their determination, he reluctantly agreed. If that's the case, then so be it. Kettle inwardly regretted, I plan to use this opportunity to earn her trust. What a pity Aaron and Aline are so wary, who knows what he might do while we sleep. Dawn broke, greeting a new day. Inside Kettle's tent, a scene of resentment unfolded. Aline's eyes rimmed with red, she hadn't slept a wink and felt like dying. She looked over at the corner and at Aaron as well. When Aline lifted the flap and peered outside, her stomach immediately gurgled loudly, she's starving. A gentle voice spoke up, are you hungry? No wonder you haven't had a proper meal, wait a bit. Aline startled and looked over, yes, sir. Kettle looked at her, I'll cook for you. The sizzle sounded mouth-wateringly good. Kettle chopped the seasonings into small pieces and cooked happily. The sight before her made Aline's eyes widen in surprise. She watched him skillfully stir-fry and thought to herself, a man-demon who cooks, who would have guessed? Aaron and Aline were both so hungry they were practically drooling. He asked him hungrily, have you ever learned to cook? Kettle glanced over and replied calmly, it's just a hobby. He recalled when he first transmigrated here. The people on the snow plateau didn't cook at all, they only filled their bellies with the meat and blood of the monsters they hunted. As for me, I cooked with the leftover parts of those monsters. The ingredients on the snow plateau are very toxic and dangerous. So there were times I nearly died, but after countless trials and errors, I finally managed to cook perfect dishes. I studied cooking in a place where even making a fire was hard, like the snow plateau. There's nowhere I can't cook. Kettle thought smugly to himself, indeed this is too easy. After a moment he carried out a plate of noodles. Here, it's done. Seeing the glossy, aromatic plate before them, the two were almost hypnotized. Aline suddenly snapped back to her senses. She frowned and looked down. No, thank you, I'm fine, I don't really like greasy food. Aline pulled a piece of food from her bag. I already have this. Aaron cleared his throat at the sight. Me too. Kettle blinked at them. Oh, you prefer jerky. He leaned over, took a bite of the noodles and said, what a pity, I'll have to eat them by myself then. Seeing Kettle eat heartily, Aline clutched her jerky, craving a taste. But how could she trust the food of a man-demon enough to actually eat it? On the third night of the journey, Aline pulled her legs in against the cold. She curled up, trembling and miserably uncomfortable. Aaron looked on worriedly as she grew worse. Princess, are you all right? Aaron worried, thinking that 3 days had passed. We've been trekking on this arduous journey without proper food. He bowed his head in silent pain. For someone raised with love and pampering like her, enduring this was probably impossible. I should have paid more attention. Aline turned to him gently to reassure him. Aaron, I'm fine. I'm sorry for making you worry. Aaron replied softly, it's all right. She smiled and asked, and Aaron, are you okay? You kept watch in my stead. You must be tired. Aaron patted her hand and said, I'm fine. He offered a reassuring smile. Older people don't need much sleep anyway. Aline nodded sincerely. Thank you. A little while after Aline fell asleep, Aaron thought briefly, she really is pitiful. He sat up solemnly, keeping watch over her. Aaron vowed silently that he would protect her, even at the cost of his life. A few hours later, outside the tent, by the fire where several fragrant dishes were grilling, Kettle stood by the stove, gently flipping a slice of beef on the grill. Nearby, Aaron and Aline sat nibbling on jerky, practically drooling. They kept staring intently at his grill spot. After a while, Aline's rumbling stomach jolted Aaron back to reality. She suddenly felt embarrassed and hurried to stand up. Aline bowed her head and hesitantly said, I'll step away for a moment. Kettle turned curiously and asked her, going to the bathroom? Aline snapped softly, how rude. He suddenly realized and replied, sorry about that. Aline, still a bit frightened, turned away. It's fine. She wondered to herself, what's this? A man-demon just apologized to me. Then Aline lowered her head and continued, well then. She hurriedly turned and left. Aline quickly went into the forest behind them. Aaron watched her go with some worry. Your Highness. Kettle beside him suddenly spoke up. I know you don't trust me. He continued, but I'm your guard. Kettle said this as he flipped the meat. I hope you'll trust me a little. I'm human too, I can be hurt. Hearing that, Aaron was momentarily stunned. Then he muttered sheepishly, is that so? Kettle then turned to Aaron and said, take this. He slid over the freshly grilled meat and asked, it's venison, would you like some? Aaron eyed the plate of meat, hesitating for a moment, and his eyes suddenly lit up in surprise. As for Aline, she was softly crying by a stream. The clear stream glittered under the sunlight. Aline looked at the beautiful scene, nibbling jerky and sobbing quietly. She softly sighed, I'm so hungry. Aline mumbled, my feet hurt so much. She hurriedly wiped away her tears, thinking she mustn't. Aline silently told herself to endure it. Aaron must be having it worse than me. A little later, when Aline returned, she suddenly froze in alarm. Nearby, Aaron and Kettle were leisurely enjoying the food. The atmosphere between the two seemed fairly harmonious. At the same time, Aaron, who was eating, suddenly stopped. Aline softly called for Aaron. Aaron heard and looked up in a panic. He quickly dropped the piece of meat he was holding. Aaron sprang to his feet. Princess, this is a misunderstanding. Kettle looked at his behavior with some surprise. Then he sneaked a glance upward. Kettle looked at Aline before him, wondering about the princess. Aline clenched her hand in anger. What on earth is this about? She recalled Aaron's words, be careful with that man-demon and protect each other. We promised that. Aaron stammered, trying to explain, it's not like that. Actually, he murmured, he doesn't seem dangerous enough to warrant that much caution. Aline asked in astonishment, you're saying that now? Kettle quickly cut in, I ask that you all calm down. Aline suddenly startled and turned toward him in alarm. Kettle briefly questioned, so you refused to eat what I cooked for that reason? and purposely took turns standing guard because you don't trust me. Hearing that, both Aaron and the others went pale. That was a mistake. Aline stammered awkwardly, it's not like that. Seeing their frightened expressions, he fell silent, wondering how to resolve this. He thought to himself that the world holds strong prejudices against man-demons. Of course, I'm a man-demon from the Snow Plateau, so I don't know all the details. Maybe man-demons outside the Snow Plateau have done plenty of nasty things. He pondered that if he now claimed he wasn't a man-demon, no one would believe him. Then Kettle thought up a solution and smiled slightly. Try this. He quickly spoke up, you all have a misunderstanding. Aline and Aaron looked at Kettle with some confusion. He smiled gently and said seriously, I'm not a man-demon. Kettle explained softly, to be precise, I was born a man-demon. He continued, but I wasn't raised like one. Aline and Aaron were immediately frozen. Both of them wore puzzled, bewildered expressions. Kettle quickly invented a story and recounted it. Just a week after I was born, my tribe was wiped out. After that, an adventurer found me, and I grew up under his care. He felt a twinge of guilt, thinking to himself that of course he had just made that story up, but it was fine. Sometimes a lie, used appropriately, can be an effective remedy. Kettle said softly, so although I'm a man, I was raised like a civilized person. He added, of course I know it's hard to believe, but... Kettle earnestly requested, I hope you'll understand that I'm just like you too, no different. He thought inwardly, it's all a tangle. Kettle looked at the two's awkward faces and thought, just look, isn't that pitying gaze clearly on display? Aline, a bit embarrassed, said, so that's what happened. She felt some regret, recalling that out of fear of the label man-demon. She had refused his goodwill and the food he offered. Even so, Aline felt a pang of guilt, thinking that this person still cared for and respected them. Perhaps his whole life he has had to endure countless prejudices and discriminations simply for being a man-demon. Then she blurted out, I'm sorry, Kettle, to be honest, until just now I still couldn't believe you. Kettle quickly replied, it's all right. I completely understand. He smiled inwardly with delight, success. Aline, on the other hand, felt remorseful, surprised she doubted someone like this. She truly felt ashamed. Kettle gently reached out and said, then from now on I hope to be of more help. Aline, a bit surprised, asked, yes. Kettle still smiled at her in a friendly way. Aline looked at him with slight bewilderment. Then she finally smiled and replied, yes. Nearby, someone was watching them and Kettle threw a magic screen. What is it? The other person was the master of the magic tower. Lick was in disguise. He was a bit curious. Suddenly, they seemed oddly close. Lick murmured, I'm observing with the eye of insight, but sadly I can't hear their voices. He propped his chin and said to himself, but that fellow really is as strange as reported. Lick pondered, what on the Snow Plateau could produce a man-demon like that? He asked in disbelief, strange indeed, how does he even seem more socialized? Are man-demons outside the Snow Plateau usually like that? Lick kept watching Kettle's group, thinking to himself, wait a little longer. He took a quiet step toward them to get a closer look. At the same time, Kettle suddenly became alert and turned toward where Lick stood. Seeing that, he startled in alarm. Just caught sight of me. Aline, noticing Kettle's guarded posture, asked, Lord Kettle, is something wrong? Kettle replied in a low voice, someone's here. Aline jumped, frightened. Yes. Kettle quietly told her, wait here a moment. He quickly moved toward the forest ahead. I'll be right back. Kettle pushed off with his foot, and in an instant, he darted into the woods. In the forest, the wind whistled as something rushed through. Ken swiftly ran to where Lick was standing. He widened his eyes in terror. What? No good. Lick hurriedly used magic to try to stop Kettle. But in that instant, a huge explosion erupted where the two were standing. After the blast subsided, Lick looked at the scene in horror, unable to believe it. He thought in panic that he had clearly already erected a barrier in that moment. Lick wondered incredulously whether the veil could withstand even a bolt from a divine crossbow. He feared, was it useless again? At the same time, Kettle had already seized Lick. He warned sternly, you'd better not pull any foolish stunts. Kettle glared down at Lick, and quietly said, if there's so much as a hint of something off, I'll snap your neck right away. Lick, flustered, hurriedly said, I greatly admire you. Kettle looked at the man on the ground in bafflement and asked again, admire me? Lick answered up, yes. A few minutes later, Kettle grabbed Lick by the collar and asked, what's your name? He hastily made one up, Patrick. Aline and Aaron watched Kettle swinging Lick before them, somewhat speechless. Meanwhile, Lick was secretly crying in humiliation. That fellow is in this state too. A moment later, Aline, suddenly worried, asked, Lord Kettle, this person is? Kettle replied softly, the one who was tailing us, but he suddenly claimed to admire me. Aline, a bit incredulous, asked again, yes, what does that mean? Suddenly Lick spoke up, literally that. He put on a serious face and said, I've always wanted to become a powerful adventurer. Lick gushed with admiration. To me, Lord Kettle, you helped the heresy inspector defeat demons. He respectfully continued, you are my goal and my idol. Lick thought in fear, for now I'll just make up a backstory. After all, the original goal was to get close to him, so consider it half a success. Kettle suddenly asked, so that's why you were following me? Lick scratched his head and replied sheepishly, yes, I admired you so much, Lord Kettle, that I unconsciously did it. Kettle fell silent for a moment, then said, even so, I can't just let you go. He thought carefully. There still wasn't definitive proof this fellow was harmless. Then Kettle suddenly remembered something. He said excitedly, do it this way. Lick turned pale with fear and whispered, do what? One of the world's most talented mages, head of the magic tower, trapped in the body of a fiend, yet wearing a human guise to observe Kettle. Of course, he'd prepared a false identity named Patrick. Lick went pale again, staring at the length of rope in front of him in panic. Kettle grabbed one end of the rope and pulled it tight. He grinned brightly and said to him, all right, that's enough. Aaron and Aline watched helplessly. Well then, let's get going. Lick, still in shock, couldn't find words, and so Kettle set off, dragging him along. Aline glanced at Lick with some wariness. He sighed to himself, this is the first time I've ended up in such a situation. But Lick looked up at Kent with scheming eyes. I can be right beside him to observe. However, now I understand what that cane said. A speed beyond normal perception, and a raw strength that can shatter magic. He's both fast and strong. Here, even in a mortal body, I could easily handle superhuman levels. If that's the case then. He looked up, his eyes filled with killing intent. Looking at Kettle's back, Lick guessed, could he really be at heroic rank? A voice unexpectedly spoke beside him. Lord Kettle, I have something to say. Aline was the one to speak. She looked at him hesitantly. Kettle turned his head somewhat surprised and said, finally decided to speak up. Aline, astonished by his question, said, yes, could it be that you already knew something? Kettle answered, explaining he deliberately set out at night to avoid attention, took a roundabout route, and avoided main roads. He folded his arms and feigned nonchalance as he looked at her. Hiding something is far too easy to notice. Aline froze and could only stammer, is that so? Finally, Kettle reassured her. It's fine, I understand it's probably hard to trust a stranger like me at first. Aline lowered her head and spoke with difficulty. That I've kept silent until now. She clutched at her garment. I'm truly sorry. If you don't mind, I'll tell you everything right now. Aline didn't dare look up, saying tensely, if after hearing the story you feel you cannot continue this mission, please say so. Kettle suddenly interrupted her. Wait. He glanced to the side, frowned, and said, we have an uninvited guest. Aline was surprised. Yes. She looked toward where Kettle was looking. Aline, on guard, guessed, could it be? A pair of armored feet stepped out, followed by helmeted soldiers closing. Kettle turned to Aaron and Aline. It seems they came looking for you. She turned pale and cried out in fear, impossible. Aline blurted out a name in shock, Rukento. The soldiers all bowed politely, and their leader, Kan, spoke. Captain Rukento of the Azure Green Knights pays his respects to the princess of the kingdom of Ludian. Hearing that, Lick thought to himself, the kingdom of sea. Rukento stepped closer toward them. He spoke, princess, not knowing where you were, we searched everywhere for a long time. Now please come with me. His Majesty has been very worried for you. At these words, she widened her eyes in terror. Rukento turned to Kettle. You look like a mercenary. The person you're escorting is the princess of our kingdom of Ludian. He folded his arms and asked wide-eyed, then why is the princess here? Rukento explained that the princess had run away from home not long ago. He looked toward Aaron, even bringing along loyal attendants. Anyway, mercenary, from now on this matter is ours. Aline suddenly cut in. No. Rukento asked her suspiciously, the princess? Aline's face darkened. Who are you? He frowned in confusion. What do you mean by that? Aline clenched her fists and said coldly, you. She stared straight at Rukento and asked in a cold voice, who exactly are you? He stammered, I am Rukento of the Azure Green Knights of the Kingdom. Before he finished, Aline angrily shouted, don't be ridiculous, I don't know you. I know Rukento Edenhamer, but you are not Rukento. You all infiltrated the palace unnoticed and are impersonating friends. I remember my family's strange appearances, and yet they look exactly the same. Aline, full of anguish, shouted, what are you? Where are my parents and everyone else? Lick heard this and felt a bit intrigued. He secretly used magic to probe. That red stream of magic passed through Rukento and returned. After checking, Lick was surprised to think he was human. Aline still hung her head. You lot. She bit her lip and voiced her thought. Surely you intend to eat me alive to seize our whole kingdom, right? Aline looked up, glared, and shouted, but I will never let you succeed. Just wait. Aaron looked at her sadly and said on. I will avenge everyone who disappeared. Rukento fell silent after hearing this. He unexpectedly sighed with a hint of resignation. Rukento didn't answer her but turned to Kettle. "You heard that, the princess is delusional." Aline immediately retorted, "What? I'm delusional, don't be absurd." He calmly explained to her, "Please think logically that everyone except the princess has become strange. Do you really think that's possible?" Aline hesitated to retort, "That matter." He didn't let her finish and said, "The princess needs treatment as soon as possible." Rukento reached out and said to her, "Come on." His steps never stopped. "Princess, please stop and come with us." Aline looked at Rukento, approaching with fear. She squeezed her eyes shut and silently begged, "No, this can't end here. Please, someone save me." Kettle calmly asked at this moment, "What are you doing?" He suddenly stepped in front of Aline. Rukento glared and ordered Kettle, "Stand aside." He curled his lip and said to him, "No, you won't." Aline stared in surprise at the back blocking her. He tilted his head slightly and without mercy said, "If you don't move, I'll have to use force." Saying that, Rukento immediately lunged at him. As the distance between them closed, Kettle grabbed his head with one hand, then with a single force, threw Rukento flat to the ground. The knights in the squad watched in shock and shouted, "Captain." They yelled at him, "What are you doing?" Kettle immediately explained that they attacked first, and his job was to deal with enemies who dared approach his employer. Rukento struggled to stand up. "The princess is unwell. Do you believe all the princess's delusional claims are true?" Contrary to his expectation, Kettle replied coolly, "You're speaking nonsense. Isn't it only natural for a mercenary to trust their employer's words?" Aline opened her eyes wide in astonishment. She hadn't expected Kettle to trust her. Rukento scowled at this and angrily said, "All of you are mad." Kettle smirked slightly, "That's not certain yet." Having said that, he called back to Aline. Though she didn't understand, she answered suspiciously, "Yes." Kettle glanced and said to Aline, "They appeared without any sign." She asked in panic, "What do you mean?" He didn't hesitate to call out Rukento. Simply put, these people suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Hearing this, Aline turned pale. What on earth is going on? Looking at the situation, Lick also grew suspicious. Indeed. Kettle continued, voicing his doubt. "How did you all suddenly appear here?" Rukento's group now fell silent and didn't utter a word. He raised his head and firmly asked, "Does that matter? We came here to find the princess, yet you nitpick strange things." Seeing Rukento's stubbornness, Kettle had to say, "So you don't intend to answer, huh? If so, I'll escort her to the kingdom of Denayan." Seeing Kettle take her side, Aline pressed her lips together, thinking, "No one believed me." She recalled everyone's reactions. Not a single person ever believed what I said. Seeing the situation was grim, Rukento lifted the sword at his hip. He secretly signaled the other soldiers. It was useless to say more now. Kettle stepped forward, reminding, "Everyone, please step back a little." Aline anxiously said to him, "Lord Kettle, please be careful. They are the strongest knight order in our kingdom." Rukento's whole force didn't hesitate and coldly ordered swords drawn. Kettle curled a lip in amusement. "How interesting." Lick sized them up with his red eyes. Rank 2. All of them can manipulate mystic energy. Moreover, he looked at Rukento. "This one's rank 1. He then ordered, "Deal with that savage, kill him." Immediately, the soldiers moved in unison. They targeted a single man, Kettle. When all 5 closed in on him, Kettle remained calmly standing. Then with a single punch, the man on the right was knocked away, stunned. The man on the left met a similar fate under Kettle's physical blow. He raised his fist, poised to strike. A series of 3 soldiers were flung down by Kettle's consecutive punches. In the end, the entire encirclement was easily wiped out by Kettle. He looked up, slightly annoyed. Getting ganged up on is really a nuisance. Rukento, seeing this, did not give up. He continued the assault. "Don't stop, attack together." The soldiers obeyed. Yes. Another wave of encirclement approached Kettle. He grabbed the heads of 2 men at once with both hands and hurled them away. Not only that, Kettle used them as battering rams to knock back the remaining ones. Thus another attack ended in an overwhelming victory. Unable to bear it any longer, Rukento finally charged at this monster. He shouted in fury, "Die." Seeing the blade closing in on Kettle, Aline cried out in alarm, "Danger." But the sight before her made her freeze. Kettle used his sturdy jawgear to block Rukento's sword path. He gaped in astonishment. Rukento watched as his sword was driven and snapped in 2 by him. He was knocked back in thought, blocked by teeth, really. Kettle clenched his hand and said, "Want to continue?" Before him, all the soldiers lay strewn about. Rukento struggled to stand and with difficulty said, "Everyone retreat." At his words, those who had been on the ground vanished as if enchanted. A voice called to Kettle, "Lord Kettle." Aline stepped closer and asked him, "Are you all right?" Kettle answered, "I'm unhurt, no need to worry." "Aline, I will carry out the request as promised. However, I want to hear the whole story in detail." She clenched her hands, nodded at Kent. "Of course, sir, I will tell you the entire affair. Aura is the essence of the mystical. It can easily shred steel and even sever magic. In other words, there's no way to break aura with mundane matter. Yet even when someone tried to bite into Kent's aura, they couldn't leave a single scratch." Lick watched Kent intently with an expression full of judgment. A body that can withstand the mystical, could his very body itself be a kind of mystery? After everything was settled, the group sat around a campfire. He asked, "So how did all this happen?" The two of them were silent and thoughtful for a moment. Then Aaron began to tell the story of how our kingdom had been replaced by something else. By the time the princess and I realized the truth, the kingdom had already collapsed. He continued, so that was why you two fled. He replied, if we stayed there, the princess and I would have been replaced. This distortion began about a year ago. Hearing that, Kettle was a little startled, thinking, what, a year ago? Was it a coincidence? Come to think of it, Aquaz had said the same. He recalled what she had said. It seemed the demonic realm, which should have been sealed, was affecting this world. Dungeon appearances became irregular, and countless evil entities began to manifest in the skis starting a year ago. He kept thinking at the time he didn't pay much attention, but since it was the same year and that person had said some strange things. The strange name I heard during the final mission. I thought it was the flailing of someone about to vanish, but could it be that I was wrong? Aaron interrupted his thoughts. I don't know where it all began. When the princess and I sensed something was wrong and asked the mages and mystic artificers to investigate. No one could find the cause. On the contrary, many of them were replaced as well. He thought for a few seconds, then turned and asked, how did you two realize it? He explained, it's hard to put into words exactly, but the atmosphere and places where they gathered felt very different. For example, even though they spoke and acted normally, I still felt an unbearable sense of alienation. He pressed, was it really just a feeling? He replied, at first when the princess mentioned it I was skeptical too, but then strange things began to happen. I was in charge of managing and supervising the servants in the royal city, and among them was a timid, easily frightened child named Cassie. If the servants told ghost stories at night, she would be so scared she couldn't sleep and would yawn constantly at work. A child like that. I found that reaction amusing, so I would sometimes tease her with ghost stories. But at some point, Cassie stopped reacting at all to ghost stories. At first, I didn't think much of it. Maybe she grew up and wasn't afraid anymore. But the real problem came after that. Cassie was responsible for managing the statues in the royal city. Because the statues were large and heavy, Cassie often worried she might accidentally be crushed to death. Then one day an accident did happen. A statue toppled toward Cassie, but by misfortune turned into fortune. She wasn't seriously injured, though it was the sort of careless moment that could have killed her. Yet Cassie felt no fear or horror about nearly dying. She only worried about being punished, so in that moment I realized. The Cassie standing before me was not the Cassie I knew. A shy, easily frightened child had at some point stopped fearing death. Her behavior hadn't changed, she still smiled and spoke as usual. But I could no longer consider that child to be Cassie. After that, I probed a few others in the royal city, but most of them had changed just like Cassie. He interrupted him, so you fled. He replied, because I feared I would become like them. He continued, then why did you come to the kingdom of Danayan? If you needed protection, other places could have provided it. Aline, sitting beside him, squeezed her hands and answered, because only the kingdom of Danayan can enact the Declaration of Humanity. He was very puzzled by this. The Declaration of Humanity, what's that? She explained that long ago it was said humans once lived alongside other races, but a man wanted to create a purely human kingdom. That man sought out an unnamed god and voiced his desire. The god granted him a power, the ability to distinguish who was human and who was not. Afterward, that man founded a kingdom. He added that that kingdom became the present kingdom of Danayan. She nodded in confirmation, yes, that's right. Those who carry Danayan blood can enact the Declaration of Humanity, which made him extremely curious. There's even such a thing. He thought to himself that the world truly never gets boring. Then he exclaimed, so you two plan to use that power to find proof? That's actually a good idea. The young woman asked anxiously, is Lord Kettle all right? He smiled and replied, nothing's changed. I will continue to escort you as promised. This moved her deeply. Stammering, she said, thank you so much. If this matter ends, I will grant whatever you wish. Whatever. He replied warmly, all right, I'll be looking forward to it. Her words startled Aaron a little. He thought to himself, the princess. After the remark, there was a quiet moment, the campfire crackling. Then suddenly a voice rang out, Lord Kettle, do you trust her words? The voice caught his attention. He glanced at Patrick beside him, who pondered for a few seconds and then assessed, I'm not certain, but it's possible. Patrick voiced his thought. The Azure Knights are human, you yourself have clashed with them, so you surely know better than anyone. Seeing he recognized this like I did, I turned and replied, I think so too. Patrick hesitated for a few seconds, then warned, Lord Kettle, you are standing against an entire nation. His words made him reflect on what he had done. He continued, even if her words are true, that's problematic. They will find ways to kill people, you know this truth. Are you truly accepting this mission just to fulfill a contract? He mulled over his thoughts and after a few seconds turned to answer, somewhat reluctantly. Then he stood up and explained, but above all, a story this entertaining. Wouldn't it be a shame to miss it? Saying that, his eyes widened, and he stared straight at Patrick, making him a little uneasy. Who thought to himself, what are you talking about, you barbarian? Is this whole situation just a joke? His voice took on a touch of madness. What more do you need? He replied, an alternate existence that no one knows about is indeed very special. This will be interesting. He analyzes these things. That way of thinking is also characteristic of those barbarian tribes on the snowy plateau, right? I really want to study that body. I want, bit by bit, the existence of that kettle fellow to understand its principles. The next day, the group continued their journey. He walked behind, and I kept thinking, an existence of three sides that just follows its own whims. There are a dozen things I want to explore, but I must be patient for now. Right now, I'm just an ordinary person admiring kettle. Then suddenly from somewhere, an arrow shot straight toward their group. He remained calm, not startled at all by the situation. Then a loud shout rang out in the air. Immediately, he caught the arrow with remarkable ease. This surprised Aline and Aaron greatly. He smiled. Is this guerrilla warfare? Not a bad tactic. At once, countless soldiers from the forest edge rushed out and attacked him from behind. He turned his head, his voice cold, though it wasn't exactly a perfect answer. Without hesitation, he flicked his hand lightly. 3 soldiers were instantly flung backward. Countless cracks appeared across their armor. The force of the attack was so strong that one of them couldn't bear it and coughed up blood. Then the 3 fell to the ground. They turned to run, cough cough, withdraw for now, this monster of a man. He looked toward them and sighed in exasperation. Aline stepped forward to praise him. Awesome, they weren't weak, were they? Her compliment piqued his interest a little. Huh, really? She stared at him, then curious. But why did you spare them? If you did it out of concern for us then. He interrupted, it's not really for you guys. This decisive answer made her a bit embarrassed. Ah, so that's it. Then he glanced at the swords they had left at the scene. I just have something I need to confirm. After a while, 3 more soldiers rushed out. One of them shouted, bring out the princess, that barbarian. Their constant appearances annoyed him. Do they never get tired of coming? The soldier shouted, you damn barbarian, let the princess go now. He didn't answer them, but immediately lunged forward and grabbed the soldier by the throat, making him tremble all over. In just a few seconds, he easily dispatched all 3 soldiers. This armor is the one I cracked a few hours ago. His assertion made Aline curious. What? He explained, I still remember the scratch on that armor. It's identical down to the details. Quite interesting. Then he threw the soldier to the ground. The 3 of them retreated and turned into the forest. The repeated actions made Aline worried. Wait, what does this mean? He replied, it's not simply that they're being resupplied, but those smashed armors and swords have been fully restored. He asked, magic can do that too? Aaron answered, it can, but it needs a lot of equipment and at least a full day. He began reanalyzing the situations that had just occurred. The armor I broke 5 hours ago, so it's probably not that method. He thought to himself, by now I can vaguely guess. After being driven back and a certain distance away, their presence completely disappears. And then they reappear as if being reloaded. Now only the final confirmation step remains. Sure enough, they came back once more. Hand over the princess, you barbarian. He watched them for a while, then turned back and called to Aline. She understood what he meant and nodded slightly in agreement. Immediately he drew his weapon, preparing to face them. A few seconds later, his weapon was stained with fresh blood. Looking at the soldier lying on the ground, he began to analyze. After all, they have human form, so there's a bit of hesitation, right? But doing this will make things more certain. Let's see if my theory is correct. Cut to the afternoon. They continued moving through the forest. Aline now carried an indescribable feeling. Seeing this, he turned to ask, is he someone you know? This unexpected question startled her, then her gaze dimmed as she replied, yes, that's right. Sometimes I pass by and see him training. I know he's no longer the person I once knew. But to witness someone you know die right before your eyes. As he was speaking, a voice rang out again, stop right there. Hand over the princess, you barbarian. Their reappearance made everyone startle and turn to look back. Aaron could only gape. Aline couldn't believe her eyes. That person was obviously. He smiled with amusement. Of course it would be so. The scene shifted to nightfall. They stopped, lit a campfire, and began to rest. Sitting around the fire, Aline murmured, he was clearly dead. He confirmed, yes, that's exactly it. Thinking of the image of those soldiers made Aline tremble all over. What on earth have we been living alongside? He paused for a few seconds, then began to explain. Aaron had once said that Kathy, even when crushed by a statue, showed no fear of death. I had my suspicions too. Is that why they're immortal? He ladled a bowl of soup for the princess. Whatever they are, they're definitely not human. Then he looked at her and casually asked, do you have any theories about what they really are? She took the bowl of soup and answered vaguely, at least that is beyond my knowledge. Returning from the dead, that thing is not a living being. But if there's any possibility at all, then surely it is. What she insisted, the existence of the demonic realm. The new term made him feel a bit uneasy inside. He asked curiously, the demonic realm. She nodded in confirmation. Yes, it's a place beyond human perception. A twisted place. If those entities come from there, then this whole thing makes complete sense. At that moment, he recalled a system panel that had suddenly appeared before him. Mission number 785. Escort the subject to the kingdom of Denian. Is this why these incidents keep happening? It only appears when it's related to the demonic realm. But her words were immediately rejected by Aaron beside her. That's impossible, Your Highness. I've told you before, entities of the demonic realm cannot step out into the outside world, which made him even more puzzled. What does that mean? He explained it literally. Entities of the demonic realm have never stepped out even once since that realm formed long ago. He understood the point. Aha, a deduction based on experience and history. Elaine continued. But Aaron, as you can see, the world is becoming very strange. He agreed with that. Indeed, that's true. He cut them off. Are these distortions that began a year ago affecting the demonic realm as well? Seeing the princess's slightly saddened expression made him realize the issue. Indeed, that's highly likely. He stroked his chin, thinking, entities of the demonic realm. So, are those things spilling out into our world? This is very bad. Patrick watched him and judged. You're the newcomer, aren't you? So a long night passed. The next day, those three soldiers returned to confront them again. You barbarian, hand over the princess now. Seeing them block their path again, the corner of his mouth twitched. Here we go again. This time's result was the same as the others. They were beaten to a pulp. Counting this time, they've died 3 times already, and each time they returned perfectly intact. From behind, Aline exclaimed, truly disgusting monsters. He was a bit intrigued now. At this point, I'm getting curious about their purpose. The princess added, surely they want to swallow up our kingdom to quietly expand their power. They plan to use it as a stepping stone to conquer the entire continent. Contrary to her thought, he denied it. Not so fast. I don't think things are that simple. If their real goal was to swallow the kingdom, they could have just killed you. He waved his hand, knocking aside a few arrows flying toward them. They wouldn't need the trouble of capturing you like this. Over the past year, they had countless chances to kill her. Moreover, they don't attack at night. Just like humans need rest when night falls. Not only that, this hit-and-run tactic is also downright illogical. Why would those immortal monsters bother splitting up to attack? They could just rush all at once, die, and then resurrect. Problem solved. They don't behave like animals. Their words and actions don't stray beyond the bounds of human behavior at all. It's as if they truly believe they're human, which is why I say, I have a brilliant idea. Witnessing the plan he was putting into action made the princess's eyes widen. After reviving this time, the soldier was tied up by him. He screamed angrily, hey, take these bonds off me right now. His bossy voice drew everyone's attention. He clapped excitedly, come on, let's try talking to him. Facing each other without even knowing what the other wants, what a pity. Well, seeing this made Patrick exasperated. This guy is really crazy. Aaron asked, puzzled, what on earth are you doing? He explained, I've said it already. Let's have an honest conversation and see. Are you insane? Aaron shouted. You want me to talk to those monsters? Being called a monster made the soldier deeply hurt. What is Lord Aaron saying? He explained, I am human. You know who I am, right? I'm not a monster. A dense aura of demonic energy emanated from him. Aline screamed in terror. Shut up, all of you. Disgusting monsters, don't you dare imitate him. You've died and come back to life so many times right before my eyes. And now you expect me to believe you're human. He kept explaining, that doesn't matter, does it? We aren't monsters. We're humans. The princess just misunderstands. She rejected those words. Don't treat me like I'm crazy. Your voices, do you think I don't know them? You swallowed my father and mother and now turned me into a monster, right? Are you planning to replace everyone to conquer this continent? He continued to struggle. No, it's not like that. The princess will remain as she is forever. Aline's voice dropped. Then what does that mean? He went on, I don't fully understand that either. But one thing's certain, both of you must return to the kingdom. This time she decisively turned away. Enough, there's no point in talking further. They only parrot meaningless, confusing words. Clearly you can't communicate with monsters. Then her gaze suddenly fixed on him, who had been watching her every second. She asked, what's the matter, Lord Kettle? Is that really so? He sighed. This is getting interesting. Elaine, do you really think you're human? The somewhat absurd question made her startle and blurt out, isn't that obvious? A spark of magic flared in his eyes. Is that so? She explained, are you thinking I've been turned into one of them, is that it? A hot line of blood suddenly welled up, making Aline's eyes widen. In an instant, her gaze dropped to where the wound was spurting, and it came from her own chest, because at that moment, Kettle had driven his hand straight through her chest. Witnessing this left Aline unable to find any emotion. She cried out in fear, what? A voice now rang inside the princess's head, Princess Aline. The call repeated until she suddenly shot her eyes open. She came to in the tent, breathing heavily, sweat-soaked and exhausted, and the one calling her was none other than Aaron. He asked anxiously, are you awake? She glanced around and asked, Aaron, this is. Her gaze suddenly halted as if she recalled something. She looked down at her chest, wait, just now Looking down, she found that her body bore no wounds at all. Kettle's voice sounded from outside. You're awake, huh? He slowly stepped into the tent, his cold eyes fixed tightly on her. This made her feel a little embarrassed and afraid. She began to explain what exactly happened, clearly Lord Kettle. He confirmed as well, indeed I did do that. She had clearly suffered a mortal wound that would have killed an ordinary person. And the result stood before her. Unable to believe this truth made Aline's face go pale. What the? So what exactly are you saying now? He explained, exactly as you heard. Right now you've been restored as if nothing ever happened. Just like those nights, moreover, while you were unconscious. I also confirmed that Aaron was in the same condition. Her whole body trembled, trying to stay calm. No, impossible. Could it be that I have? He watched her for a long moment, then turned and left the tent. Outside. Seeing him step out, Patrick asked curiously, Lady Aline, how is she? He replied intact as predicted. Of course her mind seemed to be in turmoil. He continued, when did you learn about this? About the matter that she is the same kind of being as them. He closed his eyes to think, rewind everything to when, let's see. After a few seconds thought, he began speaking from the very beginning. Patrick was left unable to believe, his eyes frozen. He continued, when I first met you two, I sensed an aura that was strange yet familiar. At first, I didn't know what that aura truly was. But when I saw the knights chasing you, I became absolutely certain of one thing. Patrick thought to himself, an aura, even though I couldn't sense it with my observing eye, is there some connection among the demonic realm entities? He began to analyze. The suspicious points aren't just that. At first, Aline refused the food I offered. As I recall, she ate only a single piece of dried meat the size of a hand for 3 straight days while being forced to march nonstop in conditions that would exhaust even fit young men. A princess raised in silks in the royal city certainly couldn't have endured that situation on willpower alone. Seeing him observe everything so meticulously, Patrick wondered if he'd even noticed such tiny details. The more he looked, the harder it was to believe he was just a savage. While the two of them were talking, the princess stepped out of the tent and called to him, Lord Kettle. She suggested, let's move on. Head to the kingdom of Denian. A faint smile tugged at his mouth. Looks like she's managed to sort out her thoughts somewhat, huh? But before we go, you should reveal yourself. No sooner had he finished speaking than the princess turned her gaze deep into the forest. At a clearing, a slight disturbance began to ripple. A voice rang out. I clearly didn't sense any sign of magic yet. The air began to shimmer with threads of mana. He continued, could it be just intuition? A hazy figure gradually took shape. After a few seconds, an old archmage appeared. He replied, intuition. The sudden arrival of this man drew the eyes of both the princess and Patrick. He murmured inwardly, is that invisible magic? The man introduced himself, I am Adamant Ragish, of the Polychrome Jewel School and the Archmage of the Kingdom of Ludian. I have come here to talk. He asked in surprise, talk, weren't you coming here to fight? The man's voice was calm, perhaps we don't need to do that, since it seems you have already explained everything clearly to the princess. He extended his hand forward. Come now, stubborn princess, please return to your kingdom. If the princess crosses into another nation, it will create a diplomatic issue. The proposal made her pause for a few seconds, then she replied, what meaning does that have at this point? She clenched her fist in anger. I'm nothing but an imitation monster pretending to be Aline. He asked, a monster? It's true we have changed compared to before, but that doesn't mean we are no longer ourselves. I am still Adamant Ragish, Archmage of the Kingdom of Ludian. If anything has changed, it's only that things have become more perfect. And you remain the Princess of Ludian, the woman who will become our future queen and who will be even more perfect. The ship of Theseus. The people of Athens cherished and preserved the ship of the hero Theseus for generations. As the planks of the ship decayed over time, they would remove the old planks and replace them with new, sturdier ones. At that point, can we still call it Theseus's ship? Those thoughts kept circling in his mind. The Kingdom of Ludian is currently a gigantic ship of Theseus. Then the old man stepped toward the two of them. He continued to plead, please return, your highness. The only place the princess belongs is the Kingdom of Ludian. Princess Aline stammered, I. As she was about to answer, he approached from behind. What will you do, Aline? If you don't want to, I'll drive him away. Seeing him suddenly meddle in their affairs made the old man a little angry. Get out of the way, he's a savage as you can see. We're of the same kind, there's no reason to stop us. He replied, so what of it? I don't care what the likes of you are. I stopped you only to protect the one who hired me. Tears welled at the corners of her eyes, her voice growing strained. But I'm not Aline, I'm only. He cut in, no, to me you are Aline. Not knowing what the previous Aline was like. You hired me, you've traveled with me until now. The person I want to protect is the Aline of the present. He turned back to look at her, smiling. What do you want to do, Aline? Those words, like an encouragement, moved Aline deeply. Her voice faltered, I. Her eyes narrowed slightly, a look of firm resolve. Then she declared decisively, I don't want to go back. Hearing the exact answer he wanted pleased him. He snorted. Then he turned back. Your employer already said so. This left the old man somewhat helpless. He sighed. Then his expression shifted, eventually ending up like this. He glanced back at the two behind him. Patrick relied on that person. After that, he left the three of them and advanced toward the Archmage. His voice was angry. This situation seems to amuse you, doesn't it, Savage? He smiled in response. Actually, it's quite amusing. He thought to himself that, judging by appearances, this was a formidable mage. Let's see what kind of magic you'll try to pull. Without hesitation, the man mobilized mana to shield his body. You'll regret blocking my path, Savage. He began to chant some magical incantations. Mana beams now converged from all sides into his palms. He continued the chant. But unaware of this, he lunged forward with a clenched fist. The terrifying speed terrified the old man. His eyes widened. The impact was so powerful that blood flew everywhere. He clenched his fist with relish. The first way to deal with a mage is to finish them before they complete their incantation. But then the blood on his hand turned into dust particles, then flew off to gather at a point in front of him. He also understood what was happening. Sure enough, it was as he thought. Finishing him the usual way wouldn't kill him. He had prepared defenses beforehand and was lucky enough to use mana to reconstruct his body, but he couldn't help being surprised. What the hell is this? What just happened? The speed was so great there was no time to react. He praised limitless regeneration. No sooner had he finished speaking than the ground beneath his feet trembled a little. He turned to look, when immediately from all four sides countless boulders rose from the earth, slowly encircling him. He gaped amused. This trick works too. Adamant didn't hesitate, channeling his magic into two boulders to slam them together. Then he punched his arm forward with great force, summoning more spells. From the ground, vines began to surge upward, reaching to wrap around the rock that held him tight. He growled and shouted, reduced to ash, then added a fireball technique, intending to turn him into roast pork. The large flames roared up, causing great alarm among those outside. Aline cried out in fear, Lord Kettle. Patrick watched the situation, thinking that the mage was unleashing spell after spell, consuming enormous mana. Could his mana restore itself as well? A mage with infinite mana. If news of this got out, it would surely cause a huge stir. But he'd picked the wrong opponent, because inside he easily shattered the mage's attack with a single simple punch. This left the mage somewhat stunned. He immediately closed in from behind. Patrick's thoughts continued. That one is a monster beyond the norm. His voice grew excited. A mage this strong, how interesting indeed. The mage turned fearfully to look back, and the moment he did, he took the punch, shattering his face to pieces. His body dissolved into smoke once more. The streaks of blood on his hands again vanished into nothingness. Oh, this is. That mage has revived once more. He exclaimed in fear, you monster, what exactly are you? He smiled and replied, I'm just an ordinary savage. His voice turned serious, don't joke around here. With that said, his whole body began to lift slowly into the air. All right, the probing ends here. From now on, I'll use full force to send you off. Watching him hover in the air, he was delighted. This was something to look forward to. A massive tornado began ravaging furiously through the forest. Patrick quickly raised a protective barrier around Aline and the others. Kettle remained standing there, calmly watching the high-level magic churning before him. This magic was powerful enough to produce some of the most terrible natural disasters. Adamant Ragesh appeared with great might at the heart of the storm, eyes blazing red. Kettle smirked, commenting that this magic was rather impressive. He began to focus his weight into his legs, preparing for the next move. A thunderous stomp made the ground quake violently. The shockwave from Kettle's foot exploded outward, shattering everything in its path. Adamant Ragesh was hurled aside by the terrible pressure he himself had created. The old man stood stunned, his face contorted in disbelief. The gigantic twister suddenly vanished into nothing in the blink of an eye. Dust and smoke dispersed, revealing the wreckage left by the collision. Patrick was sweating bullets. He felt no trace of magic in that strike at all. He couldn't believe such a disaster could be the result of a single stomp by Kettle. Adamant Ragesh collapsed to the ground, completely stunned by pure physical force. The old man muttered hopelessly, unable to understand how his magic had been so easily subdued. Kettle casually stepped up to him, still appearing utterly at ease. The old man clenched his teeth, The pride of a great mage was now nothing but ashes. Kettle closed in extremely fast, startling Adamant Ragesh. The old man's eyes bulged, sweat streaming down his forehead from the choking pressure. A huge shadow fell, enveloping the trembling sorcerer. Kettle looked at the defeated man with a cold, emotionless gaze. Thick red smoke began rising from the ground around the old man. Adamant Ragesh screamed that no matter how strong Kettle was, he could not defeat him. Kettle nonchalantly nodded in agreement, thinking that ordinary methods indeed wouldn't be enough. A strange blue crystal shard appeared in Kettle's hand. He held it up before the old man, asking if he recognized it. Adamant Ragesh froze, worry showing in his eyes as he looked at the shard. Kettle said little and crushed the crystal in the palm of his hand. Energy burst out violently, tearing the surrounding space apart. He stood motionless in the beam of light, quietly observing what remained. Kettle's face remained calm as if nothing had happened. Glittering fragments still clung to his black gloves. The old sorcerer admitted he had understood the truth. Kettle smirked and asked whether this was the old man's true nature. Adamant Ragesh flew into a rage at the humiliation, howling with hatred. Kettle's eyes were sharp, locking onto the old man without release. He declared that from now on, the old man would have to bet his very life. Adamant Ragesh's body began to dissolve into strange blackened red smoke. He used the last of his strength to flee, dissolving into a mist that drifted away. Before vanishing completely, he didn't forget to leave behind a parting threat filled with hatred. After the battle, Kettle stood still for a moment as if to steady his breath. The next day, his group set out again, heading toward the kingdom's border. Seeing the massive city gate appear before them, Kettle excitedly asked if they'd arrived. Indeed, before them stood the proud kingdom of Denian. At that moment, Patrick suddenly stopped and announced that he would go no further. Since this was another country, he felt it would be awkward to go deeper inland. Still, Patrick smiled and said that the journey with everyone had been truly enjoyable. Kettle didn't forget to thank him and express hope to meet this traveling companion again soon. He was certain that with their luck, a reunion was only a matter of time. Patrick waved goodbye and turned away, his figure gradually disappearing among the trees. Kettle and the others returned to their main objective, heading straight for the city gate. Eileen looked a little anxious, clutching her cloak as they faced the border guards. The guard immediately barked an order, demanding that the barbarian Ulan step back at once. The soldier's aggressive attitude instantly made the atmosphere tense. Kettle could only give a wry smile. He was too used to reactions like this whenever they appeared in strange places. But Eileen did not hesitate. She stepped forward and ordered them to open the gate immediately. She shed her usual timid demeanor, exuding the commanding presence of someone in authority. She declared loudly that she was Eileen Mavrachi, the Grand Princess of the Kingdom of Ludian. Her determined gaze stunned the Denian soldiers. The guard went pale when he realized he had offended a member of the royal family. Thanks to Eileen's status, the group was escorted into Denian's magnificent royal castle. Kettle was assigned to rest in a luxurious guest room beyond imagination. He comfortably flopped onto the soft bed, savoring the luxury. Indeed, having a princess as a friend wasn't so bad after all. Just then, Kettle's system panel popped up, notifying him that he had just completed a quest. It was quest number 758, a huge number that showed how long his journey had been. The system began calculating to grant him his reward directly. Kettle was curious what he would receive this time, since rewards were usually vague like this. While he was pondering, a knock on the door made him sit up. The door opened and Eileen entered in a stunning, elegant blue evening gown. Kettle smiled and invited her to sit. Now she truly looked every inch a princess. Contrary to her radiant appearance, Eileen sat down weighed down by a heavy mood. Kettle asked about the upcoming audience with the Denian king. Eileen said everything had been arranged for the next morning, but that didn't seem to be what troubled her most. She sighed, saying that once this matter was over, perhaps everything would finally end. Or maybe this was only the beginning of darker secrets to come. Eileen fell silent for a long moment, as if locked in a fierce internal struggle. She looked up at Kettle, her eyes heavy with gloom and a plea for help. She asked Kettle whether he knew what was truly manipulating her kingdom. Kettle sighed softly. He knew exactly what was happening, but hadn't found the right moment to speak. Eileen begged him to tell her the truth about what she and her country had become. Her question was like a confession of utter terror in the face of a horrifying truth slowly coming to light. Kettle spread his hand open, revealing a small, glittering crystal fragment that sparkled brilliantly. Eileen leaned in curiously, bewildered as she wondered what this strange thing could possibly be. He calmly explained that this was the true nature of the things replacing people across the kingdom. The princess froze at his words, admitting she had never seen anything like it in her life. A close-up of the crystal showed it gleaming like a jewel, yet hiding the terrifying secret of the nano species. Kettle said they were normally so tiny the naked eye couldn't see them, so he had to compress a bunch together into a lump like this. He watched in silence, waiting to see if she could grasp what he had just said. In his head, Kettle thought that explaining modern science in this magical world really wasn't easy. In an age before microscopes, the concept of a microscopic world did sound like science fiction to them. But surprisingly, Aline nodded and said she was beginning to understand the issue. She immediately thought of mana and aura, things invisible until concentrated enough for the eye to perceive. Kettle was rather surprised and quietly praised the princess's acuity. Magic did follow similar rules after all. Aline fell silent, her gaze darkening as she began to piece the fragments together. Kettle added, asking her to imagine that her entire existence was just a collection of those tiny particles. From head to toe, from organs to bone marrow and flesh, all of it was made of them. A hair-raising sensation made Aline tremble, and she unconsciously squeezed her own arm. She sat with her head bowed, her face pale from the shock of the truth about herself. Seeing Aline's reaction seemed a bit excessive, Kettle spoke up to check on her. Aline hurriedly composed herself and apologized, since the idea was indeed rather unpleasant. After some hesitation, she anxiously asked whether those tiny particles were truly dangerous. Kettle reassured her that for now they were suspended and could be easily broken by strong physical force. For convenience, he decided to call these entities by the short name nanos. He described nanos as independent individuals that assemble together to form the shape of a human. He gave the example of a lake. No matter how violently it is struck, the water never dies, and nanos were the same. Aline asked in shock, so does that mean they're immortal? Kettle affirmed they had no concept of death. But immediately she spotted a huge contradiction and hurriedly stopped him. Aline wondered if she were one of them, then why did she fear death so much? Kettle nodded, admitting it was an excellent question worth pondering. He narrowed his eyes at her and began offering conjectures based on his experience. Kettle concluded Aline was likely a variant, a rare individual possessing a soul and will distinct from the mindless nanos. This answer left Aline stunned. She looked up with wide-eyed astonishment. The next morning, radiant sunlight bathed the magnificent castle of the Danayan kingdom. Meanwhile, Kettle was still lounging on the bed in the lavish guest chamber. He propped his head on his hand and stared at the ceiling, wondering how the report to the king was progressing. At the thought of the king, Kettle quietly closed his eyes in contemplation. He pictured a solemn monarch receiving mysterious power from the gods. A smile appeared on Kettle's lips. He was genuinely curious to meet the leader of this place and see what he was like. Just then, a sharp knock sounded at the door along with a call of the Barbarian. Kettle snapped his eyes open, cutting off the drifting stream of thought. Sir Maximus entered with a stern face, announcing that the king wished to see him. The man looked at Kettle with sharp, prejudiced eyes, the very way a noble would view a lowly barbarian. Without arguing, Kettle silently stood and followed Maximus deeper into the palace. Maximus added a warning, telling him he'd better keep his mouth shut if he wanted to stay alive. The knight glared at Kettle menacingly, clearly trying to intimidate him. Kettle merely laughed and said he'd remember that, unfazed by the knight's threat. Standing before the throne hall, Maximus loudly announced he had brought the barbarian to the king. The palace doors slowly opened, ushering Kettle into the splendid interior. He entered with confident bearing, his eyes quickly scanning everything around him. In the hall sat the king majestically on his throne, beside him a strange man with long black hair. Barbossa Danayan spoke up, curious about the barbarian who had escorted Princess Aline home safely. Kettle bowed his head slightly, but his demeanor remained brazen, fitting the nature of a wild warrior. He boldly introduced himself as Kettle, the simple name he used while in this world. Maximus broke into a cold sweat, astonished by Kettle's blatant rudeness before the king. Even Barbossa was taken aback for a few seconds by this lack of deference. The king cleared his throat softly to regain his customary dignity. He admitted that, as Aline had said, Kettle was indeed very different from ordinary barbarians. Kettle scoffed, saying it seemed everyone thought desert warriors were all the same. Then he suddenly glanced at the man beside the king and unexpectedly uttered a name. Patrick. The name startled the Tower Master. He froze and stared at Kettle. Princess Aline and Kettle were both bewildered, not understanding why Ulan had called the Archmage by that unfamiliar name. Barbossa quickly explained that this was the Tower Master, the head of the kingdom's supreme magic tower. The mage hurriedly denied it, his voice a bit shaky as he said he had never heard the name Patrick before. He forced a strained laugh, saying Kettle must have mistaken him for someone else. But deep down, the mage was in a state of utter panic. unable to understand how Kettle had learned his true identity. Kettle shrugged, casually apologized, and said he must have simply missing. Seeing Kettle didn't press the matter, the mage sighed in relief, thinking the man was probably just testing him. He was confident in his perfect disguises. Everything from his mana flow to his manner had been completely altered. He told himself there was no way a mere barbarian could glance once and see through this earth-shattering secret. Even as an entity from the demon realm, he believed his magic was utterly undetectable. The Tower Master covertly glanced at Kettle, his face still showing a trace of anxiety. Kettle realized the man was terrified of being exposed, so he decided to let it go for now and enjoy the little show. He turned to ask Aline how the confirmation of her human identity had gone. Barbosa Denayan declared loudly that people like Aline were fully human. The king quoted the ancestors' teaching that if an entity believes itself human and acts morally, then it is human. He affirmed that Aline and the others who had been replaced were not at fault, and their nature remained unchanged. Aline was deeply moved. She bowed her head gratefully, relieved to finally be acknowledged. Kettle watched and felt happy for her, though she called herself a monster. Deep down, she had always yearned to be human. He gave a small smile, feeling he had lifted some of the psychological burden from his companion. Barbosa Denayan returned to the main issue, asking why Kettle wished to meet with him. He said Aline had told him everything about the strange entities called nanos. The king's face grew gloomy as he recalled losing his closest friends to those entities. Although the Tower Master was temporarily trying to stop them, the king knew it was only a stopgap measure. Barbosa feared that at this rate the entire continent would soon be swallowed and completely replaced by the nanos. He looked Kettle squarely in the eye with hope, having heard that Kettle was the only one who knew how to eradicate them. Kettle stood tall in the great hall, hands gripping his axe shaft as if ready for a new battle. He silently regarded Barbosa Denayan, calculating his next moves. Kettle smiled enigmatically at the king's talk of conquest. At that moment, a system quest notification suddenly appeared before his eyes, requiring him to respond to the demonic entity present here. Talk about bad timing. Immediately after that, a soldier was tightly bound, kneeling on the floor. Above them, King Barbosa Denayan sat on the throne, flanked by Maximus and the Tower Master. Kettle, along with Aline and the guards Aaron, stood waiting, preparing for the next step. The Tower Master admitted that his sophisticated magical methods were ineffective at forcing that entity to reveal itself. He suggested Kettle give it a try, since he was the only one who had ever confronted them directly. A barrier was erected to ensure everyone's safety inside the hall. Aline watched the knight under interrogation with worry. The soldier screamed in pain, still insisting he was a flesh and blood human. Kettle closed his eyes, seemingly calculating something. He wondered which method would draw this monster's true form out. Kettle's eyes opened, flaring with a menacing purple light. A thick black murderous aura began to churn, engulfing the knight's figure. The man's pupils contracted. He froze under the sudden rush of fear. For a creature unfamiliar with death, the fear of mortality is the cruelest torture. King Barbosa broke into a cold sweat, terrified by the pressure pressing down on the room. Aline and Aaron standing behind also trembled, unable to withstand the force. The Tower Master did not expect that Kettle's murderous aura alone could produce such a strong physical effect. At Kettle's feet, the soldier collapsed to the floor, his whole body convulsing violently. He foamed at the mouth, his eyes rolled back, showing only white. A stream of black energy began to leak from the soldier's body. Kettle smiled with satisfaction. At last the prey had to show its true form. A dark entity burned with red eyes appeared, hovering right in front of them. Kettle stared at the strange outline of the monster. Aline, aghast, realized this was the true form of the nano-species. Kettle casually greeted the nano-entity, as if talking to a friend. The Tower Master and the king watched the developments from behind, holding their breath. The nano-entity agreed to converse instead of continuing to resist. It turned to ask Aline why she rejected her own kind. Aline shouted, accusing them of slaughtering and devouring her loved ones. The nano-entity feigned ignorance, claiming they were only bringing her perfection. Kettle interjected. He noticed it was trying to probe Aline's emotions. The monster coldly replied that there was no reason for it to answer. Kettle smiled, reminding it that humans never act without purpose. He even goaded that Aline might change her mind if it explained itself thoroughly. Kettle pressed on, telling it to clearly state its intentions. The nano-entity stood silent for a long while, as if considering the offer. Finally, it began to speak about cloning to increase their population. It explained that they needed to gather as many individuals as possible to survive efficiently. but it also wondered why two individuals could refuse their summons. Kettle curiously asked what the ultimate purpose of increasing their numbers was. The nano-entity flared red in the engulfing night. It declared it would bring absolute perfection to this world full of flaws. Kettle scoffed, realizing their plot to replace all life on the planet. The monster replied that it was offering help and wanted the two mutants to join it. Kettle turned to ask Aline's opinion of the entity's proposal. Aline's gaze hardened, utterly serious. She flatly refused, insisting she'd never stand alongside those monsters. The nano-entity roared in fury, feeling betrayed by Kettle. Kettle kept a smile on his face, asserting he hadn't lied at all. Enraged, the creature erupted with energy, threatening to devour everyone. A powerful surge of magic suddenly appeared, halting its aggression. The Tower Master stepped forward confidently, showing they had prepared carefully for this. The nano-entity only had time to snarl in hatred as it was driven into a corner. He snapped his fingers, commanding the monster to be silent. Immediately, it was compressed into a blue magical cube. Patrick took the cube, saying he'd gathered enough information and would bring it to the lab. King Barbossa watched anxiously, fearing the terrible consequences if they weren't eradicated completely. The Tower Master turned to ask if Kettle could handle the remaining monsters. Kettle agreed immediately, ready to set off on the mission. But he suddenly realized the distance to their location was quite far. He told Kettle not to worry, for he himself would provide support. He declared he could teleport the whole group there in the blink of an eye, astonishing Kettle. The Tower Master also wanted to go along to implement measures to prevent the monster's escape. As the two prepared to depart, a voice interrupted them. Aline stepped forward, pleading to join the group. Aaron was stunned, trying to stop the princess's reckless decision. She insisted she needed to know the truth about herself. Under the king's anxious gaze, Aline feared she might one day lose her identity. Aaron looked at her with pity and helplessness. She wanted to know whether she could hold on to this soul until the very last moment. The group stood silent, waiting for a decision. Surprisingly, Patrick agreed without hesitation, leaving Aline incredulous. Seeing this, Aaron insisted on going along to keep watch over the princess. He warned them not to do anything foolish, then began casting spells. Aline's eyes widened as she witnessed the enormous magic surrounding them. A gigantic magic circle blazed beneath their feet, ready to carry the group away. Aline and Aaron held each other tightly as they prepared to teleport. Kettle looked straight ahead, ready for the new challenges to come. In the blink of an eye, the group arrived at a completely new location. They stood before the royal castle of Ludian, ready to begin the new hunt. Kettle turned to ask again to be sure, since after all this was royal territory. The Tower Master nodded. He knew that causing a big commotion here would attract a lot of unnecessary attention. So he suggested erecting a barrier around the castle to block any sound and images from leaking out. Hearing that, Kettle's eyes lit up. He was genuinely impressed by the convenience of magic. The Tower Master closed his eyes and began to concentrate his energy. In the blink of an eye, his crimson eyes opened, declaring that everything was complete. Kettle looked around in confusion because he couldn't see any obvious change, as if the Tower Master had just performed a magic trick. But from a distance, the massive castle now sat neatly inside a gigantic sphere of light. He was certain not a single ant could get out without his permission. The Tower Master folded his arms smugly. For him, this level of magic was child's play. Kettle laughed heartily, lavishly praising the wizard's skills. The power of a hero-rank mage was truly something else, making the space itself tremble at his will. Kettle smirked. He'd never grown tired of a world full of such wonders. He strode toward the castle gate, confident that no trouble would block his way now. The Tower Master curiously asked how this barbarian planned to break in. Kettle stopped before the giant wooden gate and said that since he was visiting someone's home, the first thing to do was to knock politely. He put on a dangerously pleasant smile. Aline trembled behind him. She had a bad feeling about this politeness. A mighty stomp was delivered, the air pressure creating a fierce gust that sent everything flying. Aline and Aaron covered their faces against the dust, while the Tower Master calmly watched the display of strength. The four surged toward the gate scene. Kettle poured all his strength into the next punch, muttering a mocking knock-knock under his breath. Boom! A thunderous explosion rang out. The wooden gate and the surrounding stone wall shattered into hundreds of pieces, flying into the castle courtyard. Dust billowed everywhere. Kettle poked his head out, smiling as if nothing had happened. He casually greeted those inside. The Tower Master was speechless at this crazy barbarian, while Aline could only cover her face in shock at such a unique knock. The path into the castle was now devastated, rubble strewn everywhere, opening a wide passage through the wreckage. Kettle lowered his fist, dust still hung in the air around his muscular arm. A guard lay flattened beneath the debris. He probably still hadn't understood what had just happened. Kettle stood there, his sharp gaze fixed straight into the castle, where a lone figure was approaching. The wizard Adamant appeared with an angry expression, shouting at whoever dared to make a racket in this sacred place. Seeing him, Kettle showed no fear and instead greeted him as if meeting an old acquaintance. Old Adamant said little. He immediately cast magic blue rays beginning to whirl around him. But Kettle only uttered a single, "What a pity," with a mysterious look. The wizard froze, and before he could react, Kettle's hands were already raised toward him. Kettle leaned close to his ear and declared that the target today was not the old man. His eyes flashed a threatening purple. Immediately, he snapped his fingers at Adamant's face. A blinding explosion occurred. Dark red crystal shards flew everywhere, showing it was only an illusion. Adamant's body shattered into a blazing red mist, dissolving into the air. The nearby guards panicked. They couldn't believe their eyes to see such a great wizard vanish like that. Kettle stared into the red mist, daring the entity hiding within to show itself. The red fog began seeping into the cracks of the castle floor, signaling that a truly dark presence was about to emerge. One guard started to dissolve in the red mist, screaming in despair before the evil power. The tower master stood with his arms crossed, calmly watching the chaos unfolding before him. His red eyes stared intently, realizing the entity had finally revealed its true form. The entire Danayan castle was now shrouded in the deathly red mist of the demon realm being. The tower master kept a cold expression, as if he had anticipated this transformation. Meanwhile, Aline and old Aaron recoiled in alarm at the horrific change in their surroundings. The tower master reassured them that Aline and Aaron were safe, not affected by the collective will of the demons. Aline was still stunned. She heard him say she was somehow different from those who had been assimilated. The red mist began to gather into one place, shaping into a powerful, terrifying entity. At last, the demonic being took form. A pitch-black body filled with shimmering nebulae like a tiny starry sky. Kettle faced the monster, which roared in fury and demanded how he dared to cause such an uproar. It accused Kettle of interfering with what it called the mercy bestowed upon the residents here. Kettle sneered. He found its definition of mercy laughable. The entity kept droning that they had no intention of revealing themselves this soon. Behind him, Kettle's companions watched the tense exchange and held breath. Aline broke out in a cold sweat as the monster claimed that stealing others' souls was giving them freedom. Kettle burst into loud laughter, a scornful smile at such mad reasoning. He suddenly withdrew his smile. His gaze turned icy as he asked what any of that had to do with him. He pointed at it, saying that before him stood a monster, merely pretending to be the dead. The demon's anger erupted. It clenched a fist wreathed in blazing red energy. The eye in its face flared, threatening to wipe Kettle's existence from the world. Kettle shrugged and laughed, saying that sounded a bit hard to pull off. Instantly, a volley of dark red crystal arrows shot forth, aiming straight at the barbarian's position. The entity showed no mercy. It wanted to finish off this insolent fool in a single strike. The arrows rained down like a storm, triggering successive explosions that tore up the ground around them. But a shadow dashed forward at incredible speed, tearing through the choking smoke and dust. Kettle closed in on the enemy in a flash, leaving behind the remnants of the recent attack. The entity was somewhat surprised. Kettle immediately spun, channeling all his strength into his 1,000-pound punch to finish the opponent. The tremendous impact sent crimson lightning bolts scattering everywhere, shaking the very space of the castle. He smiled confidently as he saw his powerful strike hit its mark. The direct punch made the monster's head explode in a blinding flash and shockwave. The entity was pushed back, part of its glittering body shattered under Kettle's tremendous force. He scratched his head and chuckled, admitting his blow had been a little off target. The demon's eye flared again, this time with even heavier pressure than before. It hissed through its teeth, calling Kettle a monster when it saw he remained completely unharmed. Kettle retorted mockingly that hearing that from a real monster was truly ridiculous. The being began to transform. Dark purple, razor-sharp claws sprouted from its body. It shed its skin into a stronger combat form, declaring that Kettle must be eliminated immediately. The monster roared ferociously, vowing to tear Kettle apart into fragments. Kettle stood silent, studying the newly evolved monster with curious interest. Then suddenly his eyes sparkled with excitement. He cheerfully exclaimed that the boss had officially entered Phase 2. The demonic entity had now shifted into its second form, its body woven from billions of dark purple stars. it loomed before Kettle, radiating an unbearably heavy pressure. Wasting no time, it dove like a meteor, slamming down where Kettle stood and causing a horrific explosion of earth and stone. The entity moved so fast that only streaks of shimmering purple light were visible, tearing through the space. Kettle lightly dodged to the side as the monster spun its body like a gigantic drill, gouging up the stone floor. Its missed strike left a yawning crater, dust and smoke billowed up, obscuring all sight. Kettle was flung against a rock wall, but he calmly observed, as if the impact had done nothing to his hulking frame. His gaze remained cold and detached, intently evaluating the opponent's next moves. The monster charged again, constantly shifting shapes to try to pierce his defenses. It lunged at wind-dripping speed, leaving a long purple streak cutting across the ruined battlefield. But no matter how fast it was, it couldn't touch Kettle's hem. A simple sidestep made him evade perfectly. Kettle stared at the purple-hued entity before him, his eyes not wavering for even a second. The monster twisted its body, its arms stretched out like a thorny rope and lashed fiercely toward him. Its lower body suddenly turned into a dark purple drill, spinning at a terrifying speed straight at the target. Kettle took a direct hit of an extremely strong energy beam, the force so great he let out a surprised "huh." The blast from the attack blew apart the ground beneath his feet, sending debris flying in all directions. Despite the pressure, Kettle dug his feet into the ground. He was pushed back a long distance but remained rock solid in stance. He rose, calmly watching the purple smoke swirling around as if searching for an opening. Kettle's eyes softened slightly, as if he was beginning to find this opponent's tricks rather lacking. Immediately, the monster transformed into a gigantic dragon's maw with razor teeth, roaring as if to swallow him whole. That threatening mouth radiated brilliant purple energy, ready to crush anything in its path. Witnessing the horrifying sight, Aline stood outside, worried, and called his name. The Tower Master watched the fight with a stern expression, silently judging that Kettle's strength and speed had surpassed normal human limits. He couldn't help but be amazed that a barbarian fellow, with not an ounce of magic, could face that supernatural entity head-on. Kettle broke into an amused smile, remarking that these shape-shifting tricks were actually quite entertaining. Suddenly, an invisible pressure burst from Kettle's body, blowing away all the purple energy surrounding him. Glittering dust like sand began to fall from the creature's body after it took the shock of his power. Kettle casually raised his hand to brush off his shoulder, as if he'd just finished some trivial chore. The demonic entity froze, seemingly unable to believe the opponent could be so nonchalant before its power. A blazing golden light erupted at the core of its body, emitting wildly unstable energy. Suddenly, Kettle's figure vanished. In the blink of an eye, Kettle reappeared right behind the monster in a stance perfectly poised to strike. He launched a 1,000-pound punch straight into the dark purple entity's body, sending its energy scattering. The punch was so powerful that the monster's body shattered into thousands of glittering crystal fragments, scattering everywhere. The sparkling shards fell to the ground like a meteor shower, signaling the collapse of this evil entity. Only a faint smoke remained, dissipating into the air. The monster collapsed in agony, its body gradually dissolving, no longer bearing the majesty or menace it once had. Kettle stood there, tauntingly asking whether this was all a being from the demon realm could do. But the monster refused to give up. Its energy core flickered threateningly once more. It raised its hand high, pouring its remaining strength into gathering dark energy into a jet-black sphere that crackled with crimson lightning. It declared it would use all its power to wipe him from this world, even if it meant sacrificing itself. Kettle watched the enemy's final desperate attack with an untroubled expression, as if he had anticipated this. He half closed his eyes and offered a dismissive assessment of the skill level of creatures from the demon realm. Kettle gripped the axe handle tightly, thinking to himself that while this wasn't on par with what he'd seen in the White Wasteland, it would do. The monster's dark purple energy burst once more, casting blinding rays before it completely disintegrated. Kettle gave a satisfied smile. The guy had genuinely enjoyed the fight. A colossal column of purple light shot straight into the sky, tearing through the remaining dark clouds over the battlefield. The brilliant light from the energy explosion briefly washed out everything around it. The ground was churned to pieces, smoke and dust billowing up after the entity was utterly destroyed. Kettle stood there with his axe in hand, his face cold and lethal despite the battle being over. Aline and the Tower Master watched from a distance, their faces full of shock at the tremendous power of this barbarian. Amid the drifting smoke, the monster's final curse rang out. It couldn't believe Kettle's existence was real. Black smoke from its body slowly dissipated into nothingness, ending a mistaken existence in this world. A verdant notification board appeared before Kettle, announcing he had completed his 786th quest. Glittering motes fell to the ground, heralding the rewards about to be granted to the victor. The Tower Master stepped forward, lamenting that Ulan had truly messed everything up around here. Kettle glanced back, his eyes still carrying a trace of the intense battle he had just fought. Aline and old Aaron hurried over. She anxiously asked if everything was really over. Kettle gave them a sidelong glance. His face had returned to normal after the rush of combat subsided. Kettle confirmed that everything was fine, looking utterly steady amid the glittering rubble at his feet. The Tower Master stood beside him, still astonished as he stared at the massive fissure in the ground. Kettle smiled brightly and said he was fine, then casually checked on everyone's condition. Look, an enormous canyon had been carved right where they fought, tearing apart the Tower Master's magic barrier. The Archmage managed a wry smile, admitting his barrier had been completely destroyed by a single swing of the guy's axe. He said he had managed to handle the shockwave in time so it wouldn't cause further harm, even though the defensive magic had dissipated like smoke. Kettle looked puzzled and asked how exactly he had handled it, since that sounded like quite a big deal. The Tower Master folded his arms over his chest and explained that all the people in the capital city of Ludian right now had been put into a deep sleep by him to prevent unnecessary panic after the terrible explosion. Aline and Aaron could only stand there, astonished at the scale of magic the Tower Master had just used. Kettle scratched his head in puzzlement and asked how it was possible to make tens of thousands of people sleep at once. The Archmage could only break into a nervous sweat, thinking that such praise coming from Ulan sounded somehow off. He exhaled in relief that the immediate danger had passed, even though there was still much to do. Looking at this ruined wreckage, the Tower Master couldn't help but have a headache at the thought of cleaning up and restoring things to how they were. He told everyone to return home. The battle had already expended too much strength. But Kettle suddenly grabbed his arm with a very serious look, causing the Archmage to startle with worry. The Tower Master cried out in alarm, not understanding what this guy intended to do to pull such a terrifying face at this moment. Kettle pointed to a pile of rainbow sparkling sand at his feet, his eyes suddenly brightening. It was the remains of the monster, a heap of iridescent sand that looked incredibly beautiful and rare. The Barbarian, eyes glittering like a child, turned to the Tower Master and asked if he could take that precious loot. Faced with that pleading look, the Tower Master could only fall silent and nod, secretly conceding to this unpredictable fellow. King Barbossa Denayan sat with his head in his hands, sighing, looking utterly distraught under political pressure. The Tower Master stood beside him, nodding that the king had been preoccupied ever since hearing the news about the Ludian dynasty. The Tower Master called out, trying to pull the brooding king back to reality. The scene in the king's study was a complete mess, just like the tangle he was facing. Barbossa clenched his eyes shut in bitterness as the nobles kept slandering him and calling him a butcher. The Tower Master replied calmly, saying it was understandable they wouldn't accept a throne replaced by the demonic realm. The Tower Master's eyes, rimmed red, narrowed slightly as he suddenly changed the subject. He turned to ask about the current situation of that girl, Princess Aline Mavrachi. King Barbossa said Aline was still bravely holding out against the remnants of Ludian very well. The king nodded. Although she was the last heir, she was now also considered an enemy of the demonic realm. The Tower Master guessed there must be something acting as a firm psychological anchor for her. He still felt that everything was truly strange and unpredictable. Barbossa frowned, wondering what the Tower Master really meant. The Tower Master elaborated. He meant those who actually came from the demonic realm. Barbossa suddenly broke into a cold sweat at the thought of the terrifying figure the Tower Master had just hinted at. He hesitated as he mentioned that brutal savage, the one everyone knew about. Barbossa bluntly asked how powerful that man had become. The Tower Master fell silent for a moment, his face turning extremely grave when his soft spot was struck. He stood by the window, staring into the distance with an inscrutable, contemplative expression. The Tower Master admitted that even he could not measure the limits of Kettle's power. Cut to Kettle. Aline anxiously asked if he was really planning to leave right now. Kettle smiled and nodded, saying he had an acquaintance in the kingdom of Denayan and wanted to pay a visit. Aline lowered her head sadly. She still didn't want to part with the man who had just saved her life. She said she had promised a reward, but now had nothing worthy to give him. Kettle looked at her for a moment, his face calm as if he cared nothing for payment. He nonchalantly said, "Then just owe me," which froze Aline for a few seconds in surprise. Kettle continued. He'd heard Ludian was in chaos, but the royal bloodline still remained. He looked straight into her eyes, repeating the affirmation he had made earlier. He bluntly told her he had never considered her a monster. Aline listened with tears welling up, Kettle's words had struck right at her heart. She smiled radiantly, feeling a clear relief after shedding that psychological burden. For the sake of her honor, Aline vowed she would repay this debt of gratitude to him at all costs. Kettle smiled contentedly, glad the little princess had regained her confidence. Later at the palace, a shimmering white sigil card was handed to Kettle. Kettle took the strange object, puzzled, asking what it was. It was a credential card proving membership in the powerful Ludian royal family. Barbossa told him to consider it and advance on payment for any future requests for assistance. With this card, Kettle can move freely through most places without fear of being stopped. Aline waved goodbye, hoping this item would be useful for his travels around the world. Kettle grinned with satisfaction, thinking that with this VIP card, his upcoming adventure would be much easier. A while later, the capital Denia appeared, magnificent and bustling under the sunlight. Kettle was genuinely impressed by how clean and orderly the place was on his first visit. Kettle stood in the middle of the street, muttering, "So this is the capital of the kingdom of Denia." Looking at the crowded streets, he found this place much more spacious and tidy than the old Varkan domain he used to know. Just as he was about to move on, a spear suddenly barred his way. Kettle froze, eyeing the guard with a fairly nonchalant expression, as if nothing were amiss. The guards shouted loudly, demanding that he declare his identity immediately. Kettle stood still, looking at the guards who were making an excessively big deal out of it. The two guards stared with vigilant intensity, making the atmosphere suddenly stifling. Kettle thought to himself that he would have to use the credential card Princess Aline had given him. He pulled out the credential card and struck an extremely cool pose, letting it gleam before the guards. At the sight of the emblem on the card, the guards suddenly widened their eyes, faces paling in fright. The two hurriedly bowed deeply, apologizing profusely for offending someone with such a powerful background. Kettle gave a slight, smug smile, surprised the card worked so well. He strolled on inside, looking around as if on a sightseeing tour. The imperial city streets unfolded in grand style, with high-rise buildings crowded shoulder to shoulder, impressively majestic, and just a tad comically dense. In a luxurious office, a girl's hand was slamming down on a thick stack of debt papers. The head of the Diabolo's household sprang up, his face flushed with anger as the young woman berated him over unpaid debts. Akasha Milina coldly asserted that he was now completely unable to pay. She sat there with a steely expression, radiating the imposing presence of a powerful moneylender. The old Diabolo's patriarch still tried to salvage his pride, claiming a noble like him would never bother with such petty money matters. Akasha Milina's gaze was sharp, staring intently at the old man who tried to act noble. She retorted sarcastically that he was about to collapse because of that very petty thing. The patriarch trembled with anger, veins bulging on his forehead from being humiliated on the spot. Akasha Milina didn't bother to be concerned, coolly saying she was the one who should be saying that. She exposed that he had squandered the family's money on parties, dances, and gambling. Worse, he had beaten and expelled those who tried to stop him from wasting the family fortune. Hid in a soft spot, the patriarch stammered, pale with shame. He shouted, asking how she dared to disgrace a noble head of the Diabolo's clan like him. Akasha Milina replied with contempt, saying his honor was merely something people smeared upon. The old man froze at the bitter but all too true words of the young woman. Akasha Milina threw the ultimatum onto the table, ordering him exactly 1 month to settle the enormous debts. She delivered a blunt final warning: if he couldn't pay, he'd lose that pretentious noble title too, no refunds.